More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses left the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
And it's Optic Gaming going into Ohio with the #1 seed. Red Reserve have done it. They've made it to Ohio. And it's Enigma 6 continuing their Cinderella season all the way to Columbus.
1 second in between Elevate and a spot in the GPL, and they have done it!
3-0ing Optic Gaming and uses his scores.
Playing insane right now, and this is it, Jack!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. We are live for the final day of the final week of the regular season of Stage 1. My name is, of course, Benson. I'm going to be your host throughout the day. Joining me to start off the day, I have the wonderful TP, Merc, and our special guest this week is Apathy. What was that?
That's like Flash Rally.
What's that, dude? Okay, all right. It's happy vibes today. It definitely is, of course, the final day, as I said, of Stage 1 before playoffs, of course. A lot on the line. We talk about the prize money every single day, and it's because there really is just that much prize money on the line. Of course, $200,000 regular season prize money, and of course, $500,000 when it comes to playoffs. $500,000, absolutely just unbelievable amount of money, and prizing, of course, available for each regular season finisher. But we'll take a look at how our playoff prizing is going to be broken down. First place walks away with $200,000. So much money on the line in playoffs. Of course, that's why everyone is fighting so much to make it to those playoffs. And speaking of playoffs, we'll take a look at how our group format is going to work. The top 2 teams will proceed to playoffs. Third doesn't make playoffs, but does secure a spot for Season 2 and, of course, the Call of Duty World Championship. For 4th place, it's bad news, unfortunately. You're going to have to compete through relegation to find your way into Season 2. And relegation is going to be at Anaheim. That's June 16th to June 18th. Excited for that. Another $200,000 on the line there. So much prize money. But back to today, we'll take a look at how our group standings lie. And don't be fooled. It may look as if this is all done and dusted, but it definitely isn't. Optic Gaming are first at 4-0. Enigma 6 right behind them at 3-1. Red Reserve at 1-3. Team Elevate 0-4. Now, there are still some twists that could potentially happen to the plot this weekend. If Enigma 6 is to come out in 3-0 Optic Gaming and obviously win their other game today, they will take that #1 spot. For Red Reserve and Team Elevate, that battle for third is still ongoing. Of course, third place gets you that spot at COD Champs. And as well, Red Reserve potentially could maybe finish second if they have a fantastic day. But we'll take a look at our schedule now, and you just find out all those games as they come through. Elevate versus Optic Gaming to kick things off. Enigma 6 versus Red Reserve. Red Reserve versus Elevate at 5 p.m. And to close out the day, Enigma 6 versus Optic Gaming. Obviously, guys, we've seen the group standings as it is now. Teep, I'm going to start with you. Do you see any way it changes throughout the day, or is kind of what we have now what you're expecting to finish with?
I think we will finish with these same sort of standings, but these games have been pretty close overall. I think Elevate does have somewhat of a fighting chance. They need to take maps early, though. The first series versus Optic Gaming, yes, they did get 3-0'd, but it was a pretty close 3-0. A lot of those maps, they were fighting hard. They have glimpses of individual performance, and they just need to pull through here.
Merc, any upsets today in your mind?
I don't think so. I don't know. If there's going to be anyone, I think it's Red Reserve. We're going to see how they're going to play in matches 2 and 3. We talk about momentum and how important it can be. If they win that match #2, well, they can carry that over to match #3, and they put a lot of pressure on E6 for that second place.
Of course, here's a look at our map pool for the first series. Apathy, does Elevate stand a chance of keeping their dream alive? Or can they try and beat Optic Gaming in this one, in your opinion?
Honestly, I can see Elevate taking Breakout Hardpoint and Throwback Search and Destroy. It's probably going to be extremely close, but I feel like they're really strong on those maps. I really do.
Last time we saw these two teams play, of course, it was a 3-0, but the maps were pretty close. I believe we can set it down now to our fabulous casters for the series. It's Bucket and Chance.
Thank you so much, Benson. It is so awesome to have Apathy here in the booth today. But I got Chance casting with me, and Chance, this is a rematch from yesterday. And out of all the teams that played Optic Gaming, Elevate may have given them the toughest time.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 seed versus the 4 seed, it doesn't sound like it's going to be close, but I think there's a lot of potential for Elevate to pull off this upset. They're playing for a lot. Again, they got to fight for that 3rd seed. They're trying to avoid getting relegated at all costs. They need to get the champs. And of course, Optic Gaming, they're the #1 seed. They're good. They've qualified. They're guaranteed top 2, so nothing for them to worry about.
If you look at Optic Gaming's weaknesses so far in this tournament, it has been their slow starts at the beginning of days and at the beginning of matches. Now for Elevate, their weakness has definitely been their hard point, which is Optic Gaming's strength. And Elevate, their map against Enigma 6 on this breakout, they got blown out. Yeah. It was 250 to just 123. So they're going to need to turn up this time around. They have a nice start here against Optic Gaming. The question for me is, who is going to catch up to Reedy? Already 5-2. Are we going to see Watson or Rated come to game today?
Gonna have to find out. Rated has actually been pretty good in those respawns so far. Of course, Watson, though, starting off 0-3. Gonna need to turn it around. But this map is actually very interesting for Optic. This is actually where E6 played against them, and Optic got off to a horrendously slow start, but they ended up turning it around. So Elevate, again, that early advantage is gonna be key.
Reedy trying to lock down this wall run. There are going to be 2 defenders in position. He's going to find another kill. Reedy playing lights out to open up this day. 7-3 looking for the 8th kill. Formal, too strong.
Prim getting more kills on the board as well. 7-4 at the moment. Yesterday, again, on this map, back when Optic Gaming was actually warmed up at this point, he got off to the ridiculously hot start that led to them outslaying their opponent by, I think it was 42 kills, which was nearly more kills than the entire other team got combined.
I think it's the biggest blowout we've seen of the weekend. When Krim catches fire, that means that just everyone for Optic Gaming is going off. They've been taking turns dominating, and the real question is, who's going to have the best stats at the end of this week? And so far, Optic in total control. They lock down cell block perfectly, but setting up first here on Graveyard is going to be Elevate. This is where they could turn the game around.
Yeah, there really is truth to the statement that OptiGaming is competing with themselves at this point more than they are with anybody else. Elevate, though, very nice job so far. Zed's able to pick up 2. That's the first wave of kills they need to get on OptiGaming to start racking up this time. And again, 37 seconds left. They could very easily come back and even take the lead. Again, though, they got to get that second wave of kills. And there it is, the clean 4 down coming out of Elevate.
All red in your kill feed. Elevate is still set up around the hard point. You have the back being watched by Reedy. He's going to be looking out for any flanks. He got raided on the opposite side of the map, though, watching the middle. So there's only 3 defenders on this point. Reedy gets the call out. He needs to get over, but it's not in time. Scump and Formal, how many times have we seen this? They break through. OptiGaming retakes the lead.
And if you're Elevate, though, that's okay. Again, you saw raided earlier on, getting those mid-map cuts. He's making sure that they can set up for that next hill. They're perfectly content with giving up those 10, 12 seconds of scrap time because this hill, again, is one of those money hills you can lock down for that full 60. They got the first 3 kills on board already, and look at how far OptiGaming is spawning. They're spawning back all the way in that second hard point. It's going to take them 12 seconds just before they can even begin to contest, let alone get the kills and get that time.
Massive props to the whole team there from Elevate. After we saw Formal and Scump get 3 of those kills, I thought they were just going to be able to continue pushing forward and retake control of the new spawns. Instead, Elevate, they've had total control of the commissary for the first 30 seconds. They're building out a lead once again. Only Formal is here to contest for the spawns, and he wins a big gunfight versus Zed, but Watson's hot on his trail.
Yeah, and you can see Formal just desperately trying to stay alive while his team's coming from the side, and it's actually going to be the case. Krim is basically able to solo break that hill by himself because Elevate gave up all the pressure. They were so focused on Formal, they ignored that wall run, leaving just 1 defender in the hill, and of course, he's going to fall with all that pressure coming. So again, OptiGaming, no, they do not win the rotation battle. Yes, though, they are able to break. Either way, though, Elevate builds up a little bit of a lead.
If you look at those green arrows, they're very spread across the map. Karma trying to get back next to Formal. You see them both combining for kills, and it's going to be Formal hopping into the hill first. Crim6 and Scump looking for these kills on spawn. And talking to Apathy last night about how Optic was able to dominate so hard on this map, he said, Crim6 simply knew always where the opponents were going to be spawning. He caught them in transition, constantly shooting them in the side and the back.
Yeah, definitely struggling quite a bit more here today, though. Krim is going to find one more, and OptiGaming is going to be able to tie it up and, well, not take the lead for the moment, but they're working on it. But again, you look at the stats of the team. Scump, 5-11. Karma, he's slightly negative as well. Optic's story this weekend has been, if they're able to outslay the opponent pretty heavily, they get those wins comfortably. But if it's even close in the slaying category, they've been struggling to find wins.
That's the 3rd double kill we've seen from Watson in the last 2 hard points. He's come alive as Reedy slows down. Watson heats up. Zed is having a much better day 3 as well. You see the score 106 to 104. We're going to rotate back to the cell block here on our second set of rotations. Formal is in the back line as always. He's looking for the attackers. He's going to pick up 1. Crim6 is going to find 2 in the middle of the map. This is total control of cell block the second time around.
Yeah, and this is where things get really scary for Elevate. It's one thing if you're getting the rotation battles and you're fighting off OptiGaming from breaking the hills, but now you got to fight into them, and that is difficult, especially when Formal is heating up. 16-8 on that 4 streak, and got to keep in mind, if he's able to earn streaks, especially on this hill, going back into Grave, they can be absolutely monumental in building up that score even further.
Reedy's right around the corner. Scump waiting for him. Formal continues to punish. He is so close to these streaks, and he's playing for the Warden today. Not worrying about the Scorchers. He wants the Trinity Rockets. He's going to get bombardment here in just a moment. And then, of course, we could see a Warden here on Breakout. 19-8. Formal has been an absolute beast in this game, especially the second half. You see the spawns. Elevate all stacked up at the grave. They'll be able to reinforce very quickly, but the cave side has been taken over by Scump, and OptiGaming is now going to be full of reinforcements.
Yeah, and you can see Formal actually takes the long route all the way across the map. That's to make sure they can keep these spawns for the next hill as well. So Formal's thinking 60 seconds in advance. Either way, though, picking up more kills. He got the bombardment as well. 250 away from that Warden. Of course, though, Warden's not the most useful streak to have. That's just more of a thing to show off. So he is going to force himself into that hill. He does fall and Elevate. They won the Graveyard Hill last time. They're trying to do so again.
When the players play 8s in the back, when they see a Warden, that's normally when you see Crim6 quit out. Today, though, Formal is not going to get it. He was shut down, raided, and Reedy clearing the hill. In fact, Reedy is going to make sure he's the only one alive. Graveyard continues to go in Elevate's favor. Now, this time around, Optic Gaming is set up for the commissary. It's going to be on Elevate's Reedy to get an opening pick and then flood through the top. They got challengers from the window. Optic Gaming set up very strong. Will Elevate be able to break this?
Frankly, though, that was a huge hill for Elevate just for the fact that Formal actually burned the Trinity Rocket and got nothing out of it. So they get the full 60, and they have more potential as this game goes on. Still, though, of course, Optic in that hill. Scump. It happened last time. He had that slow start on Breakout. They were down by 100 points. He heated up, and the game turned right back around, and now he's working back to that even margin at 14-16.
Rated with the NV4, picks off Karma. Formal will trade out versus Zed. They have 2 more players coming across the wall run, but Rated is set up. There's the help. There's the kill on Scump. Now they're challenging Krim, and we're about to see some rockets going in favor of Rated if he continues on this streak.
And again, Rated, he's been leading the charge for his team in these respawns. He has like a 1.21 KD on the weekend so far, so he's trying to keep up that pace. Either way, Elevate, able to tie it up, able to retake the lead. We got ourselves a game. The first time they played, they were within 30, 40 points of each other. They can play. This can test time.
And Elevate talked about their lack of practice coming into this weekend. It seems that they are improving with every single game. They got blown out by Enigma 6 on this map. This time around, they're leading Optic Gaming. They are just 64 points away from taking a game #1, but Optic about to retake our scoreboard here. 187 and counting. They have 2 more defenders set up. In comes Zed and Reedy.
And again, you got to think back to those first 2 rotations. It was on the next hill, over in Prison Block, whatever the hell it's called,
Yep.
where Optic Gaming was able to rack up an insane amount of time. So already in the back of Elevate's minds, they know, yes, they have to worry about this hill as well, but the next hill is where they will win or lose this game. Still, though, Formal has that hot hand, 25 and 12. That is very tough to deal with in Elevate. They are not on the proper side of the map.
This is total control of the center hardpoint. This is the hill that you're supposed to be able to challenge. Instead, Optic pulling away massively. You see those arrows you have in the back. Once again, Formal locking it down. He's going up against Watson. Meanwhile, the rotation is going to be coming through from Elevate. 3 players about to hit the middle. Formal knows he's going to be pinched. Nice patience there by Watson. He's going to win the fight. The question is, will they get the spawns? No, they're across the map. But this could set up Elevate for a double pinch.
Yeah, you see Watson was in the back, but they had no hill control, so the spawns are going to be too far. Optic has too much pressure. Watson, though, able to pick up 2, not able to get that 3rd. Scump isn't going to shut him down, but it's that contest time. Elevate, they're trying to flood this hill. Optic Gaming 17 seconds away from ending this game. And again, you see how much effort they need to put on the back. Reedy manages to stay alive, but again, this hill is being contested. 3 members inside for Optic Gaming and 3 kills in their favor. 10 seconds away, and the game is there.
It was tied at 183. Optic in the final 2 minutes, blowing out Elevate as they finish strong. That last kill is going to seal the deal. Optic Gaming going to take our first hard point.
And it's going to be that cell block hill that you're going to look in that scoreboard, and it is going to come back to haunt them. All 3 times, Optic Gaming just had absolute full control. Heartbreaking as well, because if they had been able to force it over in a graveyard, well, they were 2 for 2 on that hill. But again, those earlier money hills, they're always going to be more important. So Elevate, I mean, they tried, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Now, we talked about it, you and I, before this match kicked off. If Elevate is going to win this series, it's going to have to be done with the uplink win. Then they're going to have to win the second hardpoint. We said Breakout, probably not even going to be close. We expected Optic to blow them out. So this is actually a pretty decent start here from Elevate. And if you look back to their first matchup, it was just a 1-point difference when it came to search and destroy. So Elevate definitely not out of this one yet, but it's going to be tough, knowing how strong Optic has been playing across all of our leaderboards.
Yeah, and then even if you want to take it that step further and go to the Throwback, I think that was a 1-point game as well between these 2 teams. And Throwback, that's the only uplink map that Optic has lost so far this weekend. If they got beat by E6, it was like 7-2. So that is where Optic has struggled the most. So again, still a little bit of life coming out from these Elevate boys. But then if you look to the leaderboards, you see Watson, he's up there in KD, but he's number 6. Reedy's all the way at number 10. The other 2 aren't even on that list. That means they're, well beyond that bottom half of this weekend. That's a struggle. And then of course you got Formal, Scump, and Crim 6 all up on board. You got 3 versus 2 in the leaderboard.
Every other leaderboard you look at, it's basically all green and white. This one, though, showing kind of the one weakness in Optic's game. You have Formal, who's been playing really well. Scump goes about even, but Crim 6 and Karma have been getting outgunned. Before we get into that game #2, Search and Destroy Throwback, though, we got to send it over to Courage, who has a quick map breakdown.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, again, they've let me back in the telestrator, whether they wanted me here or not. We're breaking down Throwback Search and Destroy, this one between Optic Gaming and Elevate. One thing you didn't actually see on that Search and Destroy leaderboard is how many plants this weekend Karma has gotten for Optic Gaming in the S&Ds. Now, of the 3 game types we see from OG, S&D has been their weakest, but they have a break-off they do almost every time on Throwback for the offensive side. It all starts with Formal from Optic Gaming. He spawns in, he pushes down towards lower bus. His teammates set up around here in middle map, right? You've got Crim6 top ticket watching over his teammate Karma, who's down by the A-bomb, and Scump, who's kind of lingering around middle, going to watch the flank or help pick up the pressure if they try to flood a middle map. Now, the thing about how Formal sets up is, we all know how good the man is with the sniper rifle. What he does is, he first looks down towards this middle lane on the map. He watches underpass and calls out for Crim6 and Scump how many players are hitting it. So if you see Zed and Watson charge right through, Formal is getting them information. Second, he will go from pre-aiming that bottom underpass to then looking for where Rated could be in this top window. If he spots him, he'll call it out to Crim6. Maybe they shoulder peek that, try to get the first blood there. But the strength of Optic Gaming on Throwback S&D is the pressure that Formal Sniper puts on the remaining players from Elevate who are trying to hold this back lemon area of the map. When Formal's jumping up and down with this sniper rifle, clearing that lane, it gives Karma the opportunity to go for that plant. And once Optic Gaming have the bomb planted, it's all downhill for their opponents from there. Watch out for Optic to rely on Formal Sniper to lock down and gain a ton of information for them over that middle lane and near the bike path. Either way, last time between these two teams, it was a close round 11. We'll see if it happens again here. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Courage. There is a great breakdown of Optic setup on the attack. Now, Chance, you've been our analyst for the weekend. You've watched all of these games, and you've been keeping a keen eye on Optic Gaming. What else are you looking for them as this game goes on?
Well, on Throwback, they seem to have a bit of a fatal flaw on offense. Courage did a great job of breaking down their kind of initial setup, but if you paid attention, they completely don't watch the flank at all. They rarely send someone over to blue. They ignore that side of the map for the most part. Occasionally, they will go to A, but very, very rarely. So when they played Red Reserve, anytime they sent a player on the flank, he got through just completely easy. Yep. No one looked at him. So Urban, I think it happened at 2 separate times. Just no one shot at him. He went around back, shot 2 players in the back, picking up those 2 pieces and breaking open those rounds. And then on the same note, Optic Gaming, they stack up A on defense as well. A lot of the times, they will just completely give up that B bomb site. And there was 2 separate rounds where Red Reserve goes straight to B, gets that plant down and back up with absolutely no contention at all.
Now, Elevate and Red Reserve are in a race, of course, for 3rd place. Red Reserve still could go as high as 2nd place on this weekend. But these two teams, they're very familiar with each other, very friendly. I wouldn't be surprised if they've been sharing some strats. Elevate, of course, did get a chance to watch Optic versus Red Reserve in their previous matchup. We're going to be starting things off, though, with Watson. And we talked about Formal setting up at the bus. Watson can do the exact same thing. He has been so efficient with this KBS.
Yeah, this is the standard setup pretty much for all teams. You actually see a player for Optic Gaming going for that cheeky spot. You can look over underpass and get information on mid-map. Either way, the breakdown Courage gave, that's essentially what is going to be happening for this team. Karma, though, able to get first blood, and Crim instantly on the flank. I said it was a problem for Optic, but it's a problem for Elevate, too. And that is a very, very quick round for Optic Gaming where all 4 players get a kill.
How's my pistol taste, Zed? Let me light that for you. Round 1 going to Optic Gaming. Fantastic defense, the flanks coming through. And Zed just got lit up by a pistol.
That's a huge confidence play as well. I mean, there was no regard for human life. They just flew as fast as they could across the map. Again, Crim made it to bowling in 25 seconds, something to that degree, and that's terrifying. If you're Elevate, now you got to be concerned about a whole bunch of different strats coming out from Optic. They said they were mixing up this weekend, trying to figure out what works, and, well, the aggression certainly paid off.
If Watson would have hit that shot on Karma, it was so close. That would have kept a teammate alive, given first blood to Elevate. Instead, the first blood, such a big factor. Zed is going to find Crim first this time, and Karma trades out immediately. Zed continuing to pick up kills. Rated will find a 3rd. All of a sudden, it's just Formal left in a 1v2.
Yeah, Rated doing a great job to not only win the gunfight on Karma, somehow, but able to pick up that final kill as well. And that's a nice little bounce back. Of course, got to give all the credit in the world there to Zed. He took that E-Red map, or mid-map, won that first blood engagement, got that, and he didn't get traded out. He's able to get the 2nd kill as well. So huge shout outs to him.
Most impressively, that's after Formal teabags the body, shooting the dead body. Zed not letting him get into his head. If anything, it fired him up. We're going back to Watson, who is going to put away the sniper in favor of the strong AR. It's NV4 devastating at range, and he is going to be looking over Rated, who immediately goes for the plant over here at A.
Well, Optic apparently was aware of how they play this map. You can see they switched it up. They sent 2 players over to B, something they have not done so far this weekend. And now they got 2 players going on the flank. So yes, they give up that bomb plant, but now they're focusing on the retake. Zed, though, first blood.
There was a lot of pressure on Zed. Karma was the player challenging in the middle. Zed will be traded out. Crim6 is going to be hunting for more. Reedy up in that window can pounce on 3 players at any moment. Reedy's been spotted after he kills Scump. Formal is going to survive, but at the end of it all, we're going to have Elevate winning the last 2 gunfights, and now they take the lead 2-1.
And something Elevate did very well there. After Zed got that first blood, Rated actually pushed up to the other side. He went towards Lemon, so even if his teammates that are in the bowling area, which if you plant the bomb at A, everyone goes back and sits in the bowling, sits in the bus. Those are the common spots. But once he gets away, he's going to be that sneaky player that even if his teammates falls, he's going to be able to waste time and get that round secured anyway. So again, Optic mixing up their strats. It did not pay off, but now they're going back to Old Faithful, Formal with the sniper.
Rated had an awful day 1 when it came to Surge, came into day 2 with just a .31. He's definitely turned that around yesterday and having a pretty solid game number 2 against Optic Gaming here on day 3. Watson, again, causing problems, is going to be able to pick off Crim6. So it's a 3-on-3 currently on board with Formal from Optic Gaming.
And again, Formal just scouting for that information. He knows there's going to be a player top meal. He's going to be looking for him as well. I think that's actually the sniper battle. Either way, though, Karma, it's what they want to do. Let him get those bomb plants, work towards that active camo. And Formal going to be able to take Reedy's head off, giving them the man advantage.
And that's a big mistake from Reedy, right? You get tagged up once. Formal survives. You peek him again, and he's going to be able to punish. 2-2, Optic Gaming answering back. Formal with the sniper, effective this time around. But we got a tie game. And I can't wait to see what Elevate does here. What is going to be the game plan?
It's going to be tricky as well, because Optic Gaming so far, 2 rounds on defense, have sent at least 1, if not 2 players on the flank. So that B push, honestly, in the back of their minds, they might not be able to do it because OG's been paying attention. They might have to continuously go for these standard A pushes. And again, if Optic just decides to counter back with that aggression, which very well may happen, OG might be able to take another round, but going to have those awkward gunfights going over bridge.
Those grenades just a little bit short for Optic. Scump does find Reedy first, but Zed trades out with Karma. 3-on-3, Bomb is backing up. They could rotate to be here after seeing all of Optic stacked. That's exactly the game plan. Now the question is, how quick can they get over there? Scump, player number 5 on the minimap, should be able to beat everyone to the defensive position.
I think they're just baiting out the rotation. You see they're actually kind of bundled up back in their spawn, and Optic Gaming is going to make moves. So now we get to figure out how good the timing is of Elevate. Crim actually, by himself, is about to run straight past the player. You can't play split like that. They were just waiting for him, waiting for Optic to make that first mistake. And well, Signet corner, it can work.
Rated calling the shots and search and destroy. This is a big round. The patience paying off, gives them the man advantage. Now they have the bomb down. They have the defender's advantage. It's going to be so tough here for Scump and Formal, but if anyone can do it, it's these 2 players.
Well, the benefit OG has is they know exactly where Elevate's going to be. Everyone always plays bowling. Everyone plays bus. The bus player is actually going to be first. Scump not even looking in the right direction. He's going to get taken down. Formal's by himself, and now you got to think you might just want to jump off the map to save them from getting too many points. He's got a player behind him as well that Rated has no idea where Formal is, and it looks like Formal lost him as well. So some unfortunate circumstances happening for these players, but either way, Formal's in the 1v3. There is not much you can do.
And this is a big kill if Rated is the one who finds Formal. They're going to go opposite directions. It's not going to happen, but we talked about payloads, how crucial they can be in search and destroy. Rated is at about 65% of the way there.
And he made that as close as you could possibly get to that bomb going off. I mean, you got to jump off when there's more than 5 seconds left on the clock, but I guess if you're confident, you can just get that perfect timing. I'm pretty sure he saved the enemy from getting any points. So, yeah, no harm, no foul, but Optic Gaming back on offense. They need to bounce back.
Our analyst just went, ooh! Everyone a little bit nervous for Formal there. Crim6, though, is going to open up with first blood against Elevate. Optic down around, trying to even things up. And Karma decides it's not time to plant the bomb. Watson checks it. Formal looking over, should find the pick, misses just wide left.
Yeah, That player just got a haircut. That is terrifying to go up against. Either way, see Formal going to take out Rated as well, trying to get that trade on bombs. Zed's able to pick up a kill, but Optic still with that man advantage. Watson's going to find another. Karma, though, he is going to be there for the trade. Zed's going to find himself in the 1 versus 2, and he is going to fall. You get the first blood, you win the round. Crim6 gets the first blood, and they secure it with no issue.
Optic tying things up. If Zed wins this fight against Karma, it gets a lot more interesting. But here we go. Round number 7 coming up. Tie score. And we're going to be back on with some snipers, I assume. Rated decides he is going to be the bomb carrier once again. Watson is going to pull out that snipe. Here comes the challenge. Is Formal going to show face? And there he is, finds Formal. Watson with the first pick, could have a second here. He's going to be tagged up as Scump will even up the numbers. Rated trading it out. This one going back and forth, back and forth. Only Reedy left alive. It's the 1v1 versus Karma, who has a camo.
Oh, Karma with the camo. You already know what's going to happen here, essentially. Both on the buses, but Karma just gets played. He thought the player ducked down to that sidewalk, and Reedy simply wasn't there. So you saw earlier, actually, an incredibly unfortunate hit marker for Watson that pretty much would have won them the round if that shot goes through, but Reedy makes sure it doesn't matter in the end. Very back and forth game we have so far, and frankly, really good search and destroy.
Honestly, Elevate is playing so well today. They played hard against Optic Gaming. It was 6-5 last night when they played search and destroy. Again, it's just one round that separates these two teams, and Reedy, he had a fantastic start to hardpoint. Now he's working towards his payload after a clutch 1v1.
And I like what Crim's doing. He's been bouncing back and forth. He's actually watching the flank over by Blue 1 round. Next round, he focuses on mid-map. So he's been mixing it up to keep Elevate on their toes. He is not giving them free clearance. And you can see Crim, excuse me, on the flank, able to pick up one, spots the second. Now he's wasting time, baiting for Formal to come over and support him. On the other side of the map, Reedy's getting kills, but Crim gets the second as well. Great plays by him, gets that first kill, wastes all the time in the world, and leaves Reedy in a 1v3. And as you can see, there's nothing cooking for him here. So we're going to have a tied up score 4-4. And did he get killed right there?
No, I think he got killed by the environment. So no feeding Optic any more points. Crim6 is going to get your round-ending kill cam, and he was the MVP. As he called out, he was set up to watch the flank. Not only does he get one pick, he finds a second.
Yeah, and again, earlier I called it the fatal flaw for Optic on this map if they don't watch the flank well, but Crim has been bouncing back and forth every single round, mixing it up constantly on offense, and he's been very successful. He's gotten 3 or 4 picks on players trying to come on the flank, and that's just going to force Elevate into a game that they're not entirely comfortable with. Meanwhile, Optic Gaming, they're going for the hard rush straight mid-map. They're going to get kills traded out as well, so the aggression paying off for the moment. Karma able to get behind enemy lines with the camo, spots the player over top, gets the kill. 1v1 though is going to have a player above him. He is going to be going against
Watson's got him.
Jumps behind and gets the kill. Shuts him down for the 1v1. Elevate coming out on top once again.
Such a difficult situation there for Karma, but props to Watson. Gives himself a great angle, finishes off the shots. Elevate clutching up 2 1v1s. That's been the difference maker so far in this search. And now Optic, they know their back is against the wall. So many times we have seen them come back, force a round 11, and finish strong. Can they do it again? We're about to find out. Formal puts away the sniper. They want to play aggressive. You got Crim6 set up, finds 3 players attacking. That means the bomb site is wide open.
If Crim can get out with his life here, that's going to be huge. But players are going to be on the hunt, trying to find that kill. And you can actually see what Optic has done. They planted on the opposite side of a bomb. That is normally not the thing. Crim is going to get caught. However, Karma is able to trade out separate kills, so it's a 3v3. Optic planning on the opposite side.
And Reedy was almost the game changer there. He slipped past 3 defenders here for Optic, and then he gets spotted. Karma comes up clutch. It's Watson challenging. Watson's traded out, so it's 2-on-1 here. Rated only man alive. If he gets a kill, he gets a camo. Not this round, buddy. Rated could go the whole 11-round S&D without getting his payload unless he gets an early kill.
And that's a great round of search and destroy, frankly, from both teams. Optic Gaming, you have Crim spotting all 4 players coming on the flank. He's able to get out with his life and waste enough time that his teammates know that they can plant on the opposite side of the bomb. Instant recognition, it's something you don't often see on throwback for the teams to plant for that lemon side of things, but Optic Gaming, they made it work pretty much effortlessly.
We're going to see that B hit. Optic's going to go all A. It looks like they'll spread middle. Watson's throwing down the Centurion, so they don't need to keep a flanker in the back, but they will have Reedy there anyway. And here comes the kill. Zed is going to fly through with Rated. They pick off Crim. Defenders trying to fight through Barn. It's Scump challenging first. He wins the 1v1 versus Watson. Zed trades raided. Picked by Formal, and Zed takes down Karma. So it's now a 2-on-1. Formal, last man standing. Can he clutch this? Makes it a 1v1. Only Reedy left alive, and Reedy with the FTL jump here.
Well, Reedy just needs to waste as much time as possible. Formal has to hunt down this kill. Keep in mind that Centurion should be nearby. Actually, that did get taken down earlier, but again, Reedy just trying to waste time. Formal's got to go on the hunt. The position that bomb is in is incredibly difficult to defuse from, and now Formal's going back, but Reedy, he just made the right play.
Oh,
Formal,
man.
there is nothing cooking for him here. The FTL jump to get out with your life, and that is going to be Elevate taking the round 11 with this sneaky strat over towards B.
They do what they couldn't pull off yesterday. Elevate finishes off Optic in Search and Destroy. And the cherry on top, it's Reedy with the drop shot taking down Formal, who was out of time. It's now tied up 1-1, and most importantly, this is gonna put Elevate with a very similar map count to Red Reserve, which could be crucial when we decide who's walking away with third place on this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, it is that EU2 teams at the bottom. They're fighting to avoid relegation. They want that confirmed champ spot. It could be very close, and frankly, Elevate, they're making a pretty good case. Both times they've played Optic Gaming, very close games. They're able to take that Search and Destroy, and fantastic performances pretty much all the way around. Optic Gaming mixing up strats, trying some new things. Some of it worked, some of it didn't, but Elevate making shot calls as well, even that final round. That's the first time they went to B, sent all 4 players in that direction. I think they had the reactive armor from Zed. He gets the first bloods too. Zed had, what, 3-4 first bloods throughout that
all
entire
with the
game?
E-Rad.
That fantastic performances all the way around. Great Search and Destroy game. Probably one of the best we've seen this week.
One of the best Search and Destroys, and now we're in for a treat. When we come back from the break, it's Uplink. Remember last time, it was all decided in the final minute by 1 point. When we return, don't go anywhere. It's going to be back on Throwback. It's the final day of the green group, and here in our first match, we have our G Fuel key player matchup going into Uplink. Here are the stats between Formal and Rated. Rated amazing on day one, dropping massive numbers. His Uplink KD now on day 3, a 1.74. But if you look at the numbers Formal's been dropping, he is clearly the most consistent Slayer we have seen in this game.
Yeah, Rated though, I'm honestly looking at him. I think he's going to need to perform for his team to be able to take down Optic Gaming. It was on this map specifically where he dropped a ridiculous number of kills, like 39 or 40, something along those lines, that gave him that KD. He was well above 2, like a 2.2 in respawn because of his performance on Throwback Uplink. So again, if he can perform well, they have a decent chance.
Keep your eyes on Rated and Formal. That is your G Fuel key player matchup.
The CWL Global Pro League Green Group continued today, and the best in the world were on full display. The action opened up with another EU vs NA matchup as Enigma 6 faced off against Red Reserve. Both teams came into the day with a 1-1 record overall, and the battle for second place began. Jumping out to a quick lead, Enigma 6 set the tone, dominating the first hardpoint and carrying that momentum all the way through. Red Reserve showed some life though, taking a late lead in Precinct Uplink, but a huge clutch in the final 30 seconds of the map would secure the win for Enigma 6 and result in a 3-0 sweep. The North American dominance would continue right into our second match of the day as Optic Gaming took on Elevate. Elevate would put up a good fight, keeping the hard point close and pushing Optic to a round 11 search and destroy in game 2. But ultimately, they could not clutch up in the final seconds of Precinct Uplink. Optic took the map and the series sweep to remain undefeated so far in the Global Pro League. Elevate's shot at the playoff would come to an end at the hands of Enigma 6 in our third match of the day. Getting put in the 100-point club in the first hardpoint did not set Elevate off on the right foot, and they would be unable to bounce back from that tough loss, ultimately falling in the series 3-1. Enigma 6, however, would end the day as strong as they started it, finishing with a 3-1 record overall heading into Sunday's action. Optic Gaming's undefeated run through the green group continued in our final match of the day, with Optic taking down Red Reserve 3-1. Red Reserve was able to take breakout search and destroy, but that would be it, as the green wall showed everyone why they are the #1 seed coming into Columbus. Optic Gaming looked to be firing on all cylinders this weekend, with their sights set on getting in to the Stage 1 playoff.
We're all tied up at 1-1. Elevate takes a massive round 11 to tie up this series, but now it's going to be the swing game. Who's going to take the uplink? It's been one of Optic's weaknesses. If you look across the board, they played very tight versus Elevate. And Chance, you and I were talking about it in the break. Optic has some holes in their game when it comes to this game mode. What is it?
Well, yeah, so we call it their weaknesses, but they've outplayed their opponent every single time so far this weekend. However, even when they outplay their opponent, they don't always get this win. Specifically on Throwback against E6, they outslayed them by 6 kills, I think it was, which isn't a huge margin, but they got beat by 5. So E6 completely outplayed them on this specific map. It can get pretty bad. Even when Optic is outslaying their opponent by 15 kills, I think that's actually what they did against Elevate. They only won by a single point.
Here's a look at the leaderboard though, Chance. And we talked about how great Rated has been in Uplink. In that game that he went off, he had like a 3.0 KD. They lost. He has a 1.74, but he's the only player in the top 10 from his team. That means everyone else is in the bottom 6 players that are here this weekend. Not a good sign in Uplink so far for Elevate. They're going to need Zed to continue to impress, and all eyes for me are going to be on Reedy. He's been their strength in their respawns. Can he do it again here in Game 3?
Yeah, exactly. No single player can afford to have a bad game right here, and Elevate needs to put a heavy focus on the objective. Frankly, they should be taking notes from what E6 was able to do. Either way, though, Reedy, he's able to get that nice first blood, weirdly enough, with the red dot on the K-bar.
Watson's going to find the second kill on Karma, and Zed's in the feed as well. So all K-bars all the time right now for Elevate. They do not need the SMG up to this point, and they have simply wiped Optic Gaming to win the first 4 fights. Finally, you're going to see kills going in favor of Karma and Formal. And this is all Optic needed. Rated last man standing for Elevate. Optic gets a clean kill, and now they have total control of the map. Drone is moving forward in the hands of Karma.
Yep, Optic nice on the defensive stand. Get to see them on the attack. However, it does look like Elevate is picking up all the kills. Yeah, Formal's actually going to be that last player alive, and there you go. Elevate bounces back as well. And Zed and Reedy leading the charge. You're talking about Reedy. He needs to kind of step up for the team. So far, he's looking good in that department. Again, now it's going to be back for that fight to control Elevate. Looks like they're going to be on top for just a moment.
moment.
Reedy picked from behind. Meanwhile, the drone is going to be moving. No defenders here to catch Watson. This is at least a one-pointer, and he is going to throw it up. Elevate strikes first. Optic, they were baited out to the bike side of the map, and they get punished. Will they be able to counter push here, though? The drone is going to be scooped up. You see Karma surging forward. Scump, the lead blocker, said he's already picked 2 players, but Scump is going to clear the way for a one-point play. It's Karma who throws it in.
Yeah, Scump should never be able to pick up those 2 kills. Elevate has to know they're going to be coming through that doorway, so fantastic job by him. That might hurt Elevate in the end, but again, you saw that first score. Elevate got on the board. It's all about the objective. There was 3 players alive for Optic Gaming, picks up the drones and runs away with it, doesn't even care, and that's the focus that they need to have. Make sure, just get those points on the board in any way you can possibly find them.
Now, when Rated went off, a lot of the fights were going down over at the field. He was able to take control of the middle of the map, sitting inside the windows while his teammates were all distracting. This time around, he's playing much more aggressive. Look where he's positioned. He is inside Optic's base, trying to lock down Bowling. You got Watson also behind enemy lines. They are distractions, and they're waiting for Reedy to grab this drone. But the one player who is slowing them all down, it's Crim6, who's the last one up for Optic.
Yeah, Crim has actually gone huge right there. He was able to pick up 2 kills mid-map, just preventing Elevate from pushing forward. Finally, though, they clean up their base, and now they're getting that drone, pushing it forward, going for that one-point toss, and they sink another one in as well. And again, the backbone of Rated, who is able to be a nuisance in the base of OG for 30, 45 seconds. OG could just not handle that pressure.
Watson was there as well. Elevate is causing problems with Optic spawns. The score, 2-1 in their favor, but Crim6 could retake the lead with the 2-point play. Will he be able to get the dunk? There's the kills from Karma. 1 defender to beat. Now 2 more coming off spawn, and he is just going to sink a one-pointer. So it's all tied up, 2 minutes still to go in our first half.
Perfectly respectable play. You saw Crim6 was debating on whether or not to force it. You see his teammates did not get enough kills without it being too risky, and just sinks in the one-point shot. No problems there. Of course, they'll Elevate on the attack. They're mixing it up. You see Reedy actually leading the charge towards blue. The first time they've taken it this direction, they got to throw the drone across the map, but it looks like it's going to be there. Watson with the beat down. Has to hit that quick one-point shot.
3 for 3, baby.
Gonna sink it in as well. And Optic, they expected Formula to be able to pick up those kills. They did not pressure that side hard enough. Going for the reset and now Rated. This is back to what he was doing earlier on OG's side of the map, being as big of a nuisance as possible. And now he's even got Watson and Reedy with him, picking up more kills.
Elevate is such a threat right now. They are hanging with Optic Gaming. They are beating them here in a game 3. You have to think, how good would this squad be if they practiced leading up to the weekend? Instead, they're at the bottom of our group. They are fighting for their lives. They want to lock in a spot in stage 2 as well as champs.
Well, again, you just got to keep talking about it because it's been the biggest thorn in their side. You saw Rated again, 45 seconds to spend in their base. It takes Optic so long to clear that out before they start pushing up to mid-map. And now they finally get there, and it's going to be Crim, but he's got 2 more players to fight. He's actually doing a really good job of staying alive. He's going to fall. It's that last player that's alive. So again, Elevate on those defensive stands have been doing it on point. Weirdly enough, the slaying power from Optic Gaming, it's not there at the moment.
You see Erad's being pulled out. Karma has had a pretty poor series, to be honest, so far. He is getting outslayed, double negative at this point. And when was the last time you saw Formal negative? Currently being outgunned 8-12. Watson is going to find Formal once again. Here comes another one-point play. Reedy is going to sink it with 20 seconds to go here in our first half.
Absolutely beautiful. Optic, they might have another opportunity to score, but they're going to have to move fast. You can see how much they're focusing on clearing out those players. They don't want anybody to be sneaky behind the lines, but 5 seconds left. If anything, they're going to go for that Hail Mary last one-point shot. Kills coming in for Elevate, though. It looks like that's going to be enough, and Elevate going to go into the second half of that 4-2 lead.
Give it up for Elevate. They are playing awesome here on day 3. A great first half. They outslayed Optic Gaming. Will they be able to keep up this pressure? Will they be able to keep up this pace the entire 10 minutes? 5 minutes in, we see the score doubled in their favor, but it's still just a one-possession game.
You know, something E6 has done well so far in Uplink, when there's someone in their base, they just run away from them. They ignore them. You see Optic Gaming, they're going a different strategy. They're trying to find each and every one of those players to get all 4 kills before they move up. So E6 runs away and scores points. Optic Gaming on the other side struggles.
And here we have Watson and Zed picking up your first 2 kills. I believe Elevate, of course, there on the defensive end. We have Rated looking for picks with this NV4, but the drone is going to be moving in the hands of his teammate Zed. Zed is going to get by the far right perimeter. He's got 2 defenders to get past here. He's going to go up and over, and that one is snatched out of the sky. Big play from Karma. That one won't be in our stats at the end, but a massive play will keep the score just a one-possession game.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Karma was able to pick up 2 more kills after that as well. Still, though, again, you got a player, it's Reedy this time, that's behind enemy lines, Optic. They turn all of their attention in that direction, and that allows the remaining players from Elevate to come back and get that mid-map control. They're trying to continue this as much as possible. Of course, though, Optic Gaming, they look like they're starting to heat up a little bit in that slaying category, and that's where things can get iffy, but Watson with that overdrive for him to make a play.
Gun Scump, Krim and Formal answer back. Elevate trying to slow this one down a bit, and Krim is just causing problems down low. He's got Karma in front of him, Optic on the attack. Drone is going to be pushed forward. Crim6 is going to try and grab this one after his lead blockers get the kills. Karma's Erad should make this a 2-pointer, only 1 defender, and here it comes through. Optic ties it up, 3:30 still to go. This is anyone's game. Elevate could be right in position, though, to go for a counterplay. It seems Krim, though, has everyone's attention. Crim6 is going to force Elevate to pull back, and Scump is finding kills. Optic might put in another one here.
Yeah, but Optic, they just don't want to touch that drone. You know, Crim6 has been here picking up kills for 30 seconds. Finally, Karma's going to go and pick that up, and he's actually going to pass it forward for his teammate. But now they got to get the kills as well. Karma, he's just going to fall. So they had all of that distraction for a solid 30, 45 seconds. They have a player in the base, but they don't have enough presence with that drone to get any points on the board.
Now this is what I saw just a moment ago, how quick Elevate plays. They grab the drone, they toss it, they all sprint forward. Scarab is going to be out scouting. They only see 1 player behind Lime, and we're going to have Formal backing up to safety here. Formal picks up 2, Watson's going to fall, Formal finds a 3rd. He's had so many triples this week, and he's the only player to drop quads as well. And Formal is now clearing the way, his streak shut down. The drone on the ground, Elevate should be able to recover, but once again, it's Crim6 in the back line.
Yeah, he's gonna be trying to cause any problems. Doing it with the Erad, doing it with the K-bar. He's doing it all right now. And again, he's kind of in that nuisance sort of spot. There's gonna actually be a Watson over by Bus, gets shut down instantly. Optic Gaming trying to brute force these points in. They're gonna hit that 1-point shot, and again, on the backbone of Crim6.
Crim6 so good. Karma's gonna put in 4 of the team's 5 points. And here is Watson now for Elevate, trying to answer back. They pick up 1 defender. Second one's in the window. Watson's aware. Does he know there's going to be 2 players stacked up, though? First finds Karma, and he will be shut down. Reedy could still help lead the way for Zed. And as I say it, Formal again strong on the defensive end. Zed's going to get picked from the center. It's Optic with drone control.
Yeah, Optics, they're going to be able to storm. You see they're actually going to be taking this blue side. It's going to be Krim. Once again, he's leading that charge. Karma with the drone. He's going to be waiting for his teammates to try and pick up as many kills. Might try and get a few himself. And that is incredibly unfortunate. That drone just reset because it touched the wall.
Yeah, that got stuck in between the walls and resets to the middle of the map. I don't think you were going to see Optic points either way. They simply didn't get the kills. Elevate coming off spawn. Gonna pick up 2 big ones. Krim is here though, and nice reaction by Reedy. Snaps on, Raided's gonna find Karma. 2-on-2 scenario, and this drone is gonna be picked up by Reedy. Raided baiting out the players. Now Elevate's gonna try and attack as a squad.
Well, frankly, he has camo. If this doesn't result in points, he's just not doing it right. You see he's gonna be able to run past players. 1 player trying to shoot him in the back, but it is not gonna be enough. The camo buying them points, and that is massive. There's only 43 seconds left in this game.
And Karma's very close to his payload as well, though. Look out for the camos to come in late in this game. Overdrive, always a danger as well. Watson has his, Formal has one available. And this is gonna come down to the wire. Here's Watson, can't get the 1-point toss-off, so a dunk wins the game for Optic Gaming here. You need at least a 1-point play to force overtime.
Yeah, bold play to use the overdrive right there. Of course, they do just need to waste time, and that's actually huge right there.
Wow.
Reedy's able to slide in, pick up that drone, and throw it away. Optic Gaming are simply running out of time. They're gonna have to make moves. They gotta get this 1-point shot in.
Krim's in the base. There's only 2 defenders up, 3 players from Optic attacking. Down goes Karma. Drone is down. Watson with a nasty 2-piece is gonna lock this up. Elevate has taken the lead in the best of 5.
And if I'm Optic Gaming, I am pissed off probably more than I've been in quite some time. You gotta go back. Karma, he's trying to reset his armor, throws the drone into a wall. perfectly normal thing to have happen, and then the ball disappears in front of his face. I think you pointed out, Optic Gaming, they weren't picking up the kills in that situation, but still, that's unfortunate. That can't happen.
And I think it all comes down to that play from Reedy. You had the kill advantage if you're Optic Gaming, but Reedy was able to just toss that drone deep into Optic's base. That slowed him down another 5-10 seconds. They get across the map, but a single double kill from Watson coming off spawn shuts down the final push. And now we see Elevate closing out back-to-back close games. This time around, they beat Optic by 1 in uplink.
And again, big plays, even going back to that search and destroy, they were making big play calls. They followed into the uplink. You got raided. He's staying in the base of the opponent for, again, 30, 45 seconds, being as big of a problem as possible. They're doing things with the camo, hitting that dunk at the end. So he was their leading slayer coming into this, and he's continuing the destruction on uplink. But very close game. That's going to be Optic's second loss in uplink this weekend.
Optic could be facing elimination here. The only team that has hopes of going perfect 6-0 throughout groups here in stage 1. Well, their backs are against the wall now. Before we kick off that game number 4, though, let's take a look back at our best player from day 2.
Maven here, and my X factor for day 2 of the green group has got to be General from Enigma 6. Enigma 6 came in needing a big day. They were matching up against both the teams from Europe that'd be fighting them for a top 2 position. Wins and map count would be huge. They go 6-1 in overall map count, and a big part of this was their leader, General, dropping 2.5+ minutes in multiple hard points, going double positive in respawns on occasion as well. He was absolutely brilliant. This is a guy that at times takes a little bit of flack for being cocky, arrogant, but I'll tell you what, if you can keep putting up elite statistics like that, you can say whatever you want in my book. General, easily my X factor for day 2.
That was a look at General, the X factor from day 2, and you know that Enigma 6 is upstairs watching every single game right now. They know they have the potential to play Optic Gaming at the end of the night and even steal first place, but first they'll have to get through the European squads. And Elevate, they are trying to play spoiler here today. A win against Optic Gaming, no one thought they could do that. That would tie up this series with Red Reserve here in our group.
Well, here's the comfort thing for Elevate as well. They're not going into a must-win situation in the hardpoint, because as you can see, Optic's pretty good at hardpoint. Their worst KD is a 1.07, and that's the guy that's still picking up a bunch of hill time and a bunch of defense. So, you know, top 5 is all of Optic Gaming and hardpoint. You're really just not going to beat them.
You got 4 players. They're all in the top 5, so that means you can't just rely on trying to slay against them. You have to be focused on every second. You got to get the most important kills coming into the hardpoint. Now, when you and I were talking beforehand about what could Elevate do, how could they potentially win this series, we said they had to win the uplink. They have to win a game 4. Rely on a search and destroy to get you through, maybe in a game 5 if needed. When they played against Enigma 6 on this map, Elevate was able to win the game 250 to 123. The kills were very even in that match as well, so that is just a testament that Elevate, they can punish you on both the Cathedral or Graveyard Hill as well as Broken.
It's very true. There's always potential for that lockdown Money Hill kind of situation, but one of the stats we were at least talking about last week, and I'm pretty sure it still holds true, that on this map specifically, the team that outslays wins about 100% of the time. I don't think there's any exceptions to it, and of course, Optic Gaming, they've been outslaying in pretty much every game mode they've played this weekend. That is not going to be a problem for them. So again, Edge obviously going to go to that green wall.
I know Optic's going to be frustrated, but we know what we can expect from them when it comes to the hard points. Elevate, though, will they have the energy to finish this one strong?
Okay, so if you watched Optic Gaming this entire weekend, you might remember on this map, Formal pulled out the sniper.
Yep.
He spawned on the broken side, and he pulled out the sniper, and he's going to do it again. Let's go, Formal. Get you some kills, man.
Chance felt it. Chance saw it. Will it happen again? Elevate. They're going to be rushing up for the first control of Bridge. Optic Formal is going to be looking for the first pick, and right away he's going to spot Rated and Reedy. Will either player show faces? There is Rated. There is the pick. No, yep. It's going to land. Trophy's also scoring here. And that is going to be 2 down, though, for Optic. Zed Going to be able to pick up the double kill. The pistol has to come out, and Elevate, despite losing the first player, going to come out and win the war.
Well, the sniper is definitely great to have, but if the rest of your team isn't picking up kills, it really does not matter. Elevate did a great job of making sure to duck behind the cover of the van and win their gunfights from there. So very nice start coming out. They might have been aware of the strats coming out from Formal. Either way, though, of course, Optic Gaming able to storm right back and retake this hill. Very back and forth, as always, on Bridge.
Now, we love watching Scump. The man is just so dangerous, but pulling out the NV4, how often do we see it from this guy?
Only on this map, actually, pretty much only on this hill. It's almost exclusive as well. All the gunfights you're going to be taking are going to be super long range up until it's contest. But at that point, you're just laying down, staying alive, letting your teammates slay out from behind you. Either way, though, that rotation battle coming in, Watson is definitely going to be the player to watch. He's trying to catch those OG members coming over from that grave area. Zed actually going to be inside the hill. Watson's going to be able to pick up that player on stairs and Elevate with this early control.
Elevate has control, and we will keep our eyes on our red squad. Once again, if you're just joining us, Optic back against the wall here on day 3. Elevate, who's at the bottom of the group, has them down 2-1. Elevate trying to finish off this series. Optic, they were able to gather the most points on the bridge, but Elevate answering right back here on Lower Street. It's been a near perfect hold, and they could pull away here. There's still 23 points to gain before going over to Graves.
And this is good recognition by Zed as well. You see he's actually pushing up through Hall. Now, he doesn't want to go too far. Again, it's all about those spawns, but now he's got a player, Watson on the minimap in the top left, actually loses that gunfight to Formal. So Formal, he's going to be by himself as that lone member for OG, trying to hold down in Grave. You see he's got players actually jumping behind him. He's going to fall, and that is going to be huge for Elevate to start racking up some points.
Elevate, they have the lead. They have control of Cathedral. Will they be able to lock down a 100-point lead? We're about to find out. Let's crank up our headphones here as we listen in with Elevate.
They're still spawning out.
Yeah. Just want to do with your race.
Big kills. I'm going bed with whoever's here.
I'm just sitting in the mid. Big kill on that guy, and we'll push. Josh so weak, Reese. Weak, Josh, absolute. He went across.
Going, Reese. One with let's go.
Nice, two.
Back. No, he's not.
Spawn close,
One bullet! Back left. Don't worry.
Rotate.
Come. Give him streaks. Literally do not give him streaks.
That's one market.
You're going to be here.
Close to me. Nice, good trade.
They're around the back, Josh.
Killed Storm on the street, but thing.
Okay, they're going to be beyond this now, Zach.
Half low.
I think he's low, Josh. Low tunnel.
I'm going to push up into bar,
right? He's gone plat.
I can get initial.
No one's in plat. Dead. Another one coming back us. Ads.
Kill me.
I'm looking, Reese. Trying to have it. He's pushing low warrant. I hit with 2, Reese. Hit with 2. One breach as well. One bullet Formal. There's 3 on Reese.
Low weak.
I'm one bullet. I need help.
What's over here?
Yeah, just get on that head glitch on the stairs.
One's push across the right.
I spawn fucking deep.
Snake egg glitch.
Just sit on that head glitch.
One bullet's come.
Two, got scum.
Nice.
One's weak in front, Josh.
One behind him.
Both weak. Both absolute.
Yeah, 2 in the back.
I think the guy's going
to.
Zach, how the fuck have you died?
Don't worry.
He pushed my front.
I'm on the stairs. Fuck. Formal. He's gone into bar.
He's weak as fuck. I'm just waiting.
He's flanked. Flank coming beyond you.
Spawning across. CWL again.
Weak. Scum's weak.
That big time.
Yeah, I'm playing my life.
Zad's pushing up P1. I'm fucking dead.
Right, just get fucking. Honestly, just rotate. Just get good hold in this next hill.
One's gone curve.
Whereabouts is he?
That's big time.
Ads, come back to ads.
Oh, we can help.
He's in that Formal. I'm gonna pull a fucking knee right out. Let's fucking go, come on.
Keep up the fucking
Spawning him.
Get fucking
Bullets
cooling.
again. Bedroom. Bedroom weak. Dead of need.
Chance, they rotated early to the grave hard point. They were all set up, and then we saw the Trinity Rockets coming in for Optic Gaming. Optic not only gathers the last time there on Cathedral, they break away with the lead on Broken. Elevate, they're in the hole now after leading by 60 before that listening.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out the Trinity Rockets that broke the hill by themselves, Formal was able to pick up those once again, so he's going to have that. So even if Elevate get the control of that early money hill, look out for him to do the exact same thing. But honestly, those comps were really interesting. Not a lot of small talk. The only call-outs are, hey, this player's weak, this is where he is, this is who it is, but they're not talking about rotations, they're not talking about positioning, nothing like that. They're not setting stuff up. And you even saw one player's calling out, all right, just, give up the time, whatever, just go over here to set up for, like, the haul. Meanwhile, another teammate's actually pushing into Broken and working on the brink. So these players aren't on the same page, not a lot of small talk. It's been rough.
You heard Reedy trying to take that leadership role, but even that was a little bit missing. I want to see more from Rated here. In all of our interviews, he said he's the guy who kind of is in charge of this squad, gets them all on the same page. As Chance mentioned, They were looking a little bit sloppy in that first round of rotations after our early hills. Now, as we take a look at the bridge, it's back. This is where Elevate got their first lead of the game. Will they win the gunfights once again? Watson through the sky, tags up 2, and he will be finished. Nice jump shots there by Krim. The peak shots are gonna finish him. Now Krim pushing back 2 more players, buys time for his teammates. Score streaks are ineffective. Everything going in favor here of Optic Gaming, but there's still 2 more challengers. It's Rated and Watson.
And I'm not sure if Elevate is aware of this or not, but again, you can see Formal has those Trinity Rockets. So Elevate, they're getting beat right now. And when you're losing on retaliation, your mind immediately goes to, all right, we need to lock down Broken, we need to lock down Grave. But you can't do that if those streaks are in play. So Elevate, they're going to have to win these scrap hills. They got to win Bridge, which, yes, they're getting the final seconds of scrap time, but they have to win Lower Street as well. They need to at least get this to an even game to have hope of winning in the
So much pressure on Zed, who is up top plat here. Also, player number 4, Watson, inside the hill. Both players coming up clutch. Get your first 2 kills. Reedy's going to find Scump. Instant trades going down. That was a fantastic take over there by Elevate. They pushed all of the right positions, and they won the big gunfights chance.
Yeah, Watson in a sneaky spot as well. Looks like he might get sniffed out, and Formal wins that gunfight in the end. And you can see there's 35 seconds left on this Lower Street hill. Elevate is not putting the emphasis. They're trying to get the kills, which, yes, is important for the rotation. But again, they're down on time, and the Grave hill is not shaping up to be in their favor at all. But again, they're focusing on that rotation as well. So Optic Gaming looking good for the scrap, looking good for the rotation. Good stuff overall.
Formal is having another insane game, 21-11. Watson on the other side doing his best to keep pace at 19-17. Will Rated and Reedy start to shine? Currently, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard for their squad. Meanwhile, Formal is just shutting them down with the NV4. These Trinity Rockets will also help retake if somehow they lose the Cathedral. And Formal, he could be working on even more.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge as well, because if he doesn't have to burn the streaks on this hill, he's got him for if Optic Gaming even gets in a sticky situation at all. But Karma's on the full lockdown mode right now. He's able to pick up 2 kills while in curve, and that's huge. He's the cutoff man, because even if he falls, he's giving information to his team, and you see Scump's able to pick up those trade kills. Right now, though, 2v2 over on the left side. Looks like Elevate's trying to go for that Storm, and there it is, Trinity Rockets. As soon as the pressure's on board, Formal pulls it out just to be that failsafe.
Everyone spawning at the top of the bridge with Formal as well. Remember, after Cathedral, we are going to flip sides of the map. Formal knows that he's going to go set up on defense first, feeling that there may be pressure from Elevate on rotation. But Elevate, they're going to battle for the last 15 seconds, so that's going to give Optic plenty of time to set up. This is going to be so tough to break. A lot of pressure is going to come on Reedy as well as Rated here.
Yeah, and Rated actually wins a pretty huge gunfight over down that bridge area. Reedy's actually managed to sneak around back, and he's going to play it smart. Waits till he gets the information. The second player, the FTL jump, though, going to shit on Reedy's soul, and that is nasty coming out of Optic Gaming. However, Elevate, you see the distraction was enough. Krim's going to be the last one alive, and Elevate was able to get control. So yes, Formal makes the huge kill with the FTL, but in the end, it does not matter. Elevate puts the Centurion down as well. This is huge.
First time in professional Call of Duty that we have seen souls defecated on, in Chance's words. Well done, Reedy, or not so much. Formal outgunning him, and this time it's Scump in the hallways. Scump on your screen, going to try and break through, but it's Elevate who's scoring. This is a 10-point game, 8 and counting. Elevate holding strong in the back. It's all up to Watson here, and Watson is going to have his hands full. Krim 6 is going to win the fight.
And Reedy's going to be challenging the hill as well. He's by himself, so he's going to have to go massive to make something happen. Not going to be the case. Now, we're going into this Hall Hill. Streaks aren't going to be a factor, but keep in mind, if Formal didn't have to burn that Trinity Rocket earlier, they'd have that for Bridge. So Optic Gaming is going to be looking to shut it down right here, but Elevate with that early control.
Zed waiting for the poke, but it's going to be Formal on his flank. Easy kill for Formal, almost finds a second, or does he? Zed drop shots, picks up the kill, and now he's going to find a second on Karma. What a nasty play. We are seeing both teams embarrass each other. Elevate is going to retake the lead right here. It's 2:16 and counting to 2:15. This could be our, actually we have one more hill. We're going to see at least one more hill. Who is going to have the advantage going into the next rotation?
Guaranteed Optic Gaming looking to get as much scrap time as possible. Reedy has other opinions on the matter. You see Karma making sure to stay alive. Keep in mind, has that active camo as well for any big plays coming out in the end, but still 15 seconds left. Looks like Elevate's trying to pick up that scrap, but that bridge rotation, the most important one on the map.
We'll get the payload. Scump's going to have his Krim 6 as well. Karma with the camo could be the decider in our final fights. It's coming down to this. The new hard point, it's on the bridge. Elevate is inside. They are scoring there within 15 points of upsetting Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming, though, making the kills, the comeback. They just need 20 more on the board. Elevate. They have one good break to get on this hill. They need to take their time and set it up. You see all 4 players waiting for each other. They're going to make the moves at the exact same time. And again, Karma with that camo is going to pop it as well. Has the second player on the wall, but he has reacted. Karma comes out on top. 12 more seconds they need to get, and they will win this game.
Optic Gaming needs to hold one more push. Watson sprinting to get into position. They have to contest. 3 seconds left. Optic's gonna win the fight. It's formal, and it's 250-238. We are going to a game 5.
And again, Karma clutch with the camo. That is insane. I mean, just to get that battle of you're killing the player that has reactive. So that is just that payload matchup. And again, Karma, how many times have you seen, pretty much since even specials back in Black Ops 3 were a thing, he has always been the man that comes up with those clutch plays. But Optic Gaming, way more interesting than they certainly would have liked. But in the end, they get that win. And you see Zed's actually getting kind of weird hyped up.
Yeah, Watson over there, he's pumping his chest. Zed, he's calm, he's ready. And then you got Rated, who just knows he let the team down. He's the guy who needs to get that camo. He had the slowest game. Your star, your big slayer, wasn't able to keep pace. But you know, we just saw some of the best gameplay from Zed. He was mentioning he was playing with a broken controller on day 1 and 2. He had a scuff towards the end of the day 2, and now this feels like a totally different player. When we go into a Respawn versus Optic Gaming, it's weird to say that it's an even matchup going up against Elevate.
Pretty crazy as well. And keep in mind, that would have been a 3-1 in Elevate's favor. Optic would have fallen off, but Optic, how many times have their backs been against the wall and they just make these insane comebacks? But game 5 is going to go back to that search and destroy. Elevate. They already won the first one, so.
Don't write off Elevate yet. Will they be able to seal the deal? Game 5 is coming up next when we return. The #1 team in the world is going to Game 5 against the squad that is at the bottom of our green group, Elevate, pulling off the near impossible. They've looked so good here on day number 3, and a team that everyone wrote off at the end of day 2 is now playing for a chance to lock in a spot not only in the Anaheim groups, but also a position in Stage 2 and Call of Duty Championships here to close out our year. This matchup is going to be massive. Can they get their first series win against our #1 team?
It's feasible. It's definitely feasible. It's breakout, search, and destroy. That's what it all comes down to. Question, how often do you think Optic has practiced on this map? I'd be willing to bet they've played it once, ever, and that was probably yesterday, and they lost 6-3. So they're kind of learning as they go. The search and destroy practice, yes, they're mixing up strats, but again, breakout's the new one. Meanwhile, the EU guys, well, they've had nothing to do but think about how to play breakout, search and destroy, and they've had this weekend to prepare.
And now, to be fair, Elevate came into the weekend saying we've never even played this map. Well, yeah. We've never scrimmed it, we've never practiced it. Their first time was against Red Reserve, and it was a very close series. But when they matched up against Enigma 6 yesterday, they showed us something special. They were able to adapt. They've been learning as they play this map, and they were able to take down E664. Meanwhile, Optic Gaming on Breakout had a tough time versus Red Reserve. So for me, this is going to be a coin flip. It's going to come down to how well does Karma play, how is Rated playing, will they be able to get the camos when it goes into round 10, maybe even another round 11.
We also have the opportunity to see how much they adapt from kind of play styles and strategies other teams have put forth, see how much they can learn. Of course, Rated, he's going to have that kind of battle against Formal. Just for positioning is all he's looking for here. Elevate, playing very, very slow. They're waiting for an opening on the map before they make a move.
Formal, of course, calling out Rated, who is your bomb carrier. And Elevate is going to try and work their way through the middle. At the start of the weekend, they were always challenging the wall run. Now, it looks they have switched things up. Rated is going to be making his way into A as Optic all rotates around to B, so this is perfect timing here for Elevate.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they got spotted as well. Formal was going to be the guy looking for information. Meanwhile, Reed's going to get a pick, and Formal's going to fall as well. So, well, Bomb's going to go down. Elevate, they're in a fantastic spot. They're going to get the next kill as well. Crimson at 1v4, and there's going to be nothing cooking. Able to find a kill, but Elevate, they would have to actively work to throw this round away.
Zed had like 3 double kills in the whole tournament coming into this day. Today, he has been on fire. He finds 2 in our first round. It's all up to Crim6 here, but going up against 3 people, this round might as well be over. Aside from a miracle, Crim is going to find one, shuts down Reedy, looking for a second here.
Yeah, Crim's just honestly playing for kills. Obviously, he is going to get cut down. That bomb doesn't go off, so that plus 125 does not pop up. But either way, very convincing round from Elevate. You see they were able to get into showers, get the bomb down. And again, those first bloods are absolutely gigantic, especially on such a fresh map.
Keep your eyes on Zed as well. He's already got 3 kills, could be working on score streaks. Trinity Rockets over at B could be devastating. And he'll get a chance now to defend. Defender's advantage for Zed, but it's Optic on the attack. They get to dictate where you're going to be playing on this side of the map, and it looks like they want to go 3 on the perimeter, sending just Crim6 through the middle.
Yeah, and you see Zed's actually going to be the only player over here for Elevate on the defensive stand, so look for him to make some plays. He's been that first blood wizard for his team so far. He's going to have to sniff out if these Optic players are here. Looks like he might know something's up, waiting to make a move. Bomb's going to go down. Crim, meanwhile, is actually going to get the first blood, though. Zed's going to trade. He's going to have another player challenge. Scump going to make sure to lock that one up for the trade, so advantage to OG. Scump, he's continuing the carnage as well.
Rated on your screen is going to fall at the hands of Crim, and this round is over. Optic Gaming ties it right back up.
Fantastic round. You see the difference in play styles coming out from these two teams. Elevate on offense took all the time in the world waiting to get information on offense before they make their move. Optic's like, nah, I'm just going to go Planet Showers and then beat you with gun skill right after. And again, Crim, it's been the battle. He was doing fantastic on throwback as well for OG, getting first bloods. He's able to do so there. So 2 for 2. Whoever gets that first blood is able to win the round.
Enigma 6 watching on as this match plays out. General and crew looking forward to their rematch against Optic Gaming to close out day number 3, and that match will likely decide who is #1 here in our green group. Reedy looking for an early pick with the sniper. All 8 players still up, of course. Meanwhile, it looks like the bomb is going to be moving its way towards B. Rated, your carrier, once again is looking for that plant. That's a guaranteed 100 points. That'll go towards his camo.
Well, Optic right now is pretty much in a fantastic position on the map. They have complete control of mid-map. The only thing they've given up is that B bomb site, but you can already see Formal wrapping back to check it. So Optic, this is a round for them to win. Elevate's going to have to make something happen, but again, Formal, number 7 on the minimap. He's going to be the guy that's sniffing this out.
Formal's going to spot it first, then it's going to be up to Scump as well as Crim6 to hit the spiral. Here come the Optic players. Scump's going to stop the bomb plant. Crim finds Zed, and now it's going to be Scump looking for the final 2 kills. Only Reedy on the flank left alive. Scump just powered his way through with the E-Rad.
And that's going to be a very convincing round 1. Elevate. They played that like some crazy men, honestly. They went for the plant, but they didn't watch stairs. I have no idea why you give up one of the only 3 possible choke points when you got 4 players alive on the map, and, well, Optic Gaming just stormed through and ran them over.
I think it's a testament to just how scary Formal is. Everyone turning their attention to him. You saw Scump just weasel his way in, causing problems, stops the plant, and it's a free round for Optic. Now they have a chance to pull away. They're on the attack, and last time they went to A, you saw the trade against Zed and then the cleanup done in the showers. 2 players stacked up in middle, and they're going to be looking out for Rated as well as Watson. Meanwhile, it's Zed all alone once again on the A bomb site. Reedy's going on a long flank, and he's going to be sniffed out by Crim.
Crim, again, first blood master. He's been watching the flanks. That's something I thought OG has kind of struggled with a little bit in Search and Destroy, but he has been on point turning around. Gonna find the second as well. Crim, 7-1. Is there really much more to say? He's been a must.
the ace.
Third, going for the 4th. That player's actually gonna get his position known over by Cave. So what more can you say? Get first blood, win the round. Crim, he's 3 for 4 right now.
Crimbot going off. We've seen incredible game 5s from Karma. I remember watching Crim way back in Ghost, dropping 20 kills in a Search and Destroy. The man is on a mission here on day 3. They do not want to lose their perfect record. 4-0 series count coming into today. This would make it 5-0 and set up that epic final match against Enigma 6. We got Reedy on your screen to open things up here for Elevate. He's just 1-4. He's been picked on his last 2 flanks. This time around, he's sticking with the team, and in fact, he's going to be the escort for Rated, who's going to be planting this bomb.
And this is actually a pretty smart play from Elevate as well. That Scarab's actually going to cause some problems. Reedy able to stay alive. In the past, he's been sniping. That means OG is going to back off to avoid getting picked. Now he pulls out the E-Rad to apply that pressure. However, that Scarab shuts everything down, and Scump able to get that first blood, win the round. OG trying to get their 4th.
Scump's the one who kind of turned off the momentum in favor of Optic Gaming. That play on defense where he ran up the spiral. Now it's him getting first blood. Formal's going to find his second. That makes it a 3-on-2 man advantage to Optic Gaming. And you're going to have Watson challenging at the top of the map. Meanwhile, it's Zed all alone at the bottom.
Watson not going to be able to get that first gunfight. His position is going to be known. You see Zed's trying to pinch the other door, but the problem for Elevate, that bomb is down. They only have 20 seconds to work with. They need to make something happen, and they're completely split right now as well. Scump still in the same positions, able to find one. Yes, Watson's behind enemy lines, but frankly, one player for OG just needs to stay alive, and they're going to be good to go. And Watson, he's just going to take that final jump off the map. Optic Gaming, first blood, win the round. They got 4.
It's Scump streaked out. That's what we have to keep eyes on here. Scump picking up 7 straight kills. His second of the round with the E-Rad will pick up your round-ending kill cam. Elevate in a deep hole. They need to adapt. They need to adjust their gameplay now.
Gonna see, man. Optic Gaming, they've been in full control so far on offense. They've been waiting for Elevate to make mistakes, and looks like they're gonna be switching up. They've been going to A in the past, but of course, with that Trinity rocket on board, if you get that bomb down at B and Scump's able to stay alive, that's a round win. Based on Scump's positioning, they might just call it into scout information from the start. Not too sure what the play is going to be.
And if he does get some kills with this Trinity, he's going to be looking at the bombardment. And I think that's exactly what the game plan is here. They're going to try and scare him off B. Scump's going to be looking for some kills. You see Crim6 is going to find Watson. First blood again goes in favor of Optic. Scump is going to get 25. So he has any interaction, basically, away from getting a bombardment, which could seal the deal here in Game 5.
And this is pretty much almost a guaranteed round win as well. Scump actually spotted that player crossing. He's going to call that out to his teammates, and he's still making sure that he can hold down this stairwell. They have all options covered. Elevate's going to have to make a storm, and it's going to be difficult to pull off. Now just a 1v, nothing actually.
He's got the bombardment. That's an assist.
And there you go. He's got the bombardment. They're up 5 rounds to 1. They've been getting first bloods like crazy, and Elevate has done nothing to gather a response.
What a turnaround here in this Game 5. Optic Gaming taken to the ropes. They hold strong in hardpoint. They force the tiebreaker, search and destroy. Now they can finish it right here. Krim 10-2, Scump 8-1, leading the charge here for Optic. Both players going off on Breakout.
Yeah, 18-3 combined is pretty good. There's really not much more you can say than they've been just having their way this game. Zed, well, he gets the first blood, but he gets a team kill as well. That has been a problem for the European team so far this week. It might hurt them here as well. Formal is going to pick up that kill, and that is daunting if you're an Elevate fan. That is just not a situation you want to have. OG is going to be trapping them in as well. Watson's able to pick up one. He's going to make the play and get two as well. Scump's going to challenge from the back, and well, Watson just goes off.
And I actually thought Scump was guaranteed the bombardment. You saw him in that last round kill feed. He was there involved with Krim 6 to pick up the final kill. He didn't get it, so he doesn't have that final score streak. Elevate, they're still in this one, but they have to win 4 straight rounds. That was a nice adaptation after losing a teammate. You had Zed picking up the kill on Krim, and they were able to finish things off over at Graves.
Yeah, definitely big plays, and a question is definitely going to be about those payloads. Scump's getting close to his reactive armor. Karma and Formal, though, they haven't done so much this game, frankly, because they haven't had to, but they're a little ways away from those payloads, and you see Zed. He's creeping up on his as he is 7-5.
A-bomb site is wide open. Elevate choosing to go with the 4-man stack, a strategy that has been very effective versus Optic Gaming in the past. You see teams like E-United and Panda using it. First bloods are going to be traded out, but Karma's going to fall. It's all up to Krim 6 here. Krim in a 1v2. And Krim is going to get challenged. He's going to be outgunned. It's Watson picking up your final kill in the round. Elevate staying alive, and you see Zed. He is all smiles. Watson, he is looking ferocious right now.
And this is huge, honestly, for Elevate. Different players are stepping up. Different players are making plays. That round, it was Reedy. He gets that first blood, or I think the first blood got traded out instantly, but he picks up 2 more, and he's able to stay alive. So again, massive plays, but that's what Elevate is going to have to do. And you see he is able to earn that FTL as well. See if he can use it here.
Rated has been a non-factor up to this point in the game, nowhere near his camo. We talked about how important that would be. So now you're putting even more pressure on guys like Reedy and Zed. And Reedy's tagged up to open up this fight. 3 members from Optic all stacked up at the showers. Reedy's outgunned by Scump's E-Rad. Kills being traded, but no, it's Watson picking off a teammate, and Formal will find Watson. Rated, who only has 1 kill through the 9 rounds, is the last man standing in a 1v3.
I believe Rated has said in the past that he's the best S&D player in the world. He can make his case right here, get that 1v3 against Optic Gaming when that bomb is down, but Optic Gaming, they've got the setup, they've got every angle covered. Rated might actually get great timing, but no, the Scump E-Rad is going to be there to shut him down, and Optic Gaming clutches up in the end.
Scump and Krim 6 dropping double digits. They were on point throughout this game, and it's actually Karma who gets credit for the final kill. But Optic Gaming, regardless, they were looking sloppy in the middle of this one. It was a rough start, but they finished strong. What a powerhouse team we have here in Call of Duty.
Yeah. Great performances all the way around. And again, even some of their weaknesses, the uplink, yes, they did lose, but it was a very close game. Some unfortunate stuff happening there. Search and Destroy, mixing it up quite a bit. Yes, they lost on Breakout. They probably haven't played it too much, but they're mixing up the strats. Krim has played completely different in Search and Destroy today than he has in the past, and he's been doing incredibly well. An insane amount of first bloods, both him and Scumpy, and another, well, masterful performance.
Fantastic stuff. Elevate, big props to them for even taking Optic Gaming the distance here. They are looking phenomenal. Their up-point game is still very strong. Their Search and Destroy was on point early in that series. But right now, we got to hear from our winners. We got Karma on the main stage.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Damon Barlow, let's talk a little bit about that series. First off, Elevate played you really, really tough the first time through. Very close 3 games. Here you go the distance. What do you is it a matchup thing? Do they just play you tougher than other squads?
Well, that's what I was thinking going into this weekend. I know a lot of people, I think, doubted the Europeans, I don't know, just their talent. But every time we've played all these teams in our pool, we've had close games in previous tournaments. So, I mean, it's kind of expected, to be honest.
Well, yeah, the fantastic series, fun to watch. I'm going to rewind kind of the first hard point. They had complete control of Graveyard. It was very close early on. We don't see it a lot, but I saw you guys pull out double smokes. I believe it was you that pulled it out. Can you talk to me about what you were trying to do there? What's the game plan behind that? We don't see it a lot.
Well, usually you just want to like cut 2 of them off or cut some of them off and make it easier so you can slide to the dozer. Unfortunately, it didn't really work because they got the intro kill every time defending it. Sometimes that happens, but I think we played the rest of it pretty good.
Yeah, you absolutely did. Now, the other play I want to talk about for you that is very clutch, I want to talk about the hectic finish to the retaliation hardpoint. You're in, you have a player that's going to pop reactive on the bridge. You have camo. Talk me through that moment a little bit.
Right there, I really didn't know what to do, honestly. I was waiting to get a kill, and then I may have killed a guy top bridge. I'm not really sure, but then I went down to the wall run, and I didn't want to use my camo there, but the kinetic guy came, and I don't know. I was just trying to let it run down as long as I could, and eventually I was like, you know what, I have to shoot him. I had an MV4, and I didn't really think it was going to kill him, but it killed him, and we got some trades, and we won the game. And it was the first time we beat them on retail. I think they're probably one of the best retail teams in the game in hardpoint.
I actually walked over to the desk. I think some of the people in the crowd heard me. I go, this series is over. Elevate's beat them twice on this map. It's one of their best maps. You guys clutched up. Congrats on the win, buddy. Good stuff. We'll toss it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Maven. Of course, with that Optic Gaming win, they hold on to that #1 spot in the group, but there is still plenty of action to be played today. But we'll break down that series, of course, starting off with map #1. It was 250 to 195 in Optic Gaming's favor. I think the key thing you noted, TP, was just the difference that Optic was playing cell block. They seemed to slow down a little bit.
It's some of the best Call of Duty we've seen this weekend, in my opinion, but the biggest thing I want to note on OG's style of play in Hardpoint is I've critiqued them a lot in Hardpoint specifically of when they're holding. They get too aggressive, they push out too far, but their cell block holds on that breakout were very impressive to me, able to lock that down, and most importantly, get those score streaks going. You can see right there, 131 to 3. I think that makes my point a little bit clear.
It definitely does. Of course, Grave Elevate bounced back with an 86 to 13 difference, but it doesn't matter. 131 to 3. That is a huge difference. Apti, as well, you kind of heard Maven touch on those smoke grenades from Karma. Was that something that you kind of expected to see from him?
Yeah, I've seen teams in the past do it as well, just not really being used right now. I feel like you're going to see teams use it more often just because you can block that sight from the guy Dozer trying to watch the cross or from the guy top cave. And this allows you to slide, like Karma says, allows you to slide by the Dozer, which is the best play you got there, and then just try to, pinch him in and just get the kills.
One of the key moments of that game was right at the very end, rated one-off streaks, Merc. The game was, I believe, 190 to 186 in Optic Gaming's favor. I mean, how'd you play that if you're ready? Did you play super slow for your streaks? I mean, what'd you do?
I think you have to. I guess the only argument would be was the nice hit with cell block, and Optic did rotate first to it. I mean, it's kind of hard to bomb inside of a building, but we've seen it happen before. But yeah, it seemed rated. He was in a one-on-one in showers, and he ran into a nade, and that was just one of the things I believe App said. He's like, I would have played for kills so hard there. So just one of those things where maybe he picks up streaks, is allowed to sort of blow up that anchor in the back, allows them to break cell block instead of it being 131 to 3. So, just one of those plays where maybe it could have changed the tide, just not too sure.
Yeah, exactly. I think it definitely could have changed it, especially if they just contest the cell hill and, go to the cave hill. Streaks are so huge in cave. So if he has those streaks, it's a game changer, especially, like I said, if they get to cave and, they possibly could have won.
Then, of course, moving over to the search and destroy, goes the distance again. This time, however, it is Elevate that manages to get the win. And, I mean, I feel like there's so much to talk about. It goes all the way to the round 11. I mean, here's a look at our scoreboard. Karma goes 11 and 7, a 1.57 for him. But in terms of Elevate, what did they do right, in your opinion, there, Apathy?
I just think they played as a team really, really well. I mean, there was one round, which I believe was round 5. It was a 3v3 situation. They rotate back to their base. They just camp their base instead of rotating completely to another bomb. They get a kill in their base, make it a 3v2 situation, and they wrap back to the A bomb. They get it down, and just they have numbers at that point, so it's a really easy round win.
I think one of the key things to note as well, Merc, was Elevate seemed afraid of defending the A bomb site. It was almost given for free for Optic Gaming every round.
Yeah, I mean, it can be very difficult to hold that, especially Optic. Formal's going to be sniping it, so I believe they were just trying to work flanks. They were trying to work middle, which is what you have to do. You have to isolate Formal, allow him not to pick up any picks, and they tried doing a good job on it, but Krim was making such clutch plays on the flank throughout their offensive rounds, which made it very difficult to do.
And I think actually something to note was Krim was playing it really well. He's picking up with the late flanks. He was holding it. But round 11, he gets first blooded because they know he's doing that. So instead of just doing the same thing, they actually all 4 hit the B bomb and kill Krim, and it's just a big kill for them.
Of course, Karma as well. He was in many 1v1 situations. Something you noted, TP, was he just getting a little bit unlucky? It felt like, you feel as if Karma is one of those players who is going to win those 1v1s the majority of the time, but it just didn't go his way.
Yeah, it happens a lot, and I think I have to give Elevate props to getting those trades down so quickly to not let Karma have that time in those 1v1s, because if you give that guy time, he's going to make you look silly. But there were several situations in those 1v1s. I think that one round where he hopped up on the train and basically died for free, just sort of confusing situations happening. So maybe just timing not on Karma's side in those ones, but Elevate They adapt on the rounds. They rotate where they need to rotate, and most importantly, catch Crim in that round 11. So impressive stuff from them.
Well, series tied at 1-1 at that point as we head into map number 3, and this one went Elevate's favor as well. It was a 6-5 victory, and one thing that you noted, Merc, was Optic just seemed still slow with the drone. That their uplink play this weekend hasn't been the best.
Well, I think you'd sort of say all year. It just seems to just be a little bit slow with moving that drone control, and you can hear it. You can hear it when we're on stage. You can hear Karma say, I'll get the drone, I'll get the drone. He's always the one sort of hitting, you know, look, he has 4 of those points, and I think that affects his game because he's always the one dying. I mean, one of those dunks, he picks up a 2-piece, then he has to get the drone, dunks it in. It just seems like they don't move, you know, their kills with the drone very well. It's something I think they have to work on. And
one of the key points there for Elevate as well, Apathy, was they actually outslayed Optic Gaming for the win.
Yeah, you usually don't see that versus a team like Optic, right? Optic's always outslaying most teams, but Elevate, you know, does it back. They actually outslay Optic, and it's really tough for a team like Optic who, you know, rely heavy on kills to, you know, do something without their kills, and Elevate just shut them down.
It wasn't all just about the kills, Teep. Who impressed you the most on the Elevate squad?
I think early in that game, Watson was making these game-changing plays. He had those first 3 points in that first half for Elevate, where he's in this isolation situation. He got a beat down once, sneaking through underpass for one of the first ones they got on the board. So the fact that he's able to make that, well, that's not a good play. I didn't like that one at all. But overall, the first half is what I was really focusing on, where they're scoring points every single time they have a chance. And that's one of the biggest difference makers that I've seen in Uplink, especially throughout this stage 1, where teams have this opportunity to score and they make some sort of terrible decision to mess it up. Elevate wasn't doing that.
Well, heading into map number 4, it was match point for Elevate as they were up 2-1 in this series. And it basically all came down to that final hill, Apathy. That 1v1 is something that you noted as well. I mean, how could that have gone differently, do you think?
Well, Zed pops Kinetic, you know, Karma gets a kill on the wall run, pops Camo, and then Zed makes a good play by popping Kinetic, because usually you're not going to kill Camo while he's, you know, in Camo, because it's basically he has like a second extra to shoot you. And the Kinetic was a good play, but unfortunately, not sure what happened, but Zed loses that gunfight. It felt like he missed his shots or maybe got caught off guard. And if Zed wins that gunfight, he's able to stay alive in that wall run, that grass area, and lets his team come, you know, help him, and it would have been a good pinch.
Our final score was 250-238, but I believe we have Jack down on the telestrator to break down that final hardpoint. Jack, over to you.
All right, listen up. I know we've got ourselves a lot of talent. Oh, look, it's still, I know they're handsome, but you gotta bring the camera to me. There's a lot of combined earnings between those 3 on the analyst desk, right? Something like $800,000+, but I'm the one with the real knowledge and a career earnings of $62. So I'm gonna be the one to really break this down for you, give you the deep analysis you all deserve at home. Let's roll the clip, the final hard point of that map. So you can see 225-225, a very close game. Elevate on the verge of potentially taking the series, but then Papa Karma came into play with the Camo here coming up. Both teams trying to flood, get control of this hill. You can see early on, it was Elevate, but the pinch that develops for Optic Gaming lets them collapse onto Elevate and force the spawns out towards this back bus side. Even with them still at a deficit, they're doing whatever they can just to keep Elevate as far as possible from this hard point. Here's the moment we're talking up. Karma does clean up one top bridge, immediately pops the Camo. Zed uses his reactive armor, which helps Karma cut down a major payload for Elevate. The swing happens right there to not only give Optic Gaming the lead, but full control of the setup again. As they wind up closing this map out in the final seconds, you can see those far out spawns really secure the deal. But now, bring it back on over to me. They want to see my handsome face, so here's your map, right? Karma winds up getting the kill towards this top bridge and instantly reacts to Zed. Whether he realized he had reactive armor or not, it was the correct time to use that Camo payload. With that little time left, Karma just pops it mid-reload and knows not to panic. Wait for the right time to engage, gets the shots down range, and he knows they're just 12 seconds from winning. So what does he do immediately after? With Zed now dead, Karma flies into the hard point and holds behind the front car for cover. Everyone on the side of Elevate is spawning towards this lower street side, towards this back broken area. Watson just flew across the map, and they're just trying to flood back to this hard point. Guess what? When you've got the likes of Karma and the rest of Optic Gaming in full control of this area, there's really no teams that can break back in with that little time. Karma with the big Camo play gets them to the game 5, where Optic Gaming then clutch it up to remain a perfect 5-0. I don't know half the stuff I just said on here. I hope you guys can help me break it down some more as well.
Thanks, Jack. Good job. Was that good analysis?
It was good. He broke it down really good.
Okay, so career earnings not meaning too much of a difference there, but good job, Jack, on the telestrator, of course. But moving forward, you hear him talk about that game number 5. We do go the distance. I mean, in terms of the game 5, I was going to say, Merc, I want to get your immediate kind of opinion. It starts off 8-1 for Crim in 3 rounds, right? And you're thinking, okay, when Crim's 8-1, that's bad news.
Yep.
Then Scump goes 8-1 as well in, I think it was 4-1 in 5 rounds. I mean, I feel like you can't do that if you're Elevate. You can't give them such a good start.
No, absolutely not. And Crim6 has been one of the, if not the most clutch player in Call of Duty history. We used to call him Mr. Game 5, and he was it's just the way he sort of roams around the map. He always knows the position to put himself in. Starts off 8-1, you know, gives them, what, a 3-4-1 lead, and it's hard for Elevate to bounce back into this game.
And in terms of Optic Gaming within this game 5, it just felt like they had so many first bloods.
Yeah, so like he said, you know, Crim is just so good on lurking and just using that information his team gets to get the first blood. They usually play the passive at first. You know, they would have some sort of way to get the information from middle or the other lanes, and then they would move up, you know, get a first blood, and then just work trades from there.
Of course, one of the things you noted as well, Teep, was the Optic Gaming defending A. It seemed like it was the best you've seen so far.
Well, we've seen so many times on Breakout this weekend specifically where if the team does get that bomb down at Showers, the other team doesn't have any sort of chance. So Optic Gaming does a great job of adapting that situation. And if you want to learn how to play defense on that one, watch exactly what Scump was doing with that ERAD. If you can just hit those slides and hit those timings, number one, you gain information inside of the room.
Right.
And number two, you can catch that timing on the guy on the outside. How many times did you see Seth either sliding or strafing in to get that first kill into the bomb site? When you can do that so many times, it's impressive.
Well, day 3 of the final week of Stage 1 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League kicked off with a fantastic Game 5. Optic Gaming holding on to that #1 spot of the group for now. Up next, however, it is a must-win for both teams. For E6, it could be the difference between the #1 or the #2 seed. For Red Reserve, they could still have a shot at playoffs with a 3-0 result. We'll be right back after this.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3 kills. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.
Enigma 6 are a very childish team from what I know, but I'm very confident with taking them. We beat them at Dallas 3-0, so there's no worries for us there.
The keys to beating Red Reserve is playing our game. They're very unorthodox how they work together as a team.
I think it depends on general. Like, I've seen him play and he's a really good player, but if he just shut him down, it'll be easy for you.
I don't really see Red as a problem for us.
We will be able to take E6 purely because of our teamwork. It's up there with the best in the world. Like, we've not got 4 heavy slayers, but when it comes to teamwork, we're up there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. Of course, it's the final day of the final week of the regular season of Stage 1. And up next on the main stage, we have a very, very important game. Of course, E6 versus Red Reserve. And Apathy, I kind of want to start this discussion with you. E6 is actually in a very similar position to what Team Envious was in week number 1. They need a 3-0. Well, they just need a win, to be fair, but they have a chance of taking that number 1 seed. How much pressure is on E6, and how did Envy deal with that?
I mean, as soon as you secure, that playoff spot, there's a little bit pressure relieved, but obviously you want that first seed. You want to be able to play an easier team going to playoffs. So that's really huge, and it's just good overall. It's confidence boost, just going with that first seed and knowing that you're better than almost every team here.
Very true. And then on the flip side, how big of a game is this for Red Reserve, Mark?
Yeah, it's huge. So obviously if they're able to pick up this match, they would basically secure third place. And for them, that's stage 2. That's Anaheim pools. Most importantly, that's a spot at COD Champ. So very important for them if they want to solidify their spot at all 3 of those things.
Very true. Give themselves enough space between themselves and Elevate. Elevate still yet to win a series. Here's a look at our maps, though. Breakout hardpoint, throwback search, throwback uplink, retail hardpoint, and a breakout search if it goes the distance. Chance at first glance. I mean, how do you see this one breaking down? Bear in mind, of course, Enigma 6, they haven't lost an uplink all weekend.
Very true. In E6, though, in the hardpoints, they've been kind of wildly inconsistent. When they have all 4 players playing as good as they can, they do incredibly well. But a lot of times you'll see 1 or 2 players just having a really off game, and they can struggle. And they played Red Reserve already. I think E6 ended up winning 3-1. Pretty close games, though. Even in the uplink where E6 has been on point, it was close the whole way through.
Yeah, just looking at those maps, map number 1, breakout hardpoint, I just reminds me of Enigma 6 versus Optic. Enigma 6, such a strong start, so if they're able to keep that up, they're going to do well. And then on the flip side, game number 2, throwback, search and destroy, that's where we saw Red Reserve beat Optic Gaming. So they're very strong at the map. It'll be very exciting to see that game number 2.
Good point, Mark. Very, very good point. I believe the game about to get underway, so we can send it down to our fabulous casters for the series. It's DP and Maven.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Yes, we are excited to get into this, and it's 2 very different stories, right? Enigma 6, they take this, they have a chance later to maybe steal that first seed, sort of like we saw Envy do to Splice in week 1. On the other end, Red Reserve just trying to hang on to that 3rd spot, really.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a hell of a battle. A lot of things on the line in this one. I think E6 has sort of the advantage going into this one, especially just because they've been so darn dominant in uplinks. Yeah. So that sort of swing game definitely going to be in their favor. But, you're fighting for that number 2, possibly if you're Red Reserve. You can make things interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Red Reserve, they come in here, maybe they get a 3-0 win, get some map counts in their favor, get another victory, and all of a sudden you're looking to steal it from Enigma 6. I mean, it's not really a storyline we expected to develop coming into today, but it's possible, right? If you come out here and play the best Call of Duty of your weekend, you've got a chance, but it's just tough, man. With how good E6 has looked, you're going to need Urban on your screen. He's got to be absolutely brilliant throughout this.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. Urban has to keep playing at that top-tier potential that we've seen, especially with this pistol. He's been doing work getting those 3 pieces. I expect him to do it again here, but for me, it's Joe. Joe's, one of the better players on this team, in my opinion. I don't think he's been performing as of late.
I think he was maybe their best player kind of versus Optic in one series, but outside of that, he has been very, very lackluster. 3 kills going the way of Enigma 6 early. Urban will be the last one to drop, and the first points going the way of E6. So now they're going to fan out across the map, look to get set up and pick up these cutoffs. Proto going to catch a couple off guard. Good positioning from him to get into the top aggressive window.
Quality movement from Proto, able to stay alive and buy his team a bunch of time. General sitting pretty in the hill for just a second as M. Ruiz switch on board with him as he tries to lock down loading, but gets destroyed.
That was Nile. Let's go over to Nile's POV, just because he's got a 3 streak actually right now. He's going to be racking up time at the hard point, and players should be pushing him just in a moment here, and they've got the spawns except for that number 8. General has wrapped around all the way in the bottom of the map. You'll see him in the corner. That's going to be a crucial gunfight as we get out of here. At him dropping, okay, Urban did win it, so the spawns are going to be now set up for Red Reserve and cell block.
A little bit of scrap time going into E6's favor. That first hard point going as expected. Nice shots from Cade onto that kill over towards Urban as they try and work up towards middle map, but Nile stops them down. 2 versus 2 situation now at the back as they fight for spawns. A huge kill on the side of Joe. That's exactly what they need to lock down this cell block and it sustain this lead.
Let's swap over to Shawnee if we can, because they're going to be hitting the wall run, and Shawnee's going to be the person inside. Well, as I say that, 2 players hit the wall run. They're able to take him out. Now the remaining players from Red Reserve have to try and hold strong. The pistol, almost enough for Urban, but the kills still going just enough the way of Red Reserve. They keep on holding on.
Nice pistol v pistol battle. Cade's pistol just a little bit stronger there at the wall run. A nice hold right now at cell block for Red Reserve. Contesting is coming in from General, but nice trades. Gonna lock down the last 15 seconds or so. 60 points for them at the end of this one.
And talk to me, you saw in the last series how much you can dominate in cell block. What was it, 110 to 3 or
131 to 3?
131 to 3. So what did Optic Gaming do so well that allowed to give them such an edge? Did you see something like that out of Red Reserve as they had a really good solid start?
Is that largely based on that middle control. If you lock down that middle lane, it makes them push a lane, whether it's that far left that takes way too long or that wall run that is so easy to line up kills. They don't really have that chance to contest. But now we see the side of E6, they get this rotation. They're locking down this cave side. You can see number 5 on your minimap, Emery's in a 1v1 gunfight. Urban's trying to do his best to wrap around to try and block these spawns as the wave comes in from Red, but they shut it down. Now, looks like that one player is cleared out from Red Reserve, so a nice hold from E6.
Yeah, I mean, by the time the flanker got there that you were referring to, everyone else had already died trying to hit the front, so maybe the timing a little bit off, but all the timing in the world isn't going to matter if you lose every single one of those individual gunfights as you try to push through. So a perfect hold at cell block for Red Reserve is now answered by a flawless hold from Enigma 6. As we take a look at commissary, you've already got Emery set up nicely here.
Yeah, huge rotation from him to catch that player on the wall run. Now the battle for middle begins. One player trying to stay alive, it's Cade at Showers, but he's cleaned up. So now the middle push will be coming in, and you can't die for free there. Urban makes the heads up play. Now he's going to be fighting towards the hill now that he knows that he has number advantage with his team. General holding strong, though, towards the back.
Good stuff from General and Cruz. I know we've talked a lot about General. He's obviously, from just purely a stat perspective, he's been a complete animal. Whether it's in the objective, whether it's in slang and search and respawn, he's been fantastic. What else, though, about this team has been so impressive for you? Enigma 6 has been brilliant all weekend.
Just such high-pressure gameplay. So much momentum. Proto's been playing amazing. I was giving Cade a little bit of flack early on in the weekend, but he's been performing quite well. It's a team performance from them. They do fall off at times, but really, overall, very consistent gameplay, and their uplink has been impressive.
Their uplink has been lights out. And speaking of how good General has been, it's the whole team right now. You have a 3 streak for Ruiz and Cade, 4 in a row for General. So they're starting to build towards some streaks. And like you saw in the previous series, it was early streaks for Optic Gaming, and both of the hard points, it ended up being very, very difficult for Elevate to deal with. We'll see if Enigma 6 can rack some of these up. General getting the new hard point. He'll get the points. He's 25 off the bombardment. Beautiful stuff. Just get in, get the points, get out.
Perfect play. You do get those cap points for securing that hard point now. 25 away from the bombardment. Trying to stay alive as much as he can. Finally gets some covering fire from Emery. Does he get this kill? Yes, he does. Earns those streaks. They're going to be so beneficial going to the next cave.
That was perfect. Did he have to bait his teammates there a little bit? Probably screaming for help. Yes, but you get the streaks. That can be crucial when we get back to Graveyard, to Commissary. One of those open hard points where you can really make a big difference. And now on the other side of things, you saw the streak coming in from General. It's Joe's turn, but as soon as I say that, it's none other than General shutting him down.
Shawnee doing his best with this K-bar. Usually see him with the MV4, so maybe wants to up the momentum, the pressure on his team with this a little bit of a close quarter weapon. Putting some shots down at range, some nice team shooting. They should get the last 10 seconds or so of scrap, but no one's really at that back anchor. Finally, we see Nile rotate over there to get those spawns for Cell.
Well, back on Shawnee, I was talking to Watson of Elevate a little bit. He teamed with him previously this year, and he was talking about what a great young player he's been, how he hasn't let some of the up-and-coming success for him get to his head. Cool-headed. He said he misses teaming with him sometimes. I mean, he's got some hot-headed teammates now, right? When you look at Rated and Reedy, Shawnee kind of the opposite of that, but Rated and Reedy have been good this weekend, especially up against Optic Gaming. Just not enough for them to get a win in the previous series. Red Reserve now, it's their turn to try and get an upset against a North American team, but there you see General yet again getting 2 inside cell block. And last time it was all Red Reserve here. Now it's General and company doing a much better job.
The game-changing play right there, in my opinion, is Cade using that FTL to get to that contesting spot that allows General to get into a position to get those gunfights. Proto somehow gets 2 beatdowns as they're holding this one. Not sure how that happened.
Well, what was actually incredible about that for me is if you were looking at the minimap, you were like holding from the wrong side in the sense that the spawns were still coming in the back spot for 3 different waves there, and still Enigma 6 able to hold on. And that's just good. I mean, that's just outslaying your opponents. When you don't have the favorable spawn like that, and each death hurts hurts you so much. That was beautiful from Enigma 6.
Rotation gunfight's gonna be going down soon. Red Reserve does have this cave side, so don't expect the streaks yet. Maybe if they get this wrap around, the flank is coming in from General, though. The heads-up play doesn't win the gunfight, though, so a huge hold from Nile. Proto the last one alive, and Hill trying to buy his team time. Red Reserve holding strong, though. Should be able to get the next 15 seconds or so.
Can we go to General real quick? I'm curious if he uses any streaks in this. Yep, now they're going to come in. So he's going to streak this, have to push the players into cave or into the back control. Ruiz is able to get the opening one. General doesn't connect with anyone, but he floods them into cave is the big play, and now they've got control of the backside.
Yeah, huge advocate of using that bombardment on this one rather than the Trinity Rocket because it forces them to get out of the hill for a period of time. You can sort of juke out the Trinity Rocket, not quite as good anymore, so that bombardment, a huge heads-up play. They're able to get some of this time back, but there is a 1v1 going down in the hill. Proto wins that, but Red has the rotation.
So that got you, what, probably about 25 seconds or so you get out of using the bombardment. Do you like that play there? I mean, you're not going to have the setup for the next at commissary. Still, I mean, it gets you a good chunk of time, right?
Yeah, I guess you could have saved it for this sort of situation, bombardment the back, but there's so many areas to hide. I'm really happy with that point earning overall on cave. Looks like the gunfight's going back, though. Joe holding strong at the back. Spawn picks up two. Nice movement with the team shot with his teammate Urban, holding that commissary quite well.
And now we'll see him build towards some streaks, very close to the Trinity Rocket. See if he can get to that bombardment as well. I want to see, can we go? I want to know if General's maybe going to use that Trinity to bust in here. It looks like they're just going to do it with their gunplay for now. We haven't seen him stop moving. I'm keeping an eye on that mini-map. Joe, as he wraps back, he's got one fight here at Helipad, trying to control the back spawns. Joe tags him up for a moment, hasn't been able to finish it. Help from Urban comes in.
Some nice teamwork there. Shawnee picks up two. One last player in the hill from E6 should get cleaned up in just a second. There it is. Urban holding strong. So they get the full hold at commissary. You see those spawns coming out from cave. Really clinical work from Joe at that back helipad side, just staying alive, utilizing his teammates' line of sights that are a bit better than his to stay alive, lock down those spawns.
And we saw General do a good job playing his life to get the streaks. Now Joe trying to do it as well. One more kill off the bombardment, wants the time in the hard point. You're 3 feet away from diving in, getting those entry points, and he would have had it, but that's a big kill coming through for E6 to chop him down just before he can get in.
Might be the game changer. General is able to get that bombardment to clear out some time at cave. Him not getting that might prove to be, pretty dismal for the going into the next one. But looks like Red Reserve getting a lot of time early in this one. 30 seconds left here at top.
Okay, now we'll get back over to Nile now. He's got one player in front. Nice shots on him to take out Cade. For some reason, Nile only has 2 score streaks to work with. He's too good for 3. Didn't want to get fully prepared for this. And he might get towards those Scorchers, but that's an interesting setup.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Well, think about this. I mean, if he gets the Scorchers here and he was going to be able to get the bombardment more than likely, I mean, God, that's 2. Think about that. That could be 2 bombardments that you would have had. You get Joe cut down a little bit early. Nile could have also had one. That's 2 different big score streaks that you may be without.
Has the Centurion, should place it down here, in my opinion. The cell block going to be the best time to pop it, but slides out middle. The reactive armor coming in. He stays alive. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. Turn and burn with the slide. Nile making the plays to hold down cell.
God, a 6 streak from Joe. Now a nice one from Nile as well. He's 25 and 19, and they've just broke the 200-point mark. Their first hold on cell block was a thing of beauty. Absolutely locked it down. Can they do it here as well? And this is somewhere where, yeah, payloads are going to be crucial in trying to bust in. Is Proto and General and Ruiz get it done? But I was just about to say, you can't use really those Trinity Rockets from General here. It's not going to be that influential. They don't need it, man. They play behind the camo. They bust through with 20 seconds remaining.
Payload abilities at the ready, though, for Red Reserve. I think they have some streaks in the back pocket as well, so they should be able to win this rotation. They need to make sure of locking down the cave side of this hard point, though, not pushing out too strong. Proto does win the first gunfight. This is the next one going to be huge. Shawnee able to win that one, so they should get a lot of this intro time. Urban now getting a bit aggressive towards Spiral. A huge kill from him.
Yeah, that's big, too, because you don't allow General to use those streaks. I'm curious if when he comes off spawn, can we check General real quick? Does he still have the Trinity? Okay, I missed that, actually. So we saw the bombardment. He's already used the Trinity, so you don't have that to work with, but there is going to be one coming in on the other side. Are they able to clear the way? Hasn't connected with anything yet. Everyone has to run out of the hard point for now. Still a 30-point advantage for Red Reserve. Nile trying to hold the back, using the cover, and there's 2. Shawnee with 2. They hold down the front, and you've got one more push here for E6.
Interesting decision. I actually like it, though. The desperation push should be coming in soon. He does have the Scorchers as well if he does need to clear it out. E6 deciding to make this rotation over towards middle. Ruiz does pick up one at Spiral. but gets taken out instantly. There is the flank coming in, though. Proto could make the play. If he's able to get one, that could be huge to break. Does find the first. Payload is popped, though. Shani pops it at the opportune time, picks up 2. Joe with the 3rd. They're holding strong. That should be it. 250 to 194. Such a strong hold there with the payload.
You had a 7 streak from Joe, a 7 streak from Nile, a 7 streak from Shani to close it out. And think about it. We're talking about 2 bombardments you maybe could have had. Nile didn't even have it equipped. Joe came up 1 kill short, and you didn't even need it. So you played that well there. 3 different players just going off in big capacity through the throughout that breakout hardpoint. You know, where we saw yesterday, where it seemed like the European teams were not remotely hanging with North America's best, today that has not been the case. Elevate plays Optic tough, and now you see Red Reserve coming in hot in Game 1 versus E6.
Surprising, too. I really didn't think it was going to happen, especially with the way E6 was holding down cell blocks so well, able to contest and get the majority of that one. But those rotations, Red Reserve did such a good job of, they need to stay inside that cave. There's so many spots where you can hide, get those good line of sights. They're able to do it, rack up all those streaks, and not even need to use them.
That was beautiful from Red Reserve. But now the question is, can you get it done in Search? And the answer so far this weekend has been yes. I mean, Optic Gaming before that series with Elevate, their only 2 map losses were, I believe, Breakout, Search, and Destroy to Red Reserve. So they've been good in Search. Can they do it here where E6 has also been playing very, very well? But the scary part's going to be, I think, once we get to that uplink, if E6 steals the Search, and then you get to the uplink where they've been undefeated, that's where stuff might get scary quickly for Red Reserve.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking towards that uplink, E6 still does have that perfect record. So I think if Red has a chance in this entire series, yes, it's only map 1. They have the advantage, but they really need to take this Search and Destroy on throwback, in my opinion. I think they can. They seem to play aggressive. The biggest thing I've seen from them overall is I think they need to pull out a couple of ERADs, stay together, and most importantly, get those trades quickly on the map.
Well, before we hop into our next match, let's take a look at this quick mashup.
I think us and Optic will qualify for the playoffs, namely because we're just the better 2 teams in the group.
The 2 teams that will qualify for playoffs will be Enigma 6 and Optic Gaming because we put in the most work more than anyone. In terms of Optic, they're just an all-around good, consistent team, so there's no reason why they shouldn't.
I'd say us and Optic probably been first, but I think we take that 2nd spot. Elevate as a team don't look too strong right now, and E6 again off past the performances. Like at Dallas, we beat them 3-0, so I'm as confident as I can be playing against them.
Us and E6 will qualify for the playoffs. I think they've worked hard enough. I think they've worked harder than the other 2 teams, and I think just overall we're the 2 better teams.
2 teams that will qualify for playoffs will be us and Optic.
There haven't been many dead-on predictions, and I think that's why the 2nd spot will be up for grabs this weekend. I think any team can come and show up, but I think our team is just kind of ahead of these other 3 that are here.
Well, I think for the most part, I agree with it. But now this is big, though. Red Reserve, again, they can take this series. They play back-to-back, I believe. They can go through this. They can go through Elevate, and all of a sudden, maybe they can, weasel their way into 2nd place, where a lot of people, especially European fans, they thought it was possible for them to be top 2. I think a lot of us did after the, 5th, 6th place at Dallas, but we haven't really seen much from this weekend. That might be the best map of Hardpoint I think I've seen.
Yeah, definitely, especially going into that uplink. Can they shatter that perfect record? Maybe that'll put E6 on tilt, possibly going in later today. This is a huge map right here on this map number 2, though.
Well, it's impressive as well to do it on Hardpoint, because Hardpoint on Breakout, because last night I believe that was the final map we saw with them versus Optic Gaming. If I remember correctly, it was Optic Gaming outslayed them by nearly 40 kills. It was like 250 to 100. I talked to the Optic Gaming guys after it, and they were like, we weren't even calling out. We weren't trying. We were just beating them so badly that we stopped caring halfway through. So to do that to Red Reserve last night on that map, and then they come out and beat E6 like that, that's impressive, man. You got to think maybe they talked through it a little bit after the thrashing last night.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's just unlucky timings, things not going their way, but when you get brutalized like that, you don't expect them to bounce back. So good composure, making sure they have a chance going into today, possibly taking that 2nd spot, and need to lock down that 3rd for sure.
And it was a polar opposite. Last night they led, I think Krim went on like a 13 streak, then an 8 streak. This time it was 3 different members going on 7 streaks from them, so maybe a little bit more focus on the slang. And they get a big W in Game 1, but now it's going to be Search and Destroy. Red Reserve, especially back at Dallas where they won, it was, I think, 75 or 85% of them. That's what carried them there, was getting it through Game 2 and Game 5. They went through a long loser's bracket run. And now they're going to have to take down E6.
Need to stay aggressive over towards that A site at bottom bike path. I've been talking about it a lot on this map, where I think on that strong side of the map, teams just need to stack it a bit more and take your chances at the other one. Teams have been doing a better job overall of spreading themselves out on that offense to try and gain information, but I don't think it's been quite perfected yet.
Well, let's see what Proto's able to do. You were able to watch Formal in the last series as he looked over a similar spot, playing it back bus, looking over the bomb carrier, having to watch mid-map. Keep eyes on the flank as well. Ooh, tries to snap on one going underneath. Will give that call out to his teammates. But unfortunately now this is where the sniper may start to hurt you. You get first blooded very early and you're in a 3v4 and down a gun in many situations.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, you can kind of deem this a, I guess, 2 versus 4 in the favor of E6 because you're stuck with that sniper pistol now. Looks like the bomb going to be rotated on that top side of the map. General doesn't waste any time planting that down, and I agree with the play completely. If the map's open, just back up towards blue. Hopefully you can get a kill.
Well, now you're in a spot where the sniper can be great. Since you're planted for blue, if you're set up there, you've got a nice line of sight to look over it. This could play out very, very nicely. Proto does find himself a K-bar, though. Needs to get back on the action as his teammate drops. He gets good timing here behind a couple, but 2 players still remaining. Make it actually 3 for Red Reserve, and they will have an easy defuse. And that was just, I mean, the biggest problem, I think, just the first blood that happened in the opening 10 seconds of the round. You're down a man so quickly as E6.
It's exactly how you need to play that map. So much aggression towards that middle of the map, and Red Reserve needs to keep this momentum going. Keep the other team on that back foot. They're able to do it there, get that first blood, and then they don't waste any time retaking on this one as well. They take out General so quickly in that top blue side. Very impressive.
Okay, we'll head into round 2. Now see what Red Reserve is able to do on the offensive end. Curious to see if they're going to be pulling out a sniper as well, or will they be going with a little bit more of a standard approach. We'll go with Urban for now, as he has been. Let's get back over to Urban for a second, see if there's going to be anyone on the flank that he can challenge. He did see one for a second, but let's go actually over to the other side near the A site, since there's 4 players basically stacked up here. I think Nile has one in the corner. He checks. He's going to know he's there. Does he push it? Yes, he does. Gets him weak. Brilliant play there from Nile, but he gets traded out immediately. All of a sudden, it's Urban, who he started with, all by his lonesome teep. Now he's got to try and clutch up in a 1v2.
Bunch of grenades coming into play. Trading going down on that bottom site. Urban now trying to roam around. Has to worry about that, grabbing that bomb. The setup is a little bit spread apart from E6. Getting shot in the back, though, doesn't matter. So a nice spread. I'm not a huge advocate of that normally, but I guess when you're covering basically both line of sights, you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm always a partner of the buddy system in these situations. But yeah, when the player ends up splitting right between that, it works brilliantly. Nice job as they're able to find the kill. And E6 right back into this one. And again, speaking about Urban, though, he's been good all weekend, but specifically Searchman, he has been lights out. I think so many games I've casted, he's actually dropped double digits. They're going to need him to do that here as well. Proto gets tagged up a little bit immediately and needs to back down.
Looks like the double flank going to be coming in very quickly from the side of Red Reserve, going away from that first initial strategy that worked out pretty well for them, to be honest. But looks like E6 will be pinned pretty soon. We hop on board with Joe, finds a sniper in the back. Can he find the second? Yes, some nice shots, doesn't miss a bullet. And now the E6 players don't really have a chance in this 2v4.
And that's exactly what Chance was talking about. You remember Optic's weakness going into this, that they would get flanked a lot. No one will watch it. Krim did a good job doing that here. Nobody on it. 2 players sneak through. You get a little bit of fortunate timing as well. And Joe opens up with 2 big ones, and they take another round. Red Reserve continues to look solid in search and destroy.
And it's a bit confusing to me. It seemed like that's sort of E6's, or a lot of teams' sort of basic strategy. For whatever reason, the guy that goes blue, it's usually General, or it was on that first round, doesn't go over there and spot it out at all. And they get punished because of it. It just seems like it's a lapse in communication. I don't really know what their plan overall was.
Let's see if they fix it the next offensive round. Okay, offense now for Red Reserve. They're doing a 4-man hit towards the B site. There's one person here. General might be caught overextending. If they go, he's caught. He's completely caught here. He's able to at least get 1 kill, but to get dropped. And it's important he got that 1, right? But he's in a position there where, I mean, if they're coming, you're going to get 1 and you're going to drop. There's not a whole lot more you can do.
Yeah, definitely. Nile getting close to that camo as well as he gets that plant over 3/4 of the way there. The retake attempt is going to be coming in soon. They can't waste any time. It is so tough to get all the way over towards blue. There is one player in those train tracks as well, just trying to spot out, but interesting play from Red. They're hitting 2 players in the underpass, going to try and pinch out this player at Barn. The wrap is coming in from Proto, though. 2 versus 2 situation. There is 1 player alive over towards blue, the last one alive now for Red.
It's just going to be on Joe. 20 seconds remaining here. He just has to make a smart play, not get spotted, and try to kill the player on the bomb. Can't cut him down. 1 sliver left. You still had, what, 4 seconds or so? He should have been able to get to it regardless. Nice try by Joe. I mean, there it's just, unfortunately, all his teammates drop around the site, and that was... it ended up being a little bit unlucky, I think. You mentioned that 2 players were trying to wrap through. There was one yellow arrow that wrapped right behind the wrap, kind of flank on flank. Just a bit unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, it really could have worked out, but when you have the bomb down like that, the other team is forced to make the play. Why are you trying to make the play in the situation where you just need to kill time, and you're the one that should just be purely gaining information? You don't need to roll the dice there.
I mean, you have it planted for blue.
Yeah.
No one playing towards blue but Joe, right? Everybody else they were trying to flank through barn, basically, and they will be caught out. Cade tagging up one early, but we'll have to back down. The push does come in. Joe, another opening first blood. We'll see if he can keep it going. It looks like there's one hunting for him here. He has the ERAD. He, well, wisely backs down. I thought he would challenge that at close range.
Nah, just pops that camo to get that second blood onto that player towards E6. 2 versus 4 situation. I love how aggressive they're getting now. Joe, able to spot this player. Okay, he doesn't hit a shot, but his teammate's there, fortunately, to pick him up. The trade should be coming in just a second. General actually picks up 2, which is surprising, but gets cleaned up. Another quality round from Red Reserve, and I like the usage of that payload early. He obviously got it so quickly in this one. He can get more plants, get that camo possibly again if this goes late rounds.
There you see Joe and Shiny combining to clean things up. Shot a General as he's trying to rally the troops here in this search and destroy. Red Reserve still with a 1-round advantage. You see Nile has some work to do to get towards camo now. Let's see what he's able to do. Nile getting set for the side. He's got one in the close pocket, one at Lemon. Proto and him fighting. Proto gets both. Cuts down both players at the A site. 6 stuff from him. Urban tries to answer back, but then left alone. Quick and easy round there for E6.
Proto got those 2 kills a bit too easily, in my opinion. It just seemed like a panic. Nile got to the bomb, just sort of waving his aim back and forth, hip firing. Doesn't really hit clean shots, but regardless, Proto so strong on that A site.
Well, it was the first kill, because typically, you know, you have the player back bus, whether it's with a sniper or an MV4, kind of overlooking that. So if that push happens, he can put shots over your player playing by the bomb site. I guess the first kill was the player at back bus. I don't know how he got perfect shots on him and then snapped onto the second player, but 6 stuff from Proto, or maybe a little bit of lapse in aim from the Red Reserve player towards back bus. But here we go into round 7. Proto tucked into an aggressive pocket here towards mid-map.
One thing you need to know, Cade is playing those train tracks. I'm not sure if he spotted it. It seemed like he did based the way he reacted. There is one player watching that flank though, so yeah, I think he did call it out. Proto picks up the first over towards the sidewalk, gets traded. The flank should be coming in strong though. This player is taken out at bust. I think they have a good shot, 2v2 now.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Joe and Urban hit the flank together. Remember last time Joe was able to get 2 kills for it. This time it looked like they were set up, but it's going to be a 1v1. You have FTL if you're Urban. You still have Pistolati. FTL's over the top. You are so cocky, but he's able to win it. 12 seconds left. The pistol of Urban getting it done. I like it.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful and confident, which is exactly what I like to see. Whips that pistol out. How many times has that bailed him out this weekend? I think other players need to start using it.
Didn't he have I thought he had a few left in the clip.
He probably did.
For the K-bar. He was like, screw it, man. And it's not like he took it. He could have taken his time and reloaded. Instead, he FTL jumps into the fight. Oh, that was crazy stuff.
Really smart too, because he didn't really have that momentum to get up on the train quickly. So he's like, all right, I'm going to FTL. Hopefully I can spot this guy before he gets away. Fortunately, it works out for him. Now they have the lead, 9-4 now for Urban, close to streaks as well.
You see why we've been talking about Urban when it comes to S&D. He keeps doing it here. I believe he was just spotted over the top by General, who will be the lone man by this B site. So we'll swap back over to Nile. He'll be your bomb carrier. Remember, last time he tried to peek in, he got picked immediately. So it was, yeah, him and Shawnee. I guess you see at 8 on the minimap. Shawnee was the one that got picked up, I think, by Proto. So he just gunned both. This time, though, Urban, yet another first blood. The patience games pays off towards the A site.
General being a bit confident over towards that side. Urban reads it out, just playing patient, and he's just gaining information. They decided to back away from this A-bomb. I love this spread out right here. They have the number advantage, plenty of time to work with, and they act like they're rotating and take it right back to the bomb site. Such a smart play.
Well, I feel like in the last series, we saw Elevate do this. Remember, they played really, really slow, and they caught Krim. Krim eventually lost his patience and pushed on through underpass, and they're just waiting in a corner for him. Some nice trickery and patience from Red Reserve, and now they've got the bomb down. Ruby's trying to push forward, checking either site. We're back over to Urban's POV as he's 10-4 and 75 off this Trinity rocket. The close range gunfight goes his way. One more kill away from bombardment and another FTL jump, but it seems like he just used. Shot a little bit shaky. Proto able to take it, but Proto would need to pull off the 1v4. This should be it. He has camo to go, but too many players to take down.
Urban, the key figure for Red Reserve in Search to Destroy, doing it again. locking down that site, picks up the, I guess, second blood over towards that sidewalk side. Would have been huge if he could have got that bombardment, but I really expect on the next offense, I think E6 will take this one. They seem pretty confident on those offenses, but next time they have streaks to work with. If they just get that bomb down, use that Trinity, you can buy so much time.
All right, well, I want to watch the 7 and 6 on the minimap and see if they go for a quick flank yet again. They've done it many rounds. Doesn't look like, okay, so a little bit of change in defense from Red Reserve. We'll be on with Proto now of E6. He's at mid-map. He has camo, and he's flying in with the red. You're safe right now from anything coming in from the Trinity rocket. Both gunfights. Nope, just one going Proto's way. He will be gunned. You've got 3 down for either side. I saw you shaking your head, buddy. I don't think you like that Trinity use too much.
It just doesn't really make much sense to me. You're not guaranteed anything from it. This is why I don't like it. The pistol coming out from Urban again loses that player. I think he gets taken out 2v2 now. Needs to work together. Only 20 seconds left, though. Joe picks up 1. Gets punched, though. Emery's trying to stay alive in this 1 versus 2. Player is behind him. Gets behind the bomb. Does he gun him? Almost does. What is this gunfight?
What is this gunfight? He still hasn't killed him.
What happened?
Oh, I don't know.
Someone calm down and shoot your gun straight.
The Mayweather. There were like 4 attempted reloads, 17 slides, 40 missed bullets, and 1 final fist to win that. What the hell?
Okay. Well, that's a clutch, I guess, if you want to call it one, by default.
I feel like if you put Jack and I in a boxing ring and we had to that's what you would see there.
Okay.
Oh, God.
So the streak is burned. Urban's getting pretty close to his FTL again, though. Joe's close to his payload. Not sure why he doesn't have the bomb to probably earn that one. Things settle down now.
Red Reserve, if you're just joining us, up 1-0 in this series. This is a huge one for them. Proto's going to camo in the back. Gets behind the player at Bus. Shots a little off, but still able to get the kill. Now he snaps back. Timing unfortunate there, I think, for the Red Reserve player. Otherwise, he would have been caught. As he checks back bowling, still trying to play his life. There's the third, 1 player left. It's all on Urban. It's looking like round 11, unless there are some absolute heroics. You have FTL jump, but not going to be using it there. It's round 11, baby. We've had a lot of those this weekend.
Perfect camo from Proto. Gets that most important player in the setup at back bus. They pinch the player on the bomb site. Beautiful play from them. Executed with that payload ability perfectly. And that's why I was shaking my head earlier of the Urban just blasting those streaks away. Now you can't bail yourself out or get an easy hold on the bomb site. We go to round 11. All things pointing towards E6 now.
And this is huge for either side. You know, you cement yourself in that second spot if you're E6 with the win in this series. You're still fighting for the second spot if you win this if you're Red Reserve. It looks like it's going to be a quick plant for General. I think he's already looking to stick it down. First gunfight goes away, release. Proto connecting with the sniper as well. It's just going to be just on Nile and Shawnee. Hey, just get melted off the map. 4 up, 4 down. E6 clutch up in round 11.
Just throwing that one away. Red Reserve throws it away. E6 clutches up, though, and it started with that really weird round. Emery's able to get that clutch. Probably shouldn't have happened, but regardless, it does. They bring it back. A quality comeback in Search and Destroy, but that's got to hurt if you're Red.
Well, it hurts for several reasons. I mean, you lose the Search and Destroy, which has been your best mode, and you should have won that game, I think, in both of our opinions. And then now you got Uplink, which has been E6's best mode.
Yep.
So this is not very pretty. I mean, at least if you go into Uplink 2-0, you're thinking, all right, if we need to lose a game here, we're guaranteed a game 5 already. We know we feel good about Search, but now the series flipped on its head in many ways for me.
And the biggest thing, too, is when you have a Trinity like that, why not just go to the other bomb site, lay it down, back up towards blue. You can literally buy yourself, over 8-10 seconds just hovering that rocket as long as possible. Just the overall mentality, I don't know what the calls were there.
Well, crucial series right now between Enigma 6 and Red Reserve. Coming up next, it's the Uplink. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our G Fuel key player matchup. It is General of Enigma 6 and Urban from Red Reserve.
You can see the numbers on your screen here. These KDs, both these guys carrying so much of the load, putting the team in the backpack at times. Moving over towards this uplink, though, General has that 1.18 KD. Look for him to be the sort of catalyst in this one to get his team the win.
Both playing hard carries for their team all weekend. Who will play better? Who will get the edge in the upcoming uplink? That is it for your G Fuel key player matchup. Welcome back. We are prepping for the Uplink series, all tied at 1 apiece. Red Reserve, I think for us, kind of threw away Search and Destroy. They probably should have closed out. They would have been sitting pretty in this series, but now they have to go up against Enigma 6's best game.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. E6 holding strong in that uplink category. And speaking of uplink, I think we have a bit of a breakdown. Not sure why he's over there and not me, but we're going to toss it over to Jack as we get into this uplink.
Oh, TP, stop. You're out of your mind. What are you doing? You're saying that I shouldn't be here and you should? Not with the knowledge I have. Professor Jack back here. I thought maybe he was about to throw something at me. That's why I just did that on the telestrator. So sorry for his... Okay, let's go ahead and move on. So we're talking about Enigma 6, an uplink 100% win rate in the game mode so far this weekend. How do they do it, though? What has been their key to success? Many teams in uplink, they wind up pushing up a little bit on the map, getting a couple kills, dropping the drone, and going for a second wave of kills. Typically, those kills are right outside the base, near the portal, making sure they can clear the lane for a dunk. Enigma 6, they completely change things up. Their goal is to just get one wave of kills, play scrappy, and go for a one-point throw. How do they do that on a map like Throwback? They wind up pushing through this underpass area or bringing the drone towards just outside this back granny side. What do they do from there? Their lead blocker just gets one more kill. If they can get one more kill on the cutoff, that then lets the drone carrier move up on this wall run, hit the high end of it, and throw the drone in towards the portal on that back side. Now, if we look at the other side of the map, we all know underpass is the key to success here for the quick one-point play. They have a lead blocker push up, get one gunfight win as the players are spawning from that top blue side to charge on down, and then you'll see the drone carrier throw it right over this Bathrooms building in for the one-point play. Enigma 6 are very scrappy in uplink. Most of their wins so far in the game mode have not been pretty, but when you're sitting at 4-0 in it so far this weekend, obviously something is working. Keep an eye on that in this upcoming map as Enigma 6 look to remain perfect in the game mode. That's going to do it for me here on the telestrator. Let's get to game number 3.
Jack, brilliant stuff as always, but Teep, I want to hear from someone that actually knows what they're talking about. What from Enigma 6 has been impressive for you? I know we talked about it a bit. We were on the analysis desk together, but you saw a lot of stuff you liked yesterday.
It's really two things in my opinion. They leave a player behind enemy lines when they're down in numbers, and that person plays their life. As long as that guy can get one kill, expect that guy to be, I don't know, front green, top ticket, just being annoying if they can get that one kill and stop the push. Number 2, they don't really care about those flankers as much. Like Jack said, he did a great job of breaking that down. They don't waste any time getting that drone, and when you move the drone that quickly, all you need is that one kill from your lead blocker to get that one off and secure your team the point.
All right, well, let's see what they can do here. I know you looked at the stats before this between Urban and General. Both have been absolutely fantastic. I mean, the guy coming up with some real clutch plays, though, is the man on your screen. Proto has been phenomenal in the game mode. We've seen some nerdy plays from him as far as tossing the drone out, some fancy passes. He's been doing it all, and he's going to be the one hitting Courtyard for a quick flank through mid-map. We'll see if he can catch anybody off guard.
Nice route from him. Looks like not much middle map presence as they throw the drone over. Does Proto get it in his hands? He does. Oh, I thought he was going to get the one off for the second. A bit of a cheeky play there.
Yeah, a little bit of a set play. Maybe to open things up. You see the drone just fall into his lap. Just, one more second, and he can likely get a point on the board. But now, more of a standard attack that we saw Jack speaking about. You have to get the drone down, look to find a couple of entry kills, typically try to get up the wall run. He just wants to flood it through the back because he has a teammate here. Dude, what? That was so bad!
Look up! Oh, they had it.
God, it's like one of those you think maybe he had another teammate there, so if he misses, he can get the dunk through. Instead, that looked like, you know, Shaq at the free throw line, or like a much weaker version of Shaq.
Not sure how he doesn't get that one, and that should have been an easy point. E6 actually makes a huge mistake. Well, as we talk about it, Red Reserve answering back strong. Should be able to get at least 1 point. No, the drone is dropped. Urban
Don't miss
goes
it.
for it. Okay. I got scared. I thought they were going to choke again as hard as they choked that S&D.
All right, well, 2-0 edge for Red Reserve. I mean, a victory here would be incredible, but then you'd be biting yourself a little bit for that search. You think you'd have that hot 3-0. That would be so big in this. It's thrown over the top now for Enigma 6. It's going to be Proto, last alive. Proto with the toss. It's up, away, it's good. And those are the big ones that are nice. When you're like the last man, you still get a point out of it, and you can hold fast here behind the base. He's being so annoying. Look at this. We've got 2 players coming back to focus on him. Finally, they're able to clean it up.
Oh, imagine if you got that kill as well. Impressive movement from Proto once again. General now moving up towards Bridge as they lock down this middle of the map. If they can pick up that third, expect the drone to move quickly. But the things I was talking about, staying alive, Joe should have played his life a bit longer in my opinion. But regardless, things start to settle down. Middle map control going to be in favor of E6 though. They can get these kills over towards Underpass. Expect this drone to be tossed over.
And Cade is snapping right now. 3 in a row, looking for a 4th. Tags going up, has drone in front of him as well. Needs some help in this position. He doesn't care. He's gutting everything. 9 and 4. A 5 streak for Cade, and now it's time to get forward. Somebody tried to chase him in the back window. They might be able to cut Proto down on the flank, but not with his fancy feet. Cade now, a 6 streak. Cade looking to dominate everyone in the back line of Red Reserve. He's still up, still fighting. 100 off the bombardment, and finally falls to Joe.
Brilliant kills there. The 1 point is going to go off to tie up that one, and Cade just made that look so easy. 11 and 5 start for him. Just knowing where the other team's going to spawn up, getting that trap off, and when you get that trap locked in, it looks like they're going to be able to do it again. The last couple of players from Red going to decide to overextend. Should be a fairly easy dunk in the hands of General. There it is, going to reset over towards middle. Let's see if they can get the relay going.
There we go, and again, you have somebody in the back of the base for Red Reserve. They're spawning out at blue, spawning out Courier, trying to fight back. Look at that play. I was about to say, Ruiz got the drone I thought was going to get over the top, but just comes up a little bit short. Now Shani trying to play some defense here in the back of the base. It's a 4-2 advantage for Enigma 6. Things will slow down towards the map for a moment here. Deep breath for both teams.
Cade burns that streak, though. He used the Trinity Rocket to buy a little bit of time. I mean, he is playing so darn good, he'd probably get another one. But regardless, I feel like you need to use that in a more dire situation to bail your teammates out. You're already playing a good game. There's really no point. Like, what are you going to gain from using it in that sort of stalemate situation?
Well, he had an issue with a streak use from Red Reserve in the last game. So maybe some questionable ones coming in from either side. Cade will drop. It's Shani down with a 2-piece. Slang. I mean, favoring Enigma 6 a bit, but mostly just because of Cade. Everybody else sitting at negative right now. You saw that one-man army play he had across mid-map earlier in the half, and that is the difference right now with the 4-2 scoreline. Joe losing one gunfight to General. It's 3 down now for Red Reserve. It's their chance to get forward. They already have the drone in an aggressive spot. Proto trying to get around the last man. He might have been able to get to the edge of the drum, but I think he would have been tagged up from behind. So good job just taking that 1 point toss, making it a 3-point lead and a 2-possession lead.
Especially if you put pressure up on that side of the map, especially at Underpass, you know probably 1, maybe 2 people are going to be watching it. Proto takes advantage, picks up the first, moves the drone, and gets the 1 off. That's exactly what I mean. When you score points when you probably should not have, and now they have a solid 3-point lead.
Well, and the big thing too, we talk about, you know, kills, important kills versus unimportant kills to a degree. And it's wild, not really importance, but the difference in, like, look at Shani sitting at 17 and 10. I think all of his kills have been on their half of the map, right? They've all been defensive kills. And are those important? Yeah, they are, but it's not the same when those are all coming, you know, in an aggressive position like you've seen for kind of Cade in that first half. Maybe a chance for more points for E6, but the last player drops. General actually still here. General, no, one more chance. We cut away from the final second to show the fist bumps. Nice half from E6.
The biggest thing I need to note as well, there's a lot of slaying going down on the side of Red Reserve, but E6 doesn't die in such quick succession.
Yeah.
You can see it sort of staggers. They slow it down. The last couple of players stay alive and buy time, whereas every time E6 gets a wave of kills, it's very quickly. You saw every single time they get a quick 3 dead, they can move that drone wherever they want and able to get those 1-point attempts off so quickly.
Well, big first half from this man on your screen, Cade. He's 18 and 10, and that was a horrendous grenade. But his teammates clear out everything else in front. 3 down, they're screaming on their feet. Shawnee, again, he's gonna be this lone man kind of playing defense. Can't clutch up all of them though. Cade roaring forward, 1 in front, 2 in front, killing everything, and there's another score coming through for E6. They're rolling early in this one. It's already a 3 streak for Cade.
Cade cannot be shut down, setting up for the spawn trap again. Finds one at the back, he gets traded, but 2 quick points. A lot of teams wouldn't be able to set up a relay like that because they're uncoordinated, the communication is off, or they're just trying to get too many kills. That's the perfect play.
That is the number of times I've knocked some of the top North American teams, whether it's LG, FaZe, Optic, where they'll get 4 down, but either no one has the drone or no one in a spot to toss it forward. It's like they're so slang focused that sometimes it certainly ends up biting you. But back to the action here, it's General with 3 kills on defense to hold steady. Urban trying to answer back at mid.
Middle map control finally in the favor of Red Reserve. Cade just shooting way too good though. Urban is shut down. There is one player, number 4, General, flanking over towards the train tracks. Picks up 1, 2v2 situation now at the middle of the map. Needs to back down. But I don't know what Red Reserve is going to do. You can see how good E6 is at staying alive, and that opens up the door for Emruiz to hit that flank. General just being so annoying, doesn't get taken out, finally wins a gunfight, but now they have advantage. The drone does get by. Okay, so a quality play from Nile to get that one off. I'm not sure how E6 allowed that to happen, but man, it's just so hard to take out all of E6.
Yeah, we saw Proto, similar spot, kind of last guy alive that got off a 1-pointer on the opposite side. But Red Reserve, they do get some points, and they have the drone yet again, but still a lot of work to do. Urban tries to do it with that back pocket pistol again, but not able to do so. General and crew now on attack. This is going to be another 1-point toss. Ain't able to get gun up. The picked off the player at back. Lime hasn't been able to finish it yet. There's the kill. He's got Camo to work with as well, and it's big. I mean, he has been consistently, just slaying in every single mode. Like, I don't know that I've ever spoken about him having an issue getting Camo in any single map this weekend.
Been an absolute beast for sure. E6 not wasting any time getting that drone to the enemy team base, and Red Reserve's constantly having to look behind them, whether it's the drone behind them, a player behind them. Just so annoying to play against. You can see they could just not get settled, and that's why the game looks so easy, honestly, for E6. They're trying to take that drone up again as trades go down.
Remember, that was, was it E6 versus Optic that they took the uplink rate? Yeah, it was on throwback. This was the same exact map where they were just in behind constantly.
Oh, hello.
He down and the dunk.
Peekaboo. You're dead.
Nice stuff from Proto. Now into double digits with the 10-3 lead. But yeah, they can be frustrating to play against, man. You're seeing it here. Now it's Camo.
Oh,
this is just your power abilities coming through. Beautiful, beautiful from Enigma 6.
I wish we would have punched him there too. Back-to-back payload punches. That'd have been fun. Regardless though, E6 pulling away, locking down this game, a 9-point lead now for them. Proto just one of the best lead blockers in the game, in my opinion. Just can't stop him. So much pressure. General gonna get this drone back in his hands again. You can see how fast, I want to just highlight it. Other teams need to notice how quickly they move the drone. They don't waste any time. They get the lead blocker up towards Hay. So many times we see the drone move over towards Lemon. It just takes so long. They don't waste time. They get so many points.
Yeah, they've been confident taking the 1-pointers when they're available or waiting on those specialists to get through for the dunk. 12-3 advantage for Enigma 6, and this is exactly why, if you're watching earlier and wondering why we were putting so much pressure on that round 11 and how big it was for Red Reserve, this is why. This is the outcome you expected coming into this game.
Just fundamentally better on the game type. They know the teamwork is unmatched. The slaying is obviously there as well. Cade, 31 kills, still a minute left. Teammates stealing some of them. Another point going in. They have complete control. Spawn trap, 2 players already pushed up, and it's unbelievable.
It's like they're playing at a different pace entirely than Red Reserve right now. As another 1-pointer up and away. Pick's not there. 14-3, 45 seconds on the clock. And this has been impressive, man. I know we talked a lot about Cade throughout this, but Proto, he's also +6. General, +6 on a 5 streak right now. And look at the objective. You have 6 points for Proto there. General with 5 as well. This has been a really, really well-rounded team effort, and that's what we've said time and time again all weekend.
If you get that drone to a quality position, it makes the kills so much easier. And that's why Proto's just been able to be so annoying over towards Hay. That's one thing I want to note on this side, though. I think they put such an emphasis on that middle Hay. It gives them that lane from drone reset that, a bit faster than most teams probably set up for. And that's what it probably catches them off guard. Urban doing his best to pick up a couple of kills. Ooh, 3-piece with the pistol again. Can he get the 4? Jeez. All right, a little flashy from Urban at the end of that one, but they get smoked.
Yeah, too bad those pistol kills do not matter. If they were worth points, that would be great. They are not. And Red Reserve gets annihilated in our Game 3 uplink on Throwback. So now how do you bounce back from that going into a hard point? I know the first game goes the way of Red Reserve, which I was surprised with how bad they were beaten last night by Optic Gaming. You're going into, what, retaliation, is it?
Yeah.
You're going into retaliation. What edge do you maybe see for Red Reserve, or do you think this is where E6 closes it up?
I think this one's over, to be honest. I think that throwing away that S&D is just sort of the killer in this series. Yes, I think Red Reserve does have a chance. They took that first hard point on a somewhat similar map on Breakout. So this could go map 5, but I think that's just too tough of a loss. You just get absolutely dominated on the link.
You really, really did. And, you know, talking about this Enigma 6 team, you know, there are faces that you saw years ago, but have been more up and coming this year. Let's talk about how these guys got to the CWL Global Pro League.
Enigma 6 is a team consisting of young, talented players coming out of Michigan in Proto, General, Cade, and M. Ruiz. They are not standout players, but they work incredibly well together because of the chip that they have on their shoulder, especially General, Cade, and M. Ruiz. The trio erupted onto the Call of Duty esports scene at UMG California in 2015, but with the 18+ rule going into effect for the CWL, Enigma 6 were unable to compete last season. That makes this year their time to shine. Enigma 6 exploded into CWL Vegas, battling their entire way through the open bracket straight into pool play. E6 would go 9-0 in pools, shocking the community with 3-0 wins over Optic Gaming.
Just 2.5 minutes from 3-0ing Optic Gaming.
And eventually CWL Vegas champions Rise Nation.
Enigma 6 get the job done. The 3-0 of the Green Wall. They've now 3-0'd Rise Nation.
Outside of Vegas, they have consistently placed top 12 at major LAN events and have victories in multiple online 2K tournaments. So far this year, Enigma 6 can be defined by their ability to rebound and improve as a team. After league play changes following Vegas, the team did see a dip in performance, falling from top 8 in Vegas to top 16 in Atlanta. Enigma 6 is certainly a team that is on the rise, and one with potential to beat anyone in the Global Pro League. Keep your eyes on General. He was an absolute monster at CWL Dallas. He posted the highest overall respawn KD with a 1.28 and the second highest S&D KD at 1.53. These are elite statistics and will go a very long way to helping Enigma 6 compete against the world's best. Tune in May 12th through the 14th to see how Enigma 6 performs in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
The face of Rich Campbell, one you hope to never see again. But let's take a look at the top 10 hardpoint leaderboard. You've got Forble up top.
This is scary. You see one player from Red Reserve right at the bottom there, and that's negative. It's not looking too good going into this retail, in my opinion.
God, you see, it's Optic all throughout, but then, yeah, General's been a monster. You see all 4 players of E6, and Red Reserve, where art thou?
When the highlight's the .96, that's tough.
That does make it very difficult when none of your players are above a 1.0 and hard point. You got to think, you know, playing against a team that, if it was Optic, who sometimes may lose to a team if it's a close slaying battle, maybe they only outslay by a little bit, but E6, I just don't see them falling to that. I just don't.
I'll play devil's advocate.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
If you take away that breakout where they got smoked by Optic, I'd like to see the stats without that game.
That's true.
Because that's going to weigh you down. That's a huge anchor on your overall stat category.
That's actually a very good point.
Many players were going, what, quad neg?
Yeah, that's like one of those games you don't rebound from.
Yeah.
Like you have that quadruple negative. It's like, oh, well, I might as well say screw my hardpoint stats for the rest of the weekend. But it is going to be retaliation. And, God, we'll see if Red Reserve can do it. Again, the storyline's here a bit. If E6 wins, they have a chance to take on Optic Gaming later. Maybe a 3-0 victory puts them into first place. And for Red Reserve, they get a victory here. They're at least feeling good about third. Maybe they can steal a spot into second. So Elevate right now, you know, if you're watching, you are very much rooting for Enigma 6 to close this out, because then you have a chance next match versus Red Reserve to bump up into third.
Definitely. Speaking to E6 as well, we didn't think Envy was going to steal that #1 seed. They did it in week 1 of the Pro League. It could happen again.
I didn't think there was any chance in the world that Envy was going to 3-0 splice in that fashion. And Apathy, I see on the desk. I'm sorry that I doubted you, buddy. You played great all weekend, even though you were carried by Slasher.
You don't got to do him like that. Oh, he's not paying attention.
He wasn't even listening.
We're good.
All right, well, Cade, you know, he started off really well, and the uplink played brilliant throughout. He's 2-0 now. See if he can maybe start to build some streaks. A third in the back, a fourth. All he saw was the forehead of Nile. Not able to pick it off. Nile just killed the entire side of Enigma 6. And now maybe they can actually turn this into some points. There's your first tick for the Red Reserve.
E6 gets a lot of that intro time. Nile shuts it down, though. Should be able to get some time back in their favor. There is one player, Preto, flanks on this wall run. Easy couple of kills if he can hit a shot. Finally does it. 3 dead now. Whips out the pistol. Looks like people are learning.
Dude!
It's dominant.
These pistols are sick. You've only seen it from a couple of players, but my God, man, the confidence you see with these guys flying in and how fast with the headshots they can melt. I mean, that 2-tap from Urban the other day was absolutely wild. Proto still has a pistol in hand. I guess he feels a lot better about it than the MV4 at close range.
It's a really good call. If you can fire that up super quick in these close quarters, especially around Bike, like, it's going to do you better than an MV4 would probably. Able to slide, gets the kill onto Urban. Urban, you got to stop teaching people, my man.
Oh my God, it is this dominant backpack for the MV4, and you can see him continuing to do work and those close range gunfights. Unfortunately for him, most of the time has been going to Red Reserve here on Lower Street as they're set up nicely, and now Cade likely going to fly in on the pinch, but he's getting tagged in the back. Nice reaction there. Proto got the entry kill as well. Over the top is Cade. There's 2, 1 left in Bike. Give him the third. He saw you. You're going to be dead momentarily. He actually backs up and retreats wisely there to get set up with his team. But now you take a look, as good as that looked for Red Reserve for a moment, they're a nice setup at Lower Street. Now you get broken, and now you see the top of the minimap. You've got Ruiz and Proto set up to try and hold the spawns, and there you go. Everybody pops up.
I want to highlight Ruiz. He took the long route all the way around Market to get his teams the spawns, and look at him now, just sitting pretty in the hill. A heads-up play. He was the first one to spawn up off that first wave of deaths. He gets the spawns for his teammates early on that second hard point. He set up this play long ago.
Well, now it's going to be Cade and General Teeth that are holding players off. Ruiz wants involved in the action, snapping everywhere, getting the assist. That's going to be all 4 dead. Now you see a Lower Street spawn coming in for Red Reserve. Is they're going to take another crack at this? They've probably got, what, 1 more chance, possibly 2, before they're going to have to give up hopes here and move over to the broken building. What do you like about this hold from E6 thus far?
Just a lot of pressure up towards Hotel. That's exactly what you need to disrupt. If you can get that intro kill, it makes the break attempt so much harder as the other players try to push up over towards Market. So they disrupt that push. You can't set up anything if there's so much pressure, and now they have such a crazy lead.
Let's get over to Ruiz if we can, just because he's going to be the first person in this bottom tunnel to try and get him behind enemy lines, and he does it beautifully. There's Urban, 1 more here, can't find it yet, somehow still alive. A nice nade to tag him up and back him down, and you might get a quick break here. You got all the time in Grave, and now you're going to get the time you're broken if he can just stay alive. 2 more players collapsing. He's able to tag up Joe somehow. Ruiz still alive in this. The hip fire and the slide going to get it done as well. And there's the break. There's still 1 more player. Urban is still alive in the back. Ruiz should be dead.
Ah! Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
All right. Well,
oh, what a snap from Ruiz to get the spawns, and now they're locking down more hardpoint time. Making the plays, he's making the rotations, and then on the next hill just decimates the other team, pretty much embarrassing them.
Oh God, that was just beautiful, beautiful stuff from Ruiz. I mean, how long did he survive there? 30 or so seconds between when he got into the underpass and stayed up to make plays for his team, and that's a big reason you see this huge advantage now for Enigma 6. All right, Red Reserve, you broke it in, but there's only 10 seconds remaining here. It's time to get into Hotel Hallway, and guess what? There's a staggering of yellow arrows ready to pounce.
Stacking up towards this top bridge side as they wrap back in towards their side of curve. But so much time going in their favor already. Yes, they finally break, but E6 able to get about 10 seconds before they even get in contest. But now it looks like there's a solid setup. You can see how far the spawns are out for E6. They should be able to get at least 20 seconds here.
Urban trying to hold the edge, pick up time for his teammates. There you see the turn with the pistol, but not enough to get it done. It's Cade not only picking up Urban, but also busting through for Nile as well. And now E6 in control. 30 seconds remaining here. They're set up beautifully. Inside, you got Cade looking over the back. There's going to be a Shawnee pushing in just a moment. We see Shawnee through the back. He peeks. Cade already backing him down, and he's just biding his time. They're picking up all the time. The pinch actually comes in from Nile here, Teep, and Red Reserve will be able to rack up, again, the final 10 seconds, right?
They're clawing back, though. I thought that hill was going to go a lot heavier into E6's favor, but they get some points back, a good 20, 30 seconds clawing their way back. So, yes, still in a deficit. They need to get some more time here at bridge, but they finally get the other team to spawn out. Some trades going in. They're getting the closer spawns. They should be able to, they might be able to take the lead here if they keep slaying like this.
Well, let's see if they're able to do it. Cade's got the first, a nade up over the top, see if he can back anybody down. Needs to wait on his teammates to come through the rear, but it's been Urban. Urban gets 2, Nile with 1 as well. And it's crazy to think of the score of this game, just how low sliding it currently is. You've got, what, 3-4 players who haven't even cracked double digits.
Yeah, very, very weird indeed. E6 plays that first rotation basically flawless. But Red Reserve on this new rotation playing it quite well. E6 answers back though, should we get this last 20 seconds of scrap time to secure the lead back up to around 40 or so. It's going to be heavily dependent on this rotation over towards third hard point. I know we're going to lower street, but wherever team gets spawns for Cathedral is going to have that advantage.
Yeah, that's the big one, right? Between Cathedral and Destroy Building is where you saw Ruiz and really the whole side of Enigma 6 really do work. Lower street battle has still been back and forth. A couple kills going the way of Red Reserve, and now they're racking up some points. Proto trying to stay alive till his teammates can collapse here with him. Did a solid job for a moment. Finally, Joe able to pick him in the corner. And this might be where they can come out. I mean, lower street's been one of the more successful hard points for them.
Contesting gunfights going down back and forth. E6 getting those close spawns up towards market. And I think a huge mistake right now is Red Reserve isn't sending someone on that long flank like Emery's did on the previous one. You need to lock down those spawns over towards Cathedral. They aren't really focusing on it at all. Yes, they do need to focus on the lower street hard point time, but they are winning those gunfights. But you can see E6 is still getting those spawns on the strong side. So I guess not too much of a mistake since they're getting time, but you could do more with it is what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe one person try to make a sneaky play around the back, but now with Nile racking it up, you got to think what's going to be disrupting here is that 4 in the minimap. General spawns out, and now they start to make a play. He's going to be picked up and should be able to collapse in from behind. So you're going to have, what, only 2 players on the attack right now, right, for Red Reserve. They're able to win the first engagement, but here comes General from the backside. Ring around the rosy here in market. Finally, he'll get tagged up from behind, and now it's kind of a sprint. It's just a race right now. You have advantage. You have numbers if you're Red Reserve. You've got to bust in and get control.
That's a huge win from Nile over towards Hotel Door. Last player alive is going to be Cade. Gets out with his life, I believe. Now 2 players. Those kills cannot happen if you're Red Reserve. You're just chasing at that point. Nile almost picks up the 3rd. Cade, the last one alive. Can he pick up the double? Joe holding strong, but there is the flood of E6 players. He needs to play his life here.
I think he just caught a nade to the face. He should be dead in a moment. There's the 2 players from E6. Able to push through. This Cathedral has been back and forth. If you're Red Reserve, you're at least spawning out. The last player up is Joe, and it looks like he's just going to wait, spawn his teammates over by Broken, and it's going to be on him Ruiz. He was the one that made the clutch play last time they came across from the opposite side, of course, but can he be a magic worker now? Nope, gunned down by Nile.
Now E6 in a pretty tough position now that Emery's got taken out. Nile picks up the 2nd onto Cade, but can the duo of Cade and Emery's group up and break this hard point again? They just did it on Cathedral. Red Reserve needs to get the money hill locked down for the entirety of this time. Nile's movement right here, though, is quite good. E6 not wasting any time, just flooding in towards that front of the hard point. Trades going back and forth, and they get broken again. E6 doesn't even care about the spawns. The setup is too far out from Red Reserve. They get broken for free, basically, again.
Yeah, at least you get a close spawn here. You can race back. I mean, I feel like was Nile the only person to get a kill during that? I think he got 4. No one else from Red Reserve really involved in the action. E6 back in control. You have Shawnee all the way in the back of the map trying to fight, but General just picked him off as well. You're going to be able to hit over the 240 mark here if you control the rest, and should be able to win it inside a hotel hallway. I know we've seen some wild comebacks, but this may be the end of Red Reserve in this best of 5.
Getting some scrap time back in their favor, but just the way that they've been playing it,
God.
That was... People need to stop hip firing. It doesn't work.
Well, he got both, like 10% health, but didn't actually end up killing either of them. And yeah, the hip fire with the NB4, not exactly pleasant.
General with some team shots over towards that hotel hallway. As E6 doing their best to try and lock down this game. Proto gets the better of that trade. Only need about 12 more seconds. The spawn out is pretty far away from Red Reserve. I think they're going to close it out. The stun from the Scarab coming in towards platform. Payload is going to be popped from Shawnee. He does get 2. It's a bit of a saving grace for Red Reserve. They need to win these trades, though.
Urban still there to back him up. Shawnee with the first 2. Joe and Urban close out the rest. It's General on the backside that's able to get a break, and there's going to be a lot of pressure coming Nile's way in a moment. General pops that reactive armor. They're able to tag team him to shut it down, but you just need 3 more points here. Cade trying to get it done. He gets both assists for Ruiz, and now they have the numbers. They're trying to fly in there to get the last couple of ticks. You have to keep contesting right now if you're Red Reserve. That should be it. The final points in, and E6 gets another big W.
A clutch win from E6 there to make their series count even better here in the group. But man, some really tough losses in my opinion for Red Reserve. I think they played better on those hard points. They focused on those rotations, but you can't just let the other team waltz in, pop a two-piece from the front door specifically on Broken. They let the Search and Destroy go from, what, a 3-5 lead? Or, yeah, 5-3 lead, I meant to say. It's just unacceptable.
You had to win the Search. I mean, that's how you're going to win series. You were never going to beat E6 in the uplink. They've just been too strong all weekend. Your specialty is Search. That was what this team has been excelling on since they were formed. You had to win it. You should have even gone to around 11. That's where you lost it there. But at least in the overall map count, they get a map. But it's really going to come down to this next series with Elevate. I'm going to have to look at the breakdown of everything. But this one will likely be deciding who gets that third place spot, which gets them into stage 2 and a pool play at Anaheim, and also into the CWL championship later in the year.
Yeah, it's going to be some crazy stuff, some huge series on the line. But I do think we have an interview ready on the side of E6. Let's throw the Puckett on the stage.
Great stuff from Maven and TP, but also incredible stuff from this man. We have M. Ruiz, and someone in the crowd just said, Ruiz doesn't even need bullets to pick up kills. Tell me about that last game. You had an amazing break over at the Broken Hardpoint. How did that all play out? How did you guys get back in this one and finish strong?
Well, I couldn't do it without my teammates. You know, they were always there supporting me. I was tagging them up. All they were doing was getting the kills. I was just getting assists.
Now, can you kind of break down the team's strategy? Because we talked to General, and he said, you know, I can do it all. It seems that you guys all take turns with the different roles. But what's your job on the team?
I don't know. I usually go for spawns. I can play the hill, but mostly I'm just in the hill.
Rough start to this series, and Search and Destroy It was looking ugly. You guys had an epic comeback. Was there anything said amongst the team? Did you guys change up anything in specific? How did you come back in the Search?
We just had to keep composure. That's all it was. I was like I don't know, I was doing really bad. But when I clutched the 1v2, that's when we turned it around.
You clutched that 1v2. You guys win this series. Now you have a tied series score with Optic Gaming, and you get a chance to potentially even steal that #1 seed in the final week. What are your thoughts going into that last match?
Optic Gaming's team is going to be a great match. Can't wait.
It's going to be a great match. This M. Ruiz. Give it up for him one more time. For now, let's send it back to the desk with Benson.
Thank you very much, Chris. Of course, Enigma 6 with a 3-1 victory there over Red Reserve. It makes the final 2 games of the day extremely interesting. But before we get to all the possibilities and the outcomes, we'll break down the series as it happened. Map #1 didn't start off well for Enigma 6. It started off very well, however, for Red Reserve. It was a 250 to 194 win for them. And it was a weird one, Chance, because at the start, you actually had General double positive, most hill time on the team, but they just weren't able to close it out. What went wrong for Enigma 6, in your opinion?
Well, it's an interesting decision as well. Some of the stuff General was doing was hopping in and out of the hills, trying to play for those streaks. So he was happily giving away, 6, 7, 8 seconds of hill time just so he can move on to work for those streaks. So it's a debate. Is it worth going for the streaks if you're costing your team directly hill time? Of course, he does earn them, but they get, 20 points off of the 2 streaks that he uses. So it's curious whether or not that's always going to be worth it. That's obviously the strategy that they went with, but of course, it really doesn't matter when you get to the end and you got a player like Niall going off.
And speaking of Niall Merck, he was the one player that you were consistently singing his praises throughout map #1.
Absolutely, and he was loud. He was bringing the energy, something we haven't heard from either of these 2 European teams all weekend. And we've talked about Urban the entire weekend. Finally, in this game #1, he gets some help from Niall and Shawnee, and that's what you want to see. It's such a difference when they bring that energy. Unfortunately, it didn't last too long.
Very true. Of course, that Red Reserve do win map #1, and if they had won this series, it would have secured that #3 spot. So going into map #2, you thought maybe they had a little bit of momentum. Wasn't the case. It goes the distance to around 11. E6 pick up the map. But after I want to start with you on this one. What was the turning point for E6 in map 2?
Well, Ruiz was actually in the 1v2. He clutches up a kill, gets 1 kill, makes it a 1v1. And I believe Joe, I guess, ran out of ammo. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Put some shots, wasn't able to clean up that kill, and unfortunately gets taken out. And I felt like that was such a big game changer because it's just so much momentum. They're playing really well, and then to lose a round like that where you should have closed out the game, it just switches the momentum to the other team.
And then Urban, I mean, he was just destroying the entire time. You saw him 12 and 8, and I mean, he has streaks, and he wasn't able to use them effectively with that Trinity Rocket and Bombardment. You heard the casters talking about it. Those are streaks, and those are the times you have to be able to clutch up. And then this round 11, Joe just gets some really unfortunate timing, and then all of Enigma 6 win their one-on-ones. Just a great job for them to keep composure and come back from a 3-5 deficit.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest thing to do, but Enigma 6 able to do it, so series tied at 1-1. We then head over to the uplink, and I mean, coming into it, Enigma 6, they were flawless. They're still yet to drop an uplink, and no surprise chance they completely dominate map number 3. Why are they so good, though, in your opinion?
They have so many tricks in their bag. It's kind of ridiculous. We even saw on Throwback yesterday when they were playing against Optic, very patient, being annoying, kind of sitting in corners, letting those players run past, getting those kills. But even this time, they're playing in this match, mixing up. They pull another trick out of the bag. Their opening break, instantly go for that drone toss straight over the building, try to score some early points. And that's something they tried multiple times.
Yeah, exactly. They almost get a 1 straight right off the break without even getting kills. I believe they only got 1 kill, and they somehow almost managed to get a point. But on top of that, they just capitalize on their kills. You know, they'll get 1 entry, grab the ball, and just go for it, even if they have teammates or enemies are all around the map.
Yeah, it's beautiful uplink gameplay because, I mean, look, he should have hit that, but he gets a kill, he throws it over, gets it to himself. That's what we talked about, constant drone movement, and we feel like that's what other teams lack. They're trying to get kills first, which of course is a good thing, but you have to be able to progress that drone while you're doing it. It's what a lot of teams lack.
And even specifically for that game, the 14-3, that's a game where E6 not only outplays their opponent, but outslays them by a pretty heavy margin. Because we've seen other teams in the past, even if they outslay, the games can be incredibly close, but E6 multifaceted. If they're slaying, they're going to have an absolute field day. Proto said they were going to be undefeated in uplink, and so far they're 5-0.
Yeah, he wasn't lying. They've had a fantastic event when it comes to uplink. But moving forward to map number 4, of course, it was E6 at match point. And there was one specific moment that really impressed you, Apathy, in that map number 4, Cade and Grave. I mean, what impressed you so much about it?
So basically what went down was Cade was left in that Grave Hill by himself in a 1v3 situation. A guy comes from the front, tries to kill him. He gets that big kill, gets out the hill, stays alive. Ruiz comes through the street, helps him out. They double team one guy in the hill. And then after that, so a 2v1 situation, they get the last kill, and just such huge plays from Cade to hold that hill in time.
And you saw on that kind of breakdown there just how many points they were able to get. 87-10 was the Grave differential there in terms of hard point time. But I believe we can send it back down to Jack on the telestrator. We just can't get him away from it today. Jack, what have you got for us in game 4?
I'm dropping knowledge bombs in here. I've got to give credit where it is due. Cade with some monster plays, but arguably my play of the entire match was Ruiz in this far right corner of your screen. Focus on this 4-point area I dropped down. He winds up pushing through this lower pass, and we do have the video for you. Let's go ahead and roll it. We can take a look at how exactly he made this possible. He pushes through underpass, through this bottom tunnel, gets 1 kill. Look where he is. He's all by himself on the minimap, stays alive, plays his life, weakens this player, and this is a huge opportunity now on this back broken money hill for the opposing team to get a ton of time. Somehow still alive, gets a 2nd kill, picks a player off the back area where you anchor those spawns, challenges the 3rd, cleans him up with the hip fire, and continues to rain down terror. And then you know what? He decides to get fancy with it here as he turns and burns down onto Urban. You saw those kills come in. Now he's got Cade inside the objective, and the rest of his team had enough time to storm up the map. Let's go ahead now, bring it back over to here on the telestrator so you can see exactly how that played out. So I'll get rid of the 4 points. He winds up pushing right through underpass. And here we know this area is the key to hold for your team to get those spawns on this hard point. Ruiz pushes on through. He gets that first kill down here, stays alive, which is the key thing. It's all about buying his team time to push out the other lanes to force the spawns from the opposing team out towards either lower street or all the way in Cathedral. Does a great job of getting a 2nd kill. Stays alive even longer. Weakens a 3rd player, but the big gunfight win for me absolutely had to be when he hit the high wall run here, challenged the player in the back spawn, picked him off that area of cover where only the head can be seen. A very, very high skill play. A lot of technical play by him to not only stay alive, play his life, but the key point to bring up, bought enough time for his teammates to surge right across middle map and get into the hard point. That could have been a full 60-second hold for the side of Red Reserve if they got the setup they wanted, and instead Ruiz plays spoiler by killing all 4 opponents on the other team. An MVP-like play from him. That's it for me today on the telestrator. Benson, back to you boys.
Thank you very much, Jack. Once again, a fantastic breakdown. He could be.
He's a beautiful man.
He could be taking your job there, Joe. You're not too careful on that telestrator. Jack really doing a fantastic job there. Thank you to him for breaking down the play. But congratulations, of course, to Enigma 6, the 3-1 victory over Red Reserve. That now puts us at the halfway mark through day 3, and there is still so much to play for. Optic versus E6 to close out the day is now for the #1 seed. Up next, however, we have the Battle of Europe as it returns once again. It went the distance last time, but now it's a fight not just for Stage 2, but for also that COD champ spot.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets through. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.
More on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses led the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
this is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
And it's Optic Gaming going into Ohio with the #1 seed. Red Reserve have done it. They've made it to Ohio. And it's Enigma 6 continuing their Cinderella season all the way to Columbus.
1 second in between Elevate and a spot in the GPL, and they have done it!
3-0ing Optic Gaming and uses his scores.
Playing insane right now. And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is time for MLG Prime Time. Now, neither of these teams are currently fighting for top 2, but 3rd place. So important. You get into Anaheim pool play, stage 2, you battle in the CWL championship, and the winner of this is going forward. On one side, Red Reserve just need the victory here to cement their spot for the events later in the year. On the other side, Elevate, they need a 3-0 or a 3-1 victory to have a chance to get into that 3rd spot. To bring you this cast, it's none other than Christopher Puckett and Chance.
Thank you very much, Maven. We're getting fired up. It's prime time, and boy, does this match have some serious implications. Elevate at the start of the day, their hopes, they were in the hole. They didn't think it would be possible, but they take Optic Gaming to a Game 5, and now that means whoever wins this series, they are guaranteed that 3rd place. They are going to champs. They're going to Anaheim. And of course, they're locked in for stage number 2.
Yeah, pressure's on. This is what it all comes down to. The entire weekend has been geared up essentially for this moment. Of course, once it's decided they're not going to get into that top 2, these teams have played each other before. Red Reserve has the edge the weekend. I think Elevate had the edge back in Birmingham. Very closely contested match on our hands.
Last time it went all the way to a Game 5, but that was 2 days ago. The teams have had lots of games. They're warmed up now, and you can see Urban is going to open things up with a 2-piece. Elevate's going to answer back, but it'll be Red Reserve wearing blue in this series. They will have control first.
Yeah, a little bit of play of words we got going on there, but Urban definitely going to be one of the players to watch on Red Reserve, kind of the X factor for that team. He's been on point, and TP pointed out as well. He's been rocking that EMC in the back pocket on pretty much any class he runs, and he's been putting work in with it. And I agree with TP. I think that's something that a decent number of players might start to adopt.
You saw Proto was running that EMC. It's also in Urban's back pocket always. It's the single shot pistol that has been devastating once you run out of your AR ammo. Urban picking up another one, continues to look for pressure, but Elevate, they're all going to be storming across the middle of the map. He's going to have his hands full here in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, this Turbine Hill has to be the most important hill on this map. So many games that go down to the wire pretty much end on this very hill. Of course, Red Reserve does have the setup for the moment. They got the hill time. Urban's trying to pick up kills. Rated, though, is going to be able to pick up that 2-piece. He's been leading his team in the respawns, trying to do again so once here.
Rated is going to continue to rotate around, but he's going to be caught off guard, and it was Nile who stopped the first push. You're going to see him find Watson as well. So Urban, Nile, Shawnee, and Joe, everyone's slaying pretty decent at the start here. They should be able to pull away on the Turbine and Elevate. Honestly, one of their biggest weaknesses we've seen this week, and it's just the hill retake. They have not been able to do anything.
And I love this. I love the use of the Ripper Evo. This gun actually has the best stats in the game from the SMGs and ARs. It kills the fastest at every range, including long range, of course. The farther and farther you go, that gun is very difficult to control. It kicks like a mule. But again, if your shots are on point, it can be a devastating weapon to have in your hands.
All of the kill feed, it was blue. That means you're going to have total hangar control if you're Red Reserve. On your screen is Urban. 8 and 5 at this point, looking for kill number 9. Joe's going to get that player before he can even get close. Now a new challenger, and Urban will instantly shut down Reedy. One at a time. Elevate is running into the crosshairs here of Red Reserve. Your scoreboard, it's now 80 points and counting to just 45 seconds.
And this is already huge. Red Reserve back on Turbine, held it pretty much the entire time outside of a bit of contention, and they're able to get the spawns for the next hill as well. And they're trying to win the gunfights. It looks like Zed, though, is going to be able to pick up 2, make that 3 in total on his way to the hill. So that is a successful break from Elevate, but again, it took him about 30 seconds to make that happen, so Red Reserve doing pretty well.
Zed was kind of their monster player against Optic Gaming. Quietly, he was doing the damage. When you saw him in the kill feed, he was there with multi-kills. He's on a 4 streak. He's starting to play for these score streaks as well, which could be a game changer later on. That's a big kill on Urban. Zed looking to find 2 more, and he'll unlock the Trinity Rockets.
Well, 3 for 3 so far for Red Reserve on that rotation battle. It's all about how well they can hold or how well Elevate is going to be able to break through. Score streak is going to get cut down as Joe is able to pick up 2. And clean sweep coming out of Red Reserve. They got the rotations and they got the clean break.
Niall set up, spots one, pre-fires the corner. No pressure yet. Here they all come. Breaking in, it's going to be Reedy. Reedy picking up 2 in that fight. Zed finds a 3rd. Joe, though, holding his ground for now. In any moment, you're gonna see a peek as Reedy and crew have 20 seconds to gain here unless Red Reserve can flush them out. First, it's Rated getting picked. Watson and Reedy doing the damage. Zed is here against Urban, though. Elevate holds their ground. They'll be able to pick up the scrap time, and all of a sudden, we got ourselves about another 10-point game.
Yeah, very good game, as you said. Pretty close between the 2 teams. Red Reserve done a fantastic job in that first half of just making sure to rotate to the hills. But Elevate have done pretty good about breaking through. Turbine was a little bit of an iffy moment for them, so they're going to have to focus on that this second time around. Either way, though, Red Reserve going to be in control of Drill. But again, those spawns always going to be key. Elevate right now does have the favorable side.
And we kind of talked about Urban, his strength. We've highlighted Shawnee from Scotland throughout the weekend, but I think this map is going to come down to Joe. So far, he is +2. He's staying positive, doing the short-range damage with the E-Rad. Here he is coming off the spawn, but his teammate's controlling bridge. He knows that all of Elevate is going to be flushing from one direction. He's going to try and get behind enemy lines. That's the first pick. Now they have to turn their attention. His teammates continue to score. Joe is just a distraction, but he splits up Elevate, and now Red Reserve has total control.
Yep, decent bit of time as well. Of course, though, is what we're talking about nonstop. It's all about this Turbine Hill. This time, Elevate is going to be in control. They kind of fixed their mistakes from the first time around. Urban, though, going to be able to do the dirty with that FTL on Reedy. Once again, we've been here before, and we'll probably see it again. Either way, though, it's going to be useful for that break. Elevate had those spawns early on, but Red Reserve, fantastic job. Joe, once again, it's 13 and 10. He has struggled quite a bit so far in the respawns this weekend, but now that he's turning up, his team's looking great.
I think this is the most FTL jumping we've seen, at least effective FTL jumping. Unfortunately for Red Reserve, though, they were all just mopped up. You're going to see it was Reedy and Watson inside the hill. And now Watson is going to be working on his Scarab. Needs one more kill. It's right around the corner. Niall will be his target. We take our screen over to Rated, who splits gunfights there. Urban is mopping it up. 25 points to go. And that's about the difference in the scoreboard. You can gain a lot of ground here if you're Elevate, but you have to hold strong. Watson does it, picks up both Urban and Joe. Zed is going to be watching the entrances to the factory. And look at the hangar. Player number 1 right now, big gunfight. Reedy wins it. He's got control. He's going to be racing to the back. Has to beat Shawnee for spawns.
And this is a complete role reversal. Elevate, they got the spawns on Turbine, and they managed to get him for a hanger as well. At least if Reedy can keep up the slang, he's got a couple players coming in the back in front of him, only able to pick up 1. And it looks like his team actually fell short as well from inside the hill. So Red Reserve doing a nice job to lock down hanger early on.
Shawnee with 2 big kills there first. He beats Reedy, he gets the spawns for his team, and then he helps clear out the hard point. We take a look, though. Watson is the player to watch. He's definitely playing for streaks at 5 kills. Is Watson going to fall? Yes, he runs straight into the E-Rad of Shawnee. Joe mops up Zed. Everyone dead now for Elevate. They're starting to cycle in 1 at a time, and Red Reserve is picking them off. This time it's Urban. Now we have Niall in the feed. Elevate, I feel like they're starting to panic here, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, that failure streaks, honestly, could be pretty big. We saw earlier when E6 was playing, General did a very good job to make sure he can bait his team outs properly to get them. Watson, he tried to do the same thing with his team, but not well enough. And now Red Reserve is just running away with the game. 60 points. Just imagine what those streaks could have done for the team. So Elevate, it's going to be an uphill climb from here on out.
I do want to point out, with Red Reserve needing just 39 points, Joe has a camo, and on day 1 and 2, I was giving him flack. I said, you might as well give it to Urban. He's the only player to guarantee that you're actually going to get camo in the respawns. Joe has it. When is he going to put it to use? Will he be able to make the most of it? Because Elevate, they got a bit of time on the drill. That's how they brought it back on the first rotation. So far, they've got the first 20 seconds. That strike from Joe is going to clear out 2 players. Now it's going to be a battle between the reinforcements.
Joe's the man this game. Got streaks, has the camo, helping his team, nearly leading in slaying. Urban still taking that top spot for the moment. But either way, Red Reserve continually great game. Use the streaks to break the hill. That's exactly what you want to see. Joe trying to position himself as best he can on this hill. Looks like Elevate's going to be picking up quite a few of those kills, and you can see he didn't want to use the camo there. Probably had a couple good opportunities, but it looks like Urban doesn't matter. He's going to come and pick up 3, and he's going to give his team that scrap. And again, Red Reserve, the clock is just ticking down. They are so close to closing out game number 1.
One more hill, and they could do it right here in the center of the map. Nile flying through the air is working with Joe and Shawnee. They all picked up kills. Watson, though, picking up 2. Will now challenge Shawnee. Last player inside the hard point. 5 points to go here for Red Reserve. Can Watson stay alive? He's outgunned. Too many players there. Red Reserve strikes first. Game number 1, the hard point goes in their favor.
And that's something that you're very happy to see if you're a Red Reserve fan. Again, Joe has definitely been struggling quite a bit this weekend, and for him to step it up like that, convincing win. I mean, it resulted in an 80-point coming out on top. So great job all the way around. Earned streaks, earned camo. We didn't get to see the best use in the world out of it, but it doesn't matter when you get the mini kills.
The streaks definitely paid off, though. That's what they did to clear the drill. Right when it looked like Elevate was going to mount a comeback again, Joe single-handedly shut it down. He got in that position where he could just stay alive behind the box, constantly dipping and diving. And then they were able to finish in the middle. Urban, though, I continue to look at this guy and just think, is he in the running for best player in Europe? He has shown up big. The only bad games we saw from him came last night against Optic Gaming.
Yeah, there's quite a few European teams that kind of have that standout player. Dave is the standout for Epsilon. I know Moose was playing phenomenal, and it sort of seemed like his team just never had enough there to back him up. And Urban, been a bit of the same story where he's put on some monster performances, and his team just kind of lets him down and come up short. I mean, just the last series, he drops, 13 kills in a search and destroy, and they still end up losing the round 11. So, again, once you have that supporting cast step up, it goes a lot better for Red Reserve.
There's a look at the veterans, Rated and Reedy. They have played together in almost every single Call of Duty. And here's where they stand on the overall leaderboard for our next game mode, Search and Destroy. You can see Zed. He jumps up to number 2 on the Search and Destroy leaderboard. Reedy comes in at number 5 for Elevate. And then on the other side, you got Urban there at number 3. Nile and Joe coming in at 9 and 10. Zed, though, when you look at his first bloods, he's got 12 total. Most of those came from today.
Yeah, the first blood's obviously huge. You win something like 75-80% of the rounds when you get the first blood. But Urban, still the standout player. I think, he's tied for 3rd, was it in the first blood category, but still had like a 1.59 KD or something.
Pretty good.
Lines. Yeah, monster performance, and he did the same thing back at Birmingham. He was best S&D player by far at the event. The guy's a tank, and again, I think the pistol in the back pocket helps him out quite a decent bit.
Every time we see him, he's dropping double digits in Surge. Can he get it done on Crusher? We're about to find out. This is game number 2, the battle for 3rd place in the green group, who's going to lock in their spot in stage 2, as well as the Anaheim groups in Call of Duty Championships. We're one step closer. Red Reserve needing just 2 more wins.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when you see the Europeans versus North Americans, there's always like a clash of styles, and you can always find one team catching the other off guard. Depending on how the map plays out, when you got the Europeans going against the Europeans, you don't see it nearly as much, just because they've played each other multiple times. They know what each other likes to do. So it's all about the meta game within the game. It's all about who can make those in-game adjustments as time progresses to try and get that extra advantage against your opponent.
Now, when we watched that Game 5 versus Optic Gaming, Elevate, they had Zed playing pretty decent. Watson had some nice kills, but Rated just disappeared again. You can't do this in game number 2, especially after that first loss. Elevate is going to need the captain, the old man on the squad. You got Reedy, I think, technically the captain, but Rated, he's kind of the one controlling the troops here for the squad. Will Elevate be able to battle back, or will they be facing elimination? Game number 2, just moments away. As we think about Crusher, we always see the B-bomb site, the camos coming into play late in the game. But out of these 2 teams, who do you think wins the indoor battle over at A?
Ooh, that's a tough call. I think I might have to get it to Red Reserve. They played very, very well. Search and Destroy was their dominant game mode back in Birmingham when they were going against the European teams. I think they have a 1-1 split against Elevate specifically, so again, it should be a close match. But when you got a guy like Urban, again, 1.59 KD, he's been ridiculous. Got to give him the edge.
Doesn't matter what guns he's using, most likely sticking to the K-bar. Is there a sniper on either of these teams that you're looking out for? We saw Watson bring it out on throwback.
Watson has pulled it out. I know Rated's pulled it out in the past. Honestly, it's up to preference. Normally, you're only going to see that sniper overlook mid-map, and it's normally going to only be good for a round or two, just trying to catch the other team off guard, letting them know that you have that sniper presence to kind of eliminate them from showing up in mid-map. You see it occasionally, someone on back rock on defense pulling it out, but a little bit more rare to see.
When we did watch Enigma 6 versus Red Reserve in this game mode, it was Proto absolutely shutting down Red Reserve with mid-map control using that sniper rifle. Urban would always position himself in the middle to try and defend. This time around, we'll see, will he be contested in that position? Reedy is on your screen first. He's got the EMC out. And that means we may see a sniper right away as it's Elevate on the attack.
Yeah, and instead of going for mid-map control, he's actually going to be trying to snipe the player that goes back rock, because if you play almost every single time, there's always going to be a player there. Missing 2 shots, though, as you see, Red Reserve, they're flooding. They're all the way in crates. They're going to be coming out the challenge. Reedy finally able to get the kill. Urban going to trade, and the snipers all the way in the back. They might have known he had that presence, and they did not care. They flew at him. It's the right call.
That's the gamble, right? If you miss your first or second shot, though, you can just see how quickly your team is behind. All of a sudden, you have Red Reserve up in your face, and even if you get the one pick like he did, there's going to be too many players to take down. Red Reserve striking first, Elevate now on defense. And we'll see where this bomb decides to go. It's going to be in the hands of Nile.
Man, now I feel awkward. I talk about how the sniper presence is normally over mid-map, and they're electing just to hold it over crate side. You do see it a little bit, but you see there might actually be counter-aggression coming on the defensive side. Once again, a bunch of players stacked up, Reedy and Rated. Each of them are able to pick up a kill. One on the wall run, one on crate side. Oh, Nade's going to even things out and give us that 2v2.
We need a trophy system down. Not working out there, as it looks like Red Reserve will have to rotate back. Nile picked up the most recent kill using the flechette grenades. And it will be Rated and Watson up for Elevate on the defensive end. Nile checking every single corner. Joe's watching the flank as they start to slowly creep towards A.
Yeah, you see they're just waiting for their opponents to make a mistake. Elevate has that setup, waiting for the B-bomb site. They're checking either side. It does appear that Red Reserve, they're going to be moving towards A. Again, those close range engagements can go down so quick, but they have the free plant available. I don't know if they're going to try and wrap all the way around or just get it down, and that's going to be the case.
Elevate's watching both entrances over at B. In about 3 seconds, they'll know we have to jump into action. Rated's going to lead the charge. Watson will be directly behind him. Players currently not in a position to split, and Red Reserve, they've gotten out of dodge. They're moving quite far from the bomb.
Yeah, and the tricky spot, the tricky thing about where they planted that bomb is you can see it from pretty much anywhere. You can see it from all the way in the back of the building. You can come around and watch it from out the back door. You can also check it from you. So Rated and crew have a lot that they need to clear out. You see Joe's all the way in the backside. Nile's going to be playing in you, and it looks like he's come up behind a player. He's able to pick up one, has the second in front of him. Watson able to take it down, but again, time is just not on Watson's side. Hunts down Joe. Doesn't matter, doesn't win the gunfight, but that is just prime bomb location.
Well done by Red Reserve. Elevate may be running out of gas, and there's a frustrated Watson after falling at the hands of Joe. Great kill with the ERAD. Is Joe still running for the camo here? Sometimes he and Nile switch it up.
I didn't actually see. Definitely something to think about. Again, that's one of those things where Urban clearly has the best KD. It's actually Nile that takes it, but Urban has the best KD. I think in the future it might be worth giving him that best payload, but we're going to see. You see the sniper this time actually coming out for the mid-map presence, but if you don't hit your shots, it doesn't really matter, and Rated's going to be able to get that first blood onto Joe.
Watson still chasing down 2 players, pulls out the ERAD, gets Shawnee. And Elevate, 2-man advantage will put this bomb down. In comes Urban, he's flying through, picks off Zed with the headshot, backs out with his life. Nile getting into position to strike at the same time. They're going to go for a coordinated pinch here, trying to target Watson.
Well, the spot that the bomb got planted in this time means that definitely Elevate's going to be playing on the backside. You see Nile's going on for the flank. He's going to have to find a couple kills. He's able to get the first one, but you see Urban's going to fall inside of you, and now Nile just going to run too far. There's way too many spots he has to check with not enough time. So again, you get that first blood, you win the round.
First blood, get the bomb planted. take the offense. Nile falling in your round-ending kill cam at the hands of Rated. And smile back on the face of Watson. So frustrated with their loss to Optic Gaming, but I asked him, how do you feel about this matchup? He says, we got this. Playing with a lot of confidence here. Keep your eyes on Watson. He's been one of the stars from Europe for several years. On your screen right now, though, it's Urban with the K-bar. He is going to be looking to cover the bomb carrier. It's in the hands of Nile once again as they want to get him to that camo as quick as possible.
Well, Elevate's playing very, very aggressive. They're giving up the bomb plan on B. Number 3 on the minimap, Zed, is watching the cross to see what happens. The remaining players for Elevate are going on the backside on the flank, and you see Watson, he gets that first pick, and now Red Reserve is trapped. They think there's going to be pressure behind them, and if they cross out front, they're going to get spotted. So Elevate, yes, they give up the bomb plant, but they should be able to re-break this with the information they get.
They're up a man, right? Joe got caught off guard by Watson in the middle of the map. He's supposed to watch the flank, played a little too aggressive and got punished. Urban's gonna get one. Can he get out with his life? No, Zed reacts. It's a 3-on-2, Elevate still up a guy. Over at the bomb, here's the fight. Rated wins it versus Nile. Can't jump on the bomb right away. Now there's the final kill. Watson is gonna pick up 2 this round, helps with the 3rd, and the defuse has plenty of time. Elevate, they were down early, brings it back, ties it up, 2-2.
Defuse is key as well, giving that to Rated. Again, trying to get closer and closer to that active camo payload. I'd have to say best payload in the game. That's the one you want. Yep. You want your most clutch player to have that in every situation that can have available. Either way, though, again, pretty close game, you'd have to say. A little bit of back and forth. Tied up 2-2. Looks like on the offensive side, Elevate once again going towards that B-bomb side.
Rated, we touched on his weakness in search earlier in the day. Currently leading the team at 4-2, right next to Watson, who's at 5-2. And here comes Rated with this bomb. Looking for an intro pick, doesn't see a challenger, immediately throwing it down. Elevate ready, because they know everyone from Red Reserve is about to hit. Here it comes. Nile gets the first pick. Urban jumping over his opponent, but Zed is going to punish him. Payload shut down. It's going to be Nile and Shawnee left alive versus a camo Rated and Reedy, and Rated has them lined up, picks up one. Shawnee survives, but not for long. Elevate takes the round.
Solid play. Use the camo, win the round. The bomb gets planted, but of course, the camo pretty much decides the situation most of the time. Rated having a pretty good use. Reedy does have to get the cleanup kill, but hey, that's just more points for everybody. So no harm, no foul.
They got set up early. They knew the push was going to come. They reacted properly. Urban almost caused problems with the FTL jump. Nice plays by Zed to stay focused, lock him down, and give Elevate the advantage. Here we go, though. It's round number 6, fresh start. Everyone from Elevate, they're going to stack up at A. They see nothing. Now it's a 4-man sprint back over to the B-bomb site.
So we're going to see Red Reserve probably just going to get this down right away. You actually see the Trinity Rocket's going to get called in, and now that means they have to scatter. They have to fly in the back hanger, and everybody's going to be waiting. Watson able to get that first pick, and well, you get first blood, you win the round. The other players got forced to back off, so that Trinity Rocket, again, was huge.
And Nile, he went into full panic mode there, charged right into 4 players and drops the bomb. So Red Reserve, you're basically hoping Urban can pull off this 1v3. 3 defenders. He's got to loop around for the bomb. 40 seconds left on the clock, but this is going to be so difficult. I'm a bit surprised to see Elevate just leaving the bomb on the ground, though.
At the same time, they're sticking together pretty well. Rated's leading the charge quite a bit farther. Now, actually, they're going to be splitting up a little bit. So, again, if you group in a 3v1, makes it incredibly difficult to pull off. So, Urban obviously has his work cut out for him. He's just playing for kills.
Here come the Velociraptors, but Urban, he's got plenty of shots here. Will he be able to pick up some fast kills? Elevate has found the bomb. They have set it all up, and they are just waiting for the push. On the other side of this wall is going to be Rated to Urban's left, and Rated is going to walk right into the shots. Urban has earned himself another FTL, but he will not win this round.
And that's fine. It's a good play. You see Urban not just going to jump off the map. He doesn't have to worry about the bomb blowing up, nothing like that. Knows he's going to lose. 1v3, incredibly difficult. Elevate has to throw those away. But it's important. You're able to get that kill. You earn the FTL. And you have that in your back pocket for whenever you need.
Crusher continues into round number 7. Elevate. They were down 2-1, now in the lead 4-2. Sniper back out for Reedy. He's playing with confidence and he's missing again. It's Nile who is going to survive. And after that missed shot, everyone rotates back to A. They see the 4 stack over at the B bomb site. A is now wide open. Rated's going to call that out. He's going to go and look for the new pinches as we have players in transition. He's going to find everyone around this corner.
Well, Red Reserve is wasting absolutely no time. They just rotated back insanely quickly. Meanwhile, Elevate, they're kind of caught off guard. They have no information. They have no idea whether or not their entire team is stacked up at B. So I'd assume they're going to be playing it a little bit slowly. You see the players encroaching on the bomb. Rated, though,
so
sneaky
smart
position, able to just hide in a corner, lets players jump out in front. And you see Reed's able to pick up the kill with the sniper as well. But all the information he just got just won his team the round.
Joe now in a similar situation that we just saw. Urban, you're the last man standing. You don't expect the round. He's able to pick up 1 kill, but Elevate is now on game point. And Elevate, I think if you put the bomb down over at A, you have a chance of winning this round. Rated, he also gave himself an opportunity. He let 3 people run by, but he was only able to turn that into 1 kill. And the rest of the squad was able to jump into it, as you saw Reedy and Watson all over the feed. But now, Red Reserve, they have to win 4 straight. Let's start things off here with Urban. The attack going directly into A. And they're going to be met by grenades. Watson gets first blood. Elevate total control after Rated picks up Nile.
And that's huge. Elevate pretty much has secured the round. Urban not even able to trade out a single kill. They just get run over. Elevate with a commanding performance. And it goes back, those in-game adjustments. I mean, just rewind a single round. Rated puts himself in a fantastic position, decides, all right, I'm going to wait here, make the play, let my team do the rotation back to B on their own, and I'm going to try and catch someone off guard. And small decisions like that paid off throughout the map. Elevate looking pretty good in Search.
Pretty solid. Rough start in the hard point. Good answer back here in Search and Destroy. That means we are even going into Uplink game number 3. If you're just joining us, this is the last battle between our 2 European squads. They're coming in the 3rd and 4th position in the green group. And this match decides it all for them. Who is going to lock in that 3rd place? Who is going to have to play for their lives at relegation before Anaheim?
It's really tough to call. Honestly, it could go either way. Elevate's kind of had a thing where they're playing to their level of competition, I would say. Obviously start off terribly in the group, but then they go against Optic, and both times play incredibly close. But then they play against, your E6 Red Reserve, and they fall to them too. So they've just struggled to kind of have that full-on team performance. Obviously, though, if they're going to put it together, it might as well be this series.
2 games in the books. Game 3 coming up when we come back. Welcome back. This is the G Fuel key player matchup as we head into uplink. Red Reserve Shawnee going up against Reedy from Elevate. There you can see their KDs. A bit of a different. Shawnee always involved in the scores, but it's been Reedy in the kill feed with a 1.64.
Yeah, pretty good as well. You saw earlier pulled out the Ripper on Scorch. Frost, very submachine gun heavy map. Sometimes you see 4 E-Rads even get pulled out. So Reedy, great player to watch.
Those are your 2 players to keep eyes on. It's your G Fuel key player matchup as we head into uplink. Primetime continues. There is a live look at the Elevate squad that just answered back with a big win on Crusher, Search and Destroy. So we're all tied up going into this one. It's Frost uplink, and if you look at all of the maps, all of the game types, all of the game modes, this map leads to the most kills out of them all, especially when you look at it per minute. Let's take a look at our leaderboard coming into this uplink chance. We just saw Reedy with a 1.64 KD. He's got to be pretty high in our top 10.
Yeah, and I know Rated's going to be up there as well. Every time we talk about uplink, we talk about him. So Elevate, just based on those 2 players, even very well might have the edge. Of course, Red Reserve, never going to count them out. Again, these European squad, it's going to be that head-to-head, but there you go, Rated. He's sitting atop that list at a 1.64. He's up there by a mile.
I was really confused how Reedy jumped up there real quick. Now it makes more sense. It's Rated with the 1.64, the double R's. 0.8 carries, 0.2 tosses. Really, he's going to leave that up to guys like Reedy and Zed to do the scoring. On the other side for Red Reserve, keep your eyes on Urban. He's been their best player throughout Respawn. But really, it's going to be Shawnee. We talked about his 0.93. This is supposed to be your young gun. This is the up-and-comer from Scotland who is trying to slay everybody out. Will he be able to get the kills, knowing that he's going to have to work with the E-Rad only?
And again, you'd hope he does if you're a Red Reserve fan. Again, Urban, he's always been on form, but he needs that supporting cast. In game number 1, it was Joe. Joe stepped up to the plate, and they had a pretty commanding win. If it's going to be Shawnee this game, even better. The more the merrier, but again, Red Reserve, they definitely need that team collective performance. And Frost very well might be the map to do it.
Here's a look at the series so far. Started off on Scorch Hardpoint, where you saw Joe dropping some big streaks that gave them the win, 250 to 170. Game number 2, though, it was all Elevate in the Search and Destroy. Their sniper picks didn't always work, but the teamwork was there. They got a lot of great trade kills and kills in transition. It seemed that they kind of outsmarted Red Reserve in some of those rounds.
Yeah, and again, the in-game adjustments are always key as well. You're not going to see as many in Frost, but the shot calling is always important about what direction do we want to push. Do we need to waste time? Do you have enough time to hit that 1-point toss, or can you go for 2? I think that's actually a problem Elevate had earlier on this map. They had about 1 minute and 20 seconds left or something like that to score 4 points. You see bombardment getting called out, and the play call that came in the final seconds was just hit the 1-point toss, but that gave them 30 seconds to score 3 points, and it wasn't enough to make the comeback. So again, those final moments, those in-game decisions, whoever the shot caller is, they have to be completely on form, because one wrong call can cost you a game.
Payloads are going to be huge here as well. Reactive can help you go in for at least a 1-point toss. A camo normally leads to a dunk, and then we'll see what is going to happen with the remainder of the players. Watson most likely going to pull back out his overdrive. He was so good on Precinct with that payload. It could be devastating on a map like Frost.
Yeah, overdrive can just completely catch you off guard. You can even, so the way that works, the drone over your head, the symbol that tells the entire other team where you are pops up every 3 seconds. So if you ever have that internal count of when you pick up that drone, if you know when that message is popping up, you can time that overdrive perfectly to completely juke out the other team. It's something you don't see very often, and it's difficult to do in game. But again, if he picks that up instantly, lets that pop up overhead, and then pops the overdrive and zooms a complete different direction, again, it could result in a pretty big dunk.
Here comes the swing game on board with Joe to open things up. He played so well on Scorch Hardpoint, one of the closer ranged maps. Now he's got another one here on Frost. Around the corner to his right, it's going to be Watson. Here's a first big gunfight, and it's going in favor of Watson. Zed also in the kill feed there. Zed with the double, Watson with the third, and Reedy already with drone in hand, wants to score in the first 30 seconds. 1-0 lead, Elevate makes it count.
Very good play. Again, they only got 3 kills. It results in a point. That's huge. The only opportunity they've had so far converted into points, and that is obviously going to be a factor as time goes on. Now, this is an opportunity for Red Reserve. They got the drone. They have the control. Rated, though, was able to pick up 2. Reed's going to get another one. And, of course, that drone is going to get reset. Urban pops him in the face, but again, it doesn't really matter in the end because that drone was already gone.
Pistol punch combo coming in from Urban, though. That is a good early sign. They almost struck right there. Irvin throws the drone forward and then responds to the players behind him. This time around, he's going to lead the charge as it's Niall running the drone. Reedy was able to get a pick, but Irvin and Shawnee are there continuing to support. This is a dunk. There we go, 2-1. Red Reserve takes the lead here after a minute 20.
And Shawnee was that guy. He was able to get all the way to that far right side of the minimap in the base, just underneath that portal. He was able to pick up 2 kills. Clearing out the base makes for easy points. Elevate, though, this time, instead of going over towards blue, over towards ice, they're going to try and go through the submachine room. And they're able to pick up quite a few kills as well. Urban's going to slow him down for a moment. But, of course, Rated already in position with his teammate, just trying to clear out. Picks up the kill on Joe, and that puts in that 1-point play.
Fantastic stuff from Rated leading this charge. He switched over from his K-Bar, his NV4, to an ERAD. Watson, meanwhile, he's been controlling the middle of the map with the K-Bar very well. Here's another kill from Watson. 5 straight for each player. There's the dish, there's the dunk. We're talking about score streaks now. 75 points or 1 kill away now for Rated, and he should be able to lock in his bombardment. Watson looking for his as well.
Well, Watson not actually going to be able to finish that kill. It looks like Red Reserve is going to be able to stop the bleeding for a moment as they clear out their base. But again, it's going to be tough. They got to fight all the way back through. They got to get another set of kills. And of course, that drone down in a bit of a sticky situation. But again, all about that control. Who's going to get that next wave of kills?
And I'm pretty sure that both players were held to just Trinity rockets, which is huge because you had a potential to have 2 bombardments. You were 175 points away total from seeing bombardments on the map. Instead, it's just rockets to work with when it comes to score strength. Let's take a look, though, back at Rated 9-3. Trying to charge in versus 3 players. They will be overpowered, all 4. Gunfights going in favor of Red Reserve coming off the spawn. Reedy's going to go low and try and flank, but no, Joe is too smart. They're going to catch him in transition. Now it's Red Reserve trying to put points on the board, but those 2 kills are going to make it so difficult.
Urban, though, he's going to be able to open it up. He picks up the only kill that he needs to open up a lane for his teammates. So again, clutch plays, and Urban's always going to be the name that we shout when that happens. Sitting atop the leaderboard right now at 10 kills. Of course, he's tied with Watson and Rated, but again, Joe, he's the guy, 2-10. You can't be having that if you're trying to win the respawns. He's going to need to step it up once again for the team.
I didn't even realize how poorly Joe is playing. That is rough, simply getting outgunned. Zed doing it this most recent attempt. Watson on your screen gets the melee. That was the only defender in position for the middle here. Now Watson can gear up behind Rated, who's going to lead the charge. Score streaks coming in. Trinity rockets are coming down. It forces everyone back. Rated, he picks up Niall, but he also kills his drone carrier.
Yeah, that is some pretty weird Trinity rocket placement, honestly. I mean, he was doing the slow wall run up top, so, I mean, that must have had to been pinpoint. Meanwhile, Urban doesn't care about that. He's trying to get points of his own. Tried to do a little bit too much. He was by himself trying to make the play, and he is going to get cut short. But I don't know, frankly, I'm happy with that. If I'm Red Reserve, they burn the streaks and they get no points, and you might very well be going into the second half with a very tight game.
And at this point, I think you're just kind of laughing at Rated, saying, what are you doing with these streaks? You're playing for our team, Red Reserve. They were down 2, make it a 1-possession game with a 1-point toss. They can take a lead with a dunk. And now you see the kill feed, though. It's Elevate winning the fights in the middle. Reedy and Watson working so well together. Rated's going to pick up 2 with his ERAD, and he is going to escort this drone. Down goes Rated, but there's still a lead blocker. Reedy's going to lead the charge. 1-point toss goes up. Back to a 2-point advantage as we lead into the half. Elevate in control early on, but we switch sides. And I think we're going to start seeing Red Reserve come back in this game, Chance.
Very possibly, but again, players like Joe, they're going to have to step it up because Elevate is just dominating in that slaying category. They've had control of the drone for, I'd have to imagine, 75, 80% of this game. So when you apply that much pressure, those scoring opportunities are just going to create themselves. We saw on the flip side of things, Red Reserve, they had, 3, maybe 4 chances to score. They're able to pull it off in 2 of those, but again, it's just not going to be enough. They really need to turn up.
And I think you just saw Joe look at his score line and see himself and Shawnee. Shawnee had a big play that led to early points for Red Reserve. Other than that, he's been pretty much a non-factor on the map. Both players basically 12 to 29 kills to deaths. Here comes the drone, though. It's Red Reserve on the attack. They have the drone in hand, and they could go in for a dunk. Shawnee's going to force it through, and just like that, 24 seconds in, we got a tie game.
Opening breaks are huge. We saw Elevate do it on the first side, scored a 1-point shot in the first 30 seconds. Red Reserve, they flipped that script, and again, they only hit a pick up like 4 kills to make that happen, and it results in a very quick dunk. So you said the second side, they're going to be turning stuff around. That very well may be the case for Red Reserve. See Shawnee right now trying to play, again, in that nuisance spot, past that 50-yard line in his opponent's base. However, he is going to get sniffed out by Zed.
And I think we just saw that Reedy finish the last round on a 6-kill streak, picked up his 7th. Here in the second half, so he's going to be working on streaks. Yes, he's 25 points, a single assist away from getting a bombardment. Challengers all over these boxes. He's just trying to stay alive. There's the kill. Fully streaked out is Reedy. Rated also in the feed as they are locking down the sub bay. Drone is going to be scooped up here by Watson, but they need the kills first. Here is a new set of respawns. Urban and Joe down, but Nile and Shawnee still in their way.
Well, now you see what Red Reserve's game plan is. They were tossing that drone over to push through ice, but looks like they're actually going to get trapped. And, well, they throw the drone, but Reedy's just going to pick it right back up. You see he's fully streaked out, has the overdrive as well, and it looks like that's what he's going for. Clear out the base of their opponent, force them to inside position so you know where they are. Let your teammates get the kills and try and score some points. See, they're able to pick up 2. Joe, actually, though, is able to pick a 2-piece. That's going to open it up. Reedy is going to pop the overdrive. For some reason, he just ran into the full team of Red Reserve, and they shut that down.
Even though they lose that fight, it's still a 20-kill advantage. If you add up all the numbers, Elevate has been slaughtering Red Reserve. Somehow, the scoreboard is still tied, though. When will Elevate start converting these pushes into points? Watson's going to lead this charge. Zed is there, but the last man standing is going to slow him down. Watson is going to pick up the kill on Joe, and now we got the drone pushing up here. Trinity Rocket still available for Reedy. Is he going to call it? Will Watson be able to put points on the board? It's not looking like it. Both defenses holding strong.
Reedy and Rated, the RR duo, again, leading the charge in slaying, both at 23 kills. Rated's got that camo. This has got to be a dunk, guaranteed points. As a player over top, doesn't even try and pop it, just goes for the kill. And you see, they burned the Trinity Rocket. They had camo. This is the second time they've used streaks and got nothing. They picked up the kills, but no points.
Watson did pick up 3 kills, though, so they should have total map control. And Watson is just going to say, hey, Robo Bay is clear, run through, use the score streaks, push them back. Looks like this time around it was Reedy's Trinity Rocket called in. Now the camo's been invested. So quite a bit of investments in the last minute just to get 2 points. But at the end of it all, Elevate leads by 2 with 1:50 to go.
It didn't look good, but it did work in the end. So again, time ticking down. Red Reserve, though, on the attack. You see Nile does have his payload to work with. They're going to be looking to get him the drone. Joe, though, going to be leading that charge. And there you see he does have overdrive in hand, but he's indecisive. He can't decide what to do. Might be going for a sneaky play, but frankly, they can't waste time. They're the ones that are down in points.
Nile just trying to wall run as long as he can. Gets the double jump back up. He comes back from the dead. He's got 3 teammates to escort him. He's going to get right behind Shawnee, the lead blocker. Here comes the overdrive. Shawnee's going to body block. Here comes the dunk. He falls, but the score still comes in. It's not a 2-pointer, but that 1 point will bring him close.
And again, kind of another sloppy play with the payload, but it worked out. He wasted enough time while sitting there and wall running down and kind of baiting out. The enemy expected the drone to be there, and he took it in a different direction as his team pushed out ice. Still, though, minute left. That is going to be 3 kills. Now make it all 4 in favor. Joe's going to be the one leading the charge. Red Reserve, they need to get some points.
And as you say that, Joe picks up the kill on Watson. So Joe struggling to slay in the first half. He picks up the important kills here in the second half. And we have Red Reserve on top by just 1 point, 35 seconds to go. Red Reserve just keeps pushing this drone back out towards ice. They're trying to make it so difficult for Elevate to get to that satellite.
And that's got to be game, right? They can just pick it up and wall run with it. They can do any number of things to waste as much time as possible. Joe has that drone in hand and Rated. They got to hunt down the kills fast. But again, it's just the time is the factor at this point. They kill the drone. It's got to reset. You see number 1 on your minimap, Reedy. He's trying to go as far as he can, but with 7 seconds left, what can you really do?
7 seconds is all it takes on this map, but Reedy already celebrating. He pops the Zippo. He knows it is done. Red Reserve, they're gonna come back. Man, you could just see Elevate falling apart there in the final moments. They invested 2 Trinity Rockets and a camo. They go up by 2. But then they start getting outslayed at the end. They get pushed back into their base, and Red Reserve walks away with the late game victory. Chance, what were the big turning points for you in that second half?
Really just failed to take advantage of the scoring opportunities that they created. I mean, Red Reserve got outslayed by like 10 or 15 kills, something along those lines, but when they had an opportunity to score, they did. And we already saw it. Reedy calls in the bombardment, gets nothing out of it. Uses the overdrive, gets nothing out of it. Uses the Trinity rockets, nothing out of it. It took 2 sets of streaks, and then even the active camo just to get 2 points on the board. Way too much invested for not nearly enough points. And then, of course, on the flip side, overdrive. Overdrive got them the point. That was all they needed. And then they kept that pressure on just enough time to get those 2 points in.
Elevate, they started off IW pretty strong. Since then, it's been a downward spiral. Meanwhile, on the other end, Red Reserve, they continue to improve. They placed 5th, 6th at our last event, and Dallas now trying to lock in a 3rd place finish here in the green group. Before we get to game number 4, let's take a look at how our teams got here today.
Red Reserve has gone through a lot of changes this season. At the beginning of the Infinite Warfare season, the organization was without a team, but they obtained the Complexity roster following CWL Vegas. Prior to CWL Atlanta, the former Complexity roster announced they would not be representing Red Reserve after the event, leading to Red Reserve's purchase of Orbit. That meant Joe, Rated, Urban, and Zero would be operating under their banner. However, the team would not stay together long. The team felt the impact of EU roster mania following CWL Paris, leaving them with a roster of Joe, Urban, Niall, and Shawnee to compete at CWL Dallas. In the 2Ks leading up to Dallas, the new roster finished 1st and 2nd in the 2 tournaments, going from a question mark to a dark horse at CWL Dallas. Their tough pool sent them to the losers bracket, where their run to finish top 6 was incredibly impressive. They managed to take out Supremacy, Fnatic, Enigma 6, and Evil Geniuses, before ultimately falling to European counterpart Splice, in what was one of the best finishes by a European team in Infinite Warfare thus far.
Major credit to Red Reserve for making that one a very, very close match when it came down to that last hard point.
The current incarnation of this team will be defined by the aforementioned losers bracket run at CWL Dallas. But what really gives them promise moving forward is their success in Search and Destroy. Not a single player on the squad finished Dallas above a 1.0 KD in respawn game modes. Their statistics in S&D, however, are almost the polar opposite of a team like Luminosity in North America. Shawnee jumps to a 1.13, Joe to a 1.14, and Urban to a 1.13. Keep an eye on Red Reserve's performance in this game mode, as they won 75% of their S&Ds at CWL Dallas. Teams that are strong in S&D have the ability to steal a series from many top teams. However, if they want to consistently hang with the world's best, they must fix their respawn woes. Tune in on May 12th to 14th to see if Red Reserve can continue to build on their momentum in Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
That was a look at how Red Reserve got here today. Here's a look at some updated stats. Their hardpoint win rate, 33% coming into this series. They didn't win a single uplink before that last massive victory on Frost. And what's most surprising to me, Chance, is to remind everybody that we were looking at 6 kills and 7 kills between Joe and Shawnee as the second half kicked off. They somehow come out in the second half and pull away with a win.
And that slaying power is going to be what they need. They can't afford to have an inconsistent performance like that on Retaliation. Again, Retaliation, if you outslay your opponent, you win. Those hardpoint win rates are just atrocious, but again, they've been going against E6 and Optic Gaming, who have been picking them both apart. The head-to-head, again, expect that to be a lot closer. And on this map specifically, we're going into Retaliation. We actually saw E6 just played Red Reserve, relatively close game. Red Reserve ended up falling short by about 40 points. Again, if you recall, some big plays coming in from N. Ruiz. That's got to be in the back of their minds. They know that those rotations are key. They have to shut players down and not allow big plays to come in. And of course, Elevate, well, they want to be those big playmakers.
All right, just a reminder for myself and everyone else watching at home, the Red Reserve team, yeah, we made them blue this game. Elevate, they will be wearing red. And we are on board with Watson as he is going to open up with some grenades. Reedy's going to find first blood. It's traded out, but that kill should give Elevate the advantage to break in.
And credit to Watson as well. He's had a pretty good series so far. Of course, he's going to need to turn up for the team as well. And you see that's what he's going for, trying to pick up 3. Reedy's going to be there in support of his teammate. But again, always these closely contested starts. It's going to be all about that rotation over lower street.
Elevate against Optic Gaming on this same map was able to control bridge pretty well. They had a nice first round of rotations, and honestly, if you think about Elevate's road to this point, People were counting them out coming into day 3. No one thought they would do anything against Optic, but going all the way to a game 5 put them in this situation where if they win this series, they can take 3rd place away from Red Reserve. You can't go all this way and then fall apart right here. You need a big game 4. You need to force another tiebreaker search.
And it would be massive, and they had to start to just do just that. Again, Bridge, normally it's tough to get a lot of time. They just got 40 seconds, so that's pretty impressive stuff. And more importantly, they got the break to lower street as well. So things continue to get better and better for the squad. You got to expect it to potentially continue. And weirdly enough, Urban, actually, he had the slow start at 0-4. Yes, he put his first kill on the board, but for the moment, it's not going to be enough.
55 and counting to just 4 points. I'd love to switch over to our Elevate side and go in with some team comms.
I'm in back. Well, plat. On top of you. 1 bullet, Reese. Fucking rape him. 25 seconds. Someone go back. Yeah, you good, yeah?
One storm, we get into this corner.
He's absolutely on plat, Dead.
One's hitting Joe. There's 2. Joe's absolute. Gonna heal. New heal.
Oh, there's 3. Get into market, play your lives. Dave Marsh should have spawned Bridge. Goes back there. You got me, there's 2. Pushing the back. Wise, play your life now. He kills you. He was a bit further back, Jordan. Alright, cool. Joe's gonna spawn behind me. One's in hill. Come bedroom. Joe's gonna spawn behind me, broken. Yeah, he's behind me. I'm dead, by the way. Ads, 2.
Back left,
2 ads.
Back left, absolute. One push me ads, Dave, couldn't do much.
Alright. Gonna get fucking
I'm good here.
We're spawning bridge. Yeah, 3 of them. We're looking at me, man. Pin low. Inside. Hitting you on the street.
Yeah,
right
Joe's absolute.
Just take our time. Get close, Zach. Wait. I'm in lads now. We need to kill Joe.
I'm focusing, yeah. Yeah, Joe's on 3.
Fuck, Joe's in.
Elevate built up a nice lead, 84 points on the board, but it's been Red Reserve all over this Cathedral. They won the rotation battle and just didn't look like Elevate had anything set up to break. That's now 3 failed pushes.
Yeah, and Red Reserve, again, just 1 hill is all it takes on retaliation. Turning this game around quite substantially, they find themselves in a much better position than they were before. They're going to have to break a hill once again, though. Elevate in control of that broken. You see, though, players spawning out all the way on the opposite side of the map. It's going to turn into a bit of a foot race. Red Reserve needs to put on the pressure.
Here comes Shawnee trying to break through. Urban in the feed as well. Joe's gonna fall, but you got your key slayers in power positions, and Reedy is gonna stop them both. Niall and Shawnee eliminated, and this is gonna be an Elevate hill. Urban is still alive. You had Joe spawning up pretty close, but if Joe doesn't get it done right here, Niall and Shawnee are so far away.
Yeah, very good hold so far. You see Reedy's on the 4 streak as well. He's creeping closer and closer to those streaks. But either way, more importantly than the streaks, the score, Elevate. They retook it. Obviously, Red Reserve back on Cemetery, started to close the gap just a little bit. But nope, they blow the game wide open once again and again. 75 points before he gets to those Trinity Rockets.
I think Reedy's been their best player. He's been their most consistent player for Elevate throughout this weekend. Again, he jumps out to a fantastic start, 12-5. He's working on these streaks, so look for him to play a little bit slower here as he knows he needs just about 2-3 kills to get to that bombardment.
Well, while he is playing slow, his entire team just died. Now he's 75 away from the bombardment, so it's one of those games. You risk not putting on that hill pressure, so you give up a few points, hopefully in exchange for streaks, which you can use later on to blow them open. And those Trinity Rockets could be very huge. Again, that Cemetery Hill, you can break it just with that you can single-handedly open that up for your team. Red Reserve, though, meanwhile, all the hill pressure in the world. Niall's been inside, racking up all sorts of time, moved up to 1 minute and 12 seconds inside the hill.
And Joe, we talked about his struggles in uplink. Well, he turned it on in the second half. He led to some late points and helped his team clutch up a game number 3. He's going big now. He was 13-11 at 13-13 currently, but keep your eyes on Joe. If he continues to slay, things are going to look good for Red Reserve. Niall spotting out Zed, going to take him off the bridge. They're setting up for the new hill. It's about to rotate. Niall is here first. Points going to be secured, and Joe is looking to push out these spawners. He doesn't know it yet, though, but Elevate is coming from the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be Elevate's game to lose. They got about a 50-point lead. They got the streaks in the back pocket. Red Reserve, though, in control of the hill. Earlier on, we saw Elevate actually pulled 40 seconds on this very hill. Red Reserve trying to do the exact same thing in return. Niles actually turned up a little bit, definitely had a slow start, and just working back again. You can't afford to have a player having a slow performance like this. It's going to cost the team. So if he can turn around, that's exactly what Red Reserve is going to need from him.
Nile went from silent to now causing problems, and I'd love to hear the communication on the other side of the stage. Let's crank it up with Red Reserve.
Two from me, close.
One hill. I'm on the hill.
As well.
Oh, you got me. Got me now. That's right, let's go.
I'm on
You need to play next.
Then back I'm behind him.
Let's focus on the Gravehold.
Nice. Might be
Let's play that vert bar. Dead. Wait.
Play.
Okay, plant close, I'm coming.
Watch out, man. On hill, plat. Zed's weak, plat. I spawn by. He's close, I think he's close left. I think he's underneath.
He's nading me on plat. I'm on lobby curve.
Mark it
dead. Oh, on hill. You got me in hill. Yeah, it was a close stairs. There's two in plat then. Reedy and, no, Reese. Bedroom.
That's
one back broken. Bedroom.
Top of the plat. Bedroom dead.
I'm watching bedroom, Pete.
Kill that plat guy. On top of the platform. Watch it, one hit.
Push on. Two plat.
I'm gonna try and flank through.
Yeah, flank 30 seconds. They've pushed out Scarf.
Yeah, we're gonna kind of need this time as well.
Yeah, we need to play this.
He's still dead.
One nade from like bedroom.
Wait, that quick.
Plat. Push up. There's two plat. Bedroom dead. Two plat.
It's on a pipe, don't feed dead. Get to next, get to new, we can still do this. They got no streaks.
Let's make market. I'm getting off time then. I'm playing curve.
I can't see market,
I can't see him.
Front hill, let's shoot without you.
Scarf.
Close,
Market now, Rudy.
Close.
I killed him. Market. That's one hill. I would time. He's market, he was market. I'm gonna flank P2. Who's Rudy you looking for? Ah, he's in the channel.
Streaking. Marcus is weak.
You got me. Reese is back bedroom. Two Marcus Steps. Three Marcus Steps. Spawn on the street. Spawn on the street and go play low P1.
Here come these score streaks, and you heard the comms. They're streaking. First one coming in, now the second. It's Reedy this time around, and he's going to find 3 kills back-to-back. Great uses of streaks as Elevate breaks the hill. And look at Reedy in this game, 27-9, saying, boys, get in the backpack. We are going to crush our way through.
Yep, Reedy pretty much just won them that game. On an 11 streak, has a minute 50 in the hill, leading the lobby in slang. As an FTL, that's kind of worthless at this point, but what more could he ask for? He turned up. Again, Elevate, their backs were against the wall. They need this win. They were down 2-1, and pretty masterful performance coming out of Reedy.
You talk to the European players who are some of the greats of all time. Reedy definitely has to be on the top 10 list from the UK. Showing up big here on the final day. Elevate needed to force a Game 5, and that is exactly where we're headed after his massive performance on Retaliation.
And again, it's just going to be the question of how well can they keep up that momentum. Both teams in their comms honestly sound kind of dead. There's not a lot of energy on either side. Small talk was a little bit better from both sides, still talking about, hey, they're spawning here. These are the rotations we need. We're going to have to get this time. So the communication is there, just a little bit low energy. But again, Game 5, they're fighting for 3rd place. This is what it all comes down to.
I was honestly a little bit surprised before we let this one go. Red Reserve's communications, as the game started to spiral out of control, they seemed so calm. There was no increase in just enthusiasm. No one's trying to get this squad fired up. They looked stronger, though, in the first search and destroy, and we'll see what's going to happen as we get the rematch. Game 5 is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's MLG Primetime on MLG.tv.
What I know about Red Reserve is they've got Nile, so it's one of them ones. We played them in Birmingham, we smoked them in Birmingham. Definitely outclassed their team in every aspect of the game in terms of slaying, smarts.
The matchup between Elevate, I think we should beat them twice. They're not in the best place as a team right now, and we are better than them.
As long as we slay in the respawns, we should easily take it. They're a pretty good S&D team. They like to make it a bit random, but we can beat them 3-1. We've done it in Birmingham. We know we can do it again.
The key to beating Elevate, we should be starting strong. If they get the first map, it just makes the whole thing a lot longer and draws it out more. But if we take the first map, we should take the S&D as well, so that's 2-0 up, and then obviously it's in our favour from there on.
Depending on the second S&D map, if they get something like throwback, they'll probably take it. If not, we should 3-0. Can't see them being that much of a threat.
There you heard from Elevate. Reedy feeling very confident if it goes to a map like Throwback, and that's exactly what we're going to see, a Game 5 Throwback here to decide who's going to finish with third place. I was looking at the numbers from that last game. Reedy went plus 20.
It's pretty good. Very good score. Again, dude did it all, had the most time in the hill, had the most streaks. Single-handed performance, he's going to have to carry that into Throwback as well. He might be a prophet getting the map right if it goes to Game 5, but it's kind of weird as well. Both teams were kind of like, yeah, Red Reserve has the edge in Search and Destroy, but again, the first time around, Elevate, they won it pretty convincingly. And if you look at the leaderboard, it doesn't even make sense as to why. Urban, he's chilling at top. He's been phenomenal all weekend. Even back in Birmingham, he was on point. Shawnee's having a decent event as well. And then you see Watson. He's the only guy.
Only guy from Elevate there. I think the numbers are going to change a little bit because these are the numbers before the series kicked off. And if you remember back to Game 2, it was Elevate who outclassed Red Reserve. They did it with smarts. They did it on rotations. They didn't force gunfights right away. Instead, they went for better setups and then tried to catch Red Reserve in transition. Can they do it again? We're about to find out. Throwback, Search and Destroy to decide it all for our European teams. Who is going to walk away the victor here? Watson, he's shown that he loves to snipe. Will he get any early picks? Is Reedy going to continue to go for the early flanks? Or are we going to see more teamwork and just straight up trades?
There's going to be a lot to watch out for. This map probably has the most variation of strats we've seen from teams. That's obviously a Maven kind of stat to throw out there, but teams have been mixing up a lot. And again, the Europeans, they've played each other on this map plenty of times. They know what each other likes to do. It's all about those in-game adjustments.
And I was wondering, what are going to be the strategies here? You just see both teams running with all four players together. Reedy is going to get the early pick on Nile, though. Urban trades it back, and Watson's in the feed as well. So man advantage here now in favor of Elevate. Shawnee, last man standing for Red Reserve as Rated hunts down Joe.
Get first blood, win the round. Shawnee, unless he goes for a miracle run, is going to get stopped. And Reedy able to pick up 2 kills that round. Again, it's the most important gunfight on the map. That was the leaderboard we showed you earlier. Just the players that were leading in first bloods. A couple different guys on top, but Reedy, talk about Throwback, he's making his name known.
And Madcat on Twitter was saying, we haven't seen this type of Reedy since the Modern Warfare 3 amateur bracket days. What's going way back? Marky B said, come on, don't throw shade at the man. Reedy is a god, but I think Madcat's expecting Red Reserve to come out on top of this one. So far, Madcat, you are dead wrong, buddy. Elevate gets the first round win. It's Red Reserve trying to answer back. Nile, he's going to be your bomb carrier, and he's going to throw it down at A. You saw the early distraction coming from Urban over at Fields. Watson, though, first blood on Nile. So, again, it's Elevate getting first blood, and most likely the round here. It's just Shawnee and Joe left up.
Yep, and Urban got shut down as well. Shawnee's trying to make some magic happen. He's actually able to pick up 2. Reedy's going to get that trade. And, well, that pre-fire was perfect. Flashbacks to those amateur days back in Modern Warfare 3. It's the exact same person I'm seeing here coming from Reedy. So, again, good final 2 kills, but first blood wins you the round, and Watson was coming out on top for that.
The old guard, Rated and Reedy, coming in big, 6-0 to start this one off combined. On the other side, you can see the frustration from Urban. Joe calling out the strategy. Their attack did not work, but what is Red Reserve going to do now on the defensive end? We'll see how they set up. Reedy on your screen, and he is going to be sprinting his way directly to this A bomb site. Rated behind him. Reedy's going to look for the first blood. There it is.
And he's going to push as well. Pops the FTL, but the player trying to kill Zed's going to pick him up instead. So they just overran the A bomb site, and that player is going to fall as well. And that is about as aggressive a round on offense as you're going to see. They came flying down that A street, ignored mid-map almost entirely, but the pressure was just too real. So again, you win first blood, you win the round.
Elevate showing some big cojones there on that attack. Reedy just flying at his opponents. Red Reserve has to figure out how do you slow this game down. They'll have bomb in hand, and it's Nile once again, your camo player at 0-3. That's not how you want to start a search and destroy. Urban, he's going to get the early position. Doesn't want to get picked by a potential sniper. Instead, finds 2 players in the middle, and it's sloppy shots. Reedy outgunning another player. He is 6-0. He's working on streaks here in search and destroy.
Yeah, you just can't let that happen. You can't lose that gunfight. Either way, though, you just see how passive Red Reserve is being forced to play. They're turtled up in their base. Elevate's running as the full squad. They are just flying downfield. Joe's able to pick up 2 as well, so they're going the 0 cover route. Challenging gunfights on players and head glitches, and that's not always the best thing to do. You go down, you have 0 cover, nowhere to duck and hide, and your team just gets picked apart. So 3v4 clutch. Good job for Red Reserve to get on the board.
Shawnee is going to get revenge for Urban as he picks up the final kill on Reedy, so no score streaks to worry about here for Red Reserve. Reedy was stopped just short. And this is where you can see them bounce back right into the game. Reedy on your screen, bringing out the fist, but not charging to A. Instead, he's going for the long flank. The rest of his squad moving their way to the A bomb site. Reedy's going to set up and look for anyone trying to loop behind his squad. And it doesn't look like there's going to be an interaction. Let's go over to player 5 if we can. I want to see what Nile's going to do. He's leading this charge with the K-Bar.
Yeah, Red Reserve just choosing for the wrap back, but they got to retake the bomb site. Again, it's a situation these players have been in probably hundreds of times. They know where players are going to be posted up, always in bowling, always in the bus. You also have to worry about Reedy coming on the flank, and he's going to be able to pick up 1 kill as well. Going for the second, get some shots in Shawnee, but he's able to make that trade. Either way, though, that clock is ticking down. Red Reserve, they got to go real fast, and Shawnee able to get the second.
Watson's going to have his hands full, and Joe comes flying through the air, winning that gunfight. This is a Red Reserve round, and the defuse is going to go to Nile, help him get closer to that camo. 2 rounds back-to-back now for Red Reserve.
Yeah, and that's huge as well. They had, 21 seconds left into 3v3, and I can't remember which player it was that was up in top ticket, but he just stops pre-aiming that front window, and as soon as he lets his guard down for a moment, that's exactly when Shawnee comes in, takes that gunfight win, and again, Red Reserve, they're clutching up when they need to, back-to-back at least. So a couple of impressive rounds. They got to let it ride, though, and Nile needs to get on the board.
Against Optic Gaming, Zed was the star on this map in Search and Destroy. He is just 1-3, hasn't been challenged much in the middle of the map with the ERAD. In fact, you're seeing a totally different strategy from Elevate this time around, constantly going with a 3 or a 4-man stack. They're going to leave Reedy to watch the center of the map, and it looks like everyone else is going to loop around. Bomb in hands of Nile, though, for Red Reserve. And it looks like this one's going to play pretty slow. Bomb not going to go down for Red Reserve, and it's going to just buy time here for Elevate to get behind him.
Either way, though, I like the decision out of Red Reserve. If they had planted the bomb in that field, normally what you want to do is back up to blue, but that's exactly where Elevate was coming from. So right now, Red Reserve just wants to get information about where these players are. You can see they kind of have a full spread across the bottom side of the map. And they're just waiting for that first blood to come in, but time is ticking down. They're able to get it down. Watson, though, gets that first blood, so advantage Elevate.
Watson's going to see the Scarab leading the charge as well, scouting it out. Will he be able to turn this into kills? Almost. That player escaping with just a sliver of health. And Watson, his team had an advantage. Now they're down a man, Rated and Reedy. Last 2 up. Can they clutch this one up? Shawnee, the only one alive for Red Reserve. He will fall. And just like that, the 2 veterans getting the job done once again. That looked like a Red Reserve round, and then all of a sudden, Rated and Reedy turn it backwards.
Yeah, definitely a round that was more difficult than it needed to be. They get that first blood, nearly throw it away. But the 2 guys, they've been doing pretty good all series for them. Rated and Reedy able to clutch up in the end. So Elevate kind of slowing that momentum down that Red Reserve is trying to build up, especially in a fashion where Red Reserve is just clutching up the rounds. So they keep finding themselves in bad positions. Red Reserve able to turn around twice, but again, Reedy continuing it. Looks like he did back in Modern Warfare 3.
From our position while we're casting, we're able to see the analyst, and I just saw Apathy so puzzled by what he saw in that last round. He just threw his hands up saying, what is going on in this game? So much on the line. It is game 5. If you lose here, you have to play for your spot in the stage 2 of the Global Pro League. You have to go through relegation. And Zed is going to set up here in the center. Rated gonna get picked though by Urban, who peeks at just the right time. Nice gun skill there. Just his second kill, and they needed it most here.
Yeah, and you don't see that every day. Those two teams just had a standoff over by the B bomb site and field. Never seen that before, honestly. It doesn't happen very often, but of course, Urban, with that scare being used, able to find the first blood. So pretty important stuff. Red Reserve, though, they keep rotating just completely as a team, which is perfectly fine, especially if you have the first blood. But they do give up that bomb plant at the B site.
Reedy's about to get swarmed. Here comes 2 players. And Reedy is going to have enough cover for now, but it's Shawnee and Joe picking up the kills. Reedy, last man standing, is just gonna try and delay this defuse. Spots Joe. Joe sees him and he has to jump into action. His point has been called out. The position now eliminated. Urban's gonna get the kill, and it's going to be a defuse coming through. Red Reserve, they're not going down without a fight. They bring it back within 1.
Yeah, again, good round by Red Reserve. Reedy nearly able to make a play there. He had the FTL jump. He made the smart play, not shooting the player in the back immediately, getting information, finds the second guy, then takes the gunfight, but ultimately his movement wasn't quite good enough to get around that wall. But again, tough spot he was in. It would have been a miracle if he had pulled that one off.
Yeah, if Joe was the player going for the bomb defuse there, Reedy can potentially win the round. Delay long enough, shoot him in the back, and then just try and buy time. The end, though, it was really just Red Reserve crashing in on all 4 players of Elevate. Urban's first blood turns the tide. It's been first blood wins the rounds throughout the entire group stages we've seen here in stage 1. Who's gonna get first blood this round? It looks like no interactions in your first 20 seconds. Rated's looking for the peak. Camo coming out. He's got 2 players lined up. Has he been spotted? No. He's got Niall from behind. Sees a third in the window. So all kinds of communication, but can he convert this into kills?
Well, use it for first blood, but still they're going to be in a bit of a difficult spot. Reedy, though, is able to pick up a kill as well, and Elevate's looking pretty comfortable. Rated just needs to stay alive and buy time for his team. You see Watson coming around the back, and well, Rated's going to pick up the kill anyway. Joe's the last one up, and he's going to get shut down very quickly. So very bold camo usage, doing it just for that first interaction. You even saw the confusion on his face where he has players just surrounding that field area, but again, he makes it work. Elevate, they're looking to go back-to-back in the search and destroys.
What a play there by Rated. He was the hero. None of his teammates were in position to trade if that goes wrong. He doesn't shoot right away. He doesn't give up his position. He gets as much information as possible, calls it out. His teammates get back into position, and most importantly, Rated wins the gunfights. He gets the first kill, fends off 2 players, and then wins the second fight. Now it's game point. Elevate could finish it right here from 0-4. To start the weekend to a 3rd place. It could happen with a win now.
And aggression as well. Not going to pay off that time, though. Shawnee's able to win the gunfight. That bomb is going to get planted, but all the players just falling down one by one. Rated is going to be the final one to get that dagger in the round. Red Reserve not out of it just yet. Very nice defensive stand.
Solid stuff here from Red Reserve. They have to play perfect here on out. The good news is you're going to start to have payloads unlocking. Something that you can use to turn the tide here in Search and Destroy. Elevate. All they have to do now, don't fold. You can make a mistake in this next round, but you can't give up around 11. Shawnee, the reactive player to watch. He has the most kills for a squad at 9 and 5. Early grenade's gonna come out. That bomb carrier Niall is gonna be pushed back. Niall needs about a kill to get his camo, and Niall's gone, so no camo here. Shawnee has to use the reactive, doesn't get the kill. Reedy guns him down. Going up against reactive armor places every bullet perfectly. 3 versus 2, just Urban and Joe left alive.
You don't even deserve to win if you're going to have that happen to you. That might as well just be the game right there. Elevate in the 4v2. They're sticking together. They just need to make sure they trade out these gunfights. See, all the players are going to get spotted. Urban can't even finish that kill. All up to Joe, and Joe was going to fall. Red Reserve just got picked apart and Search and Destroy to the surprise of, well, probably many Europeans.
What just happened to Red Reserve? You're up 2-1 in this series. You fall apart in the hard point, and then you never get your camo in Search and Destroy. Urban, who's been a monster in Search for you all week, he just has a terrible game. And Reedy comes out punishing. 20 kills, plus 20 there in the retaliation hard point, and he drops big double digits to close things out in a game 5.
A fantastic performance. The duo at the end, Reedy and Rated, combined something like 18 or 19 and like 6 or something like that. Definitely a Maven stat, but it is in that vicinity. But again, fantastic performance, and that's probably the most important game they've had the entire weekend, and they clutched up when it mattered most. So congratulations to Elevate.
Incredible stuff from Reedy, and he is on the stage right now. Let's hear for him. He's next to Maven.
All right, sorry, we were checking on some stuff. I've now heard conflicting things. So I was told winner of this gets third. Your teammates just said no. They're saying yes. So I'm going to have to check on that as I came up. But this series, you were down 2-1. Red Reserve was in complete and utter control. How did you guys battle back, man? How did you bring that together?
Honestly, I felt like I just flipped a switch. Started playing some of the best Call of Duty I've ever played. I have great teammates behind me. They were just baiting for me, making it easy. I mean, Dave Marshall's been playing amazing all weekend, so first thing was to shut him down, and it made it a bit easier.
Well, I want to talk about the end of the hard point, because that was a back-and-forth game there on retaliation, and then you end up going on, what, an 11 streak to close that out. Absolutely went off, start crushing. How'd you do that, man? It was like a triple with the Trinity Rocket. You picked up a couple there with Bombardment as well. That was sick stuff, buddy.
Yeah, they was basically just falling into my aim, and I was just playing it really smart, trying to use my brain. I'm not really a run and gunner. I've got pretty bad gun skills, so I was just playing the map real smart, letting them just come into my aim. But thanks to Shawnee for letting me overlap my streaks. I completely outplayed him on that fourth hard point, but, you know.
All right, and then the game 5, man. You go off, what, into 12 kills, 3. What happened with that? You challenged, I think it was Shawnee with reactive armor at back bus, and you just destroyed him. But talk to me overall, how were you able to go off there in the throwback search and destroy?
I just didn't want to lose. I mean, it means a lot for us 4, 3, and Elevate that we've been underperforming massively. And I mean, the practice thing, I spoke so much about it. I just don't want to lose for my teammates and my family, really, because it's kind of annoying going back from an American event saying you've done bad. It's like really annoying. But Shawnee stopped shooting me on the bus, so he just told me then, so I was kind of lucky.
All right, so I came into this last question, I came into this knowing that whoever won this got third. You guys were like, no, we didn't. Guess what? You did get third. You've qualified for stage 2. You qualified for champs. You're going to be in Anaheim pool play. How does that feel? I was so confused. I was like positive, and you guys were like, no, we didn't. You did. You got third. How's it feel?
It's a lot of stress relieved. I mean, I feel sorry for these lot. All great friends, especially Sean. He's a great player. Love teaming with him this year. I mean, it is what it is. I'm very happy right now, but, you know, it's a good feeling.
Hey, congrats, buddy. Let's hug it out. Come here. Ben, take it away.
Thank you very much, Maven, and congratulations to Elevate. And they have secured that spot over in Season 2, and of course, more importantly, Call of Duty World Championships later on in the year. What a series, though. I mean, you're fighting for your spot. You're fighting for your life. Winner takes all. Goes to Game 5 once again. I mean, wonderful stuff. Commiserations, of course, to Red Reserve, who had a relatively decent weekend and just couldn't close it out when they needed to. But we'll break down that series now for everyone at home. We'll start with map number 1. And the big thing really was Joe finally stepped up. He's had a bit of an iffy weekend, to be fair, but he finally steps up, and he impressed you a lot.
Yeah, definitely. They needed some sort of spark from him. He's able to do it on that map number 1, and a huge performance, really. He's one of the players on the team that's going to put the most pressure on when he is having that success. And the fact that he's able to do it at this opportune time kept him in this series longer. Just unfortunate at the end there.
Of course, Red Reserve take the series, take the map, I should say, 250 to 170. It was just a great performance. Of course, we have Jack on the analyst desk. You did such a good job on the telestrator. I thought, hey, let's move you on up to the big boys, put you on the analyst desk. What's impressed you the most about this Red Reserve squad in map number 1?
Well, what I couldn't believe was that they start off already with the hardpoint victory, and you mentioned how Urban has been the guy all weekend. There have been so many maps for this team where you say if he gets help from one person, it's a map victory. And here, as you said, it is Joe. Turns around with over a minute in the objective. Finally going positive in a respawn game mode was big for him. And when they wind up getting that momentum, when they wind up having that other piece to help Urban, it makes all the difference. And this isn't the only team that this plagues that we've seen in the Pro League. There have been other squads as well where it's not a one-man army. It's not a one-man show. You need to have help. There they finally get it, and they look completely different in hardpoint.
Very true. Then we go over to map number 2, of course, and this is where Elevate bounce back a little bit. They take the search and destroy 6-2. And Appy, I guess I want to ask, were you surprised to see Red Reserve drop that search and destroy? Did you think that it was maybe going to be an easier series for them?
Honestly, I thought that Red Reserve were going to win that map. You know, they're really good. Throwback. I mean, wait, what was the second map again?
Crusher.
Crusher, my bad. They were a really good Crusher team. Sorry about that. They just play really well. I saw them being really aggressive at times, you know, pushing, flanking, you know, just using their teamwork really well. So I was really surprised for them to take that. Honestly thought Red Reserve would be a better search and destroy team, but they proved me wrong.
Huge stat to take note of there as well. Urban 5 and 6 in that game. Already start to see the storyline that'll develop as we go on in this one, but Red Reserve, everything we spoke about coming into this weekend. Search and destroy, how good they are at the game mode, how them and Optic Gaming look to be the two best in that game mode coming into the weekend. Then to have it all turn out like it did in this one where they dropped both of them, it all shows with Urban having a slow map too.
And I think that's the key point that you just kind of nailed there. And TP, you've been kind of harping on about it all throughout the weekend, to be honest, is they just seem to play so scared in Search and Destroy.
Just really slow play, but I'm going to go back to this previous series today where they choked that throwback against E6. I think that was sort of the game changer for them, and it sort of translated over to this series. When you throw away a map like that, they had a 5-3 lead, they threw it away. E6 comes back and wins that one in the previous series. You come into this one, I don't know if they just kind of threw their overall confidence in Search and Destroy out the window, but they didn't look the same at all on it. Got absolutely smoked on that map too.
Yeah, and then of course we head over to map number 3, and this is where Red Reserve bounced back. It's an 8-7 victory for them. But going into the series, Rated had a 1.64, Reedy a 0.92. That's his closest team. You can just see the massive amount of difference. But in the first couple of minutes, Jack, Rated carries. And I mean, carries hard, makes a fantastic play.
It's one of the better individual performances we've seen so far in the Global Pro League. How good he did, especially in consistent slaying for the side of Elevate throughout this entire weekend, was absolutely mind-blowing. Obviously, especially on a map like this where you think the submachine guns are going to reign supreme, he's still able to get it done and put up some big numbers on the board.
I know, Apathy, you specifically seemed a little concerned about the way Elevate used their streaks in this one. You said maybe it wasn't the correct time to use it.
Yeah, definitely bad timings. You know, they didn't use it when they should have. They could have possibly gone into ship, you know, call it in on their base, force them to come inside. And it's just easy to get those kills and then able to push out, get free points. But I just felt like they used them poorly. Could have used them way better.
Very true, of course.
When you have that much utility, they burned an overdrive, 2 Trinities, bombardment, and what they get, they had to resort all the way to camo to get the dunk at the end, and then they blow the lead. Joe makes a huge play on Red Reserve to make that lead block. We saw that dunk go in for Red to take that 8-7 lead, but it never should have gotten to that point in my opinion. Elevate uses that utility so bad, and you look at the slaying there too. Like, it just shouldn't happen. When you do that well previously in the game and you have those things to close it out, how many times, like, give all those streaks and the abilities to Optic. They're going to score like 8 points there, not 2. Like, it just needs to be better.
Very true. Red Reserve, of course, 2-1 up at that time. We go into a map number 4, and after you saw it was Retail Hardpoint, you said, oh, you know, this is one of Elevate's better maps. Well, why did you say that? What makes you think they were so good at that map specifically?
I mean, on top of the AR dominance they have, I just feel like they know how to play the map so well. I mean, they're always in good positioning. They're always working teamwork to, you know, break certain hills. And they do plays that usually you don't see from other teams, you know, double flanking or double pinching or taking long routes, and usually works. And Reedy just had a monster game. I believe he went like 28-8, and just with like him going off and getting streaks, it was just easier on their part.
It's crazy stuff too. You see that this box score there. You don't see lower street that lopsided usually. Over 80 points on that one compared to just the 3 points on the other side. We talk about the money hills being Cathedral all the way over towards Broken, but when you can score that many points on lower street, that's usually a hill where you bounce off that bridge, and that's where you can get someone on streaks. And when we see streaks, we talk about Reedy on this one. 11 streak to close that one out. Streaks are the most important on Retaliation. If you can earn those, it's pretty much over.
It's also not good to have a player with only 8 kills.
That's very true, Jack.
That's why you're on the desk, Jack.
A 3.5 before. It's basically what happens whenever I go ahead and search for the team. And
I mean, I find what's really important and extremely important, like you said, streaks. But also on that low street hill, what you want to do is really control top plat. And I felt like they did a really good job on that. And on top of that, they were getting the kills up there. So it was just so easy for them to control top plat and easily hold that hill.
Very true. And it is worth mentioning, Reedy finishes that one with a 3.22. Jack, going into game 5 at that point, were you thinking, all right, I mean, that's a ton of momentum, surely Elevate take it?
Well, we were all talking in the green room saying, you know, where's this going to go? What are our predictions? All of us couldn't really decide. We were looking at everything we saw this weekend, every note we noticed between these two teams. We were split on where it would go, and I think it was for good reason. It goes all the way to round 10. Obviously, Elevate narrowly take it, but again, props to Reedy. It's a reason why we had him up there for the interview. 3.25 again. Back-to-back 3+ KD games.
I think the big issue really was now on Urban 1-6, down 4-2. Then you have Reedy and Rated 8-2 and 5-2 respectively. I mean, they stepped up when they needed to, team.
Definitely. I wish we could have got that replay just before this situation happened where Shawnee pops that reactive armor. Stop shooting at the worst time. Reedy gets that kill. If Shawnee picks that up, that's a favorable situation for Red Reserve. Going to a late round situation, that could have gone to a round 11 fairly easily. So it hurts. I feel bad for Shawnee on that one.
Urban coming into the series, the top S&D KD of the weekend. Far and away, really my guy to watch in Search and Destroy up to this point. In this series, the most important series for him, the one that would qualify for $2.4 million in upcoming tournaments, goes overall 9-14. Talk about a complete difference from what we saw earlier in the weekend to there. That's got to hurt.
And on top of that, I think what helped Reedy, have an amazing performance was just the fact that he went off the map before. It was a complete confidence boost. It was such a momentum swing. Just going into the next map, I mean, when you have a map like that, you're just so confident and ready. You're going to dominate next map.
And that's one of the biggest changes we saw from Elevate. I haven't seen them play Search and Destroy like that, I don't think, this entire group. So going off of that momentum, we talk about it a lot here in Call of Duty in general. When you have a map like that, Reedy was just soaring forward. He challenged a reactive player. He's challenging top blue window. They didn't care, and that sort of, overall aggressiveness and confidence is so good on Throwback specifically.
And something you mentioned actually in the green room was going into that game 5, you said specifically Red Reserve looked deflated. They looked upset. Now, speaking to the players after the series, obviously they said from Elevate, oh, we thought even if we won that, we weren't going to qualify. So a question to you, App, do you think maybe that actually helped them in some way where they were just kind of going in and saying, oh, we just want to win this series? They weren't actually thinking about, hey, we win this, we get to COD Champs, we get to Stage 2. I mean, you qualified for a serious amount of money. Was that maybe a good thing almost for Elevate?
I feel like it probably was a good thing. Relieves sort of like pressure and the stress, coming into that match. And, they're just playing for the win. They're playing for basically, the competitiveness. And they really wanted to win just to show them that they are the better team. Yeah. So I felt like it did help.
First series they win all weekend, and it qualifies them all the way for 3rd place. So pretty good win, right?
Yeah,
pretty good win. Commiserations once again to Red Reserve. They will, of course, be fighting through relegation in Anaheim. But throughout that series, of course, we had our score streak prediction game. We love that over at mlg.tv/COD. And we can see the questions now on the screen. In map number 1, we said, which team will be leading after the first full hardpoint rotation? And that was pretty split, to be fair. Pretty split. 56 said Elevate, 44 said Red Reserve. Where would you put your money, team?
That's a coin flip.
Coin flip?
I don't blame either side. It's just flip a coin. First hardpoint rotation is so tough, especially on those type of maps. It can snowball pretty quick.
I would have absolutely picked Elevate and been completely wrong.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, maybe you might have had better luck in map number 2, because in map number 2, we asked, will the game go past the 9th round? Yeah, will the game 2 S&D go past the 9th round? 65% said yes. 35% said no. Would you have been a winning man on this one?
Oh, 100%.
100%?
Oh,
Absolutely.
I had that one easily. I knew Elevate were going to win 6 rounds in a row.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
Everyone did, right? Everyone did. Game number 3, however, we asked the question, how many points will be scored in the first half of game 3? And the options were less than 7, 62%, or 7 or more, 38%. App, do you think that's a strange one?
Definitely. I mean, getting more than that in one side, that's
Frost.
tough. Right. Yeah, Frost, I mean,
that's hard.
I would have not got that.
Fair enough. Well, we can take a look now at our leaderboard, see if we recognize any of those familiar names that have been playing Score Streak throughout the weekend. Yesterday, I believe the highest streak was 11. It's still 11. Woo. Rocky Hardy.
Wow.
That's seriously impressive.
I don't know how you do that.
11 in a row. That's tough.
It's from the future.
I think my highest would be like 4.
I would have got most of those wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough. Well, shout out to Rocky Hardy leading the leaderboard, of course, with a solid performance on the Score Streak prediction game. And of course, as I said, you can see it at mlg.tv/COD. You get up-to-date event statistics. You can watch featured player POV, source quality, and of course, the fantastic prediction game. But we still have one final game to play here at Day 3, Week 4 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. Congratulations, of course, to Elevate as they secure the number 3 spot in the group. Up next, it's the battle for number 1. Enigma 6 must 3-0 Optic Gaming to take that spot away from them. MLG Primetime continues after this. more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite. These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses left the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
And it's Optic Gaming going into Ohio with the #1 seed. Red Reserve have done it. They've made it to Ohio. And it's Enigma 6 continuing their Cinderella season all the way to Columbus. 1 second in between Elevate and a spot in the GPL. And they have done it!
3-0ing Optic Gaming and uses his scores.
Playing insane right now. And this is it, Jack.
It is time for the final match in the group stages. Are you ready? This is the battle for the first place in the green group. Introducing first, let's hear it for Enigma 6. Enigma 6 could steal the #1 seed with a 3-0 or a 3-1. But to do that, that means they are going to have to topple the Juggernauts, the only undefeated team remaining. Can Optic Gaming make it a perfect 6-0? Let's hear some noise. Optic trying to go a perfect 6-0 through group stages. Enigma 6 trying to steal that #1 spot. Let's kick off the action with our casters, Maven and Courage.
Great stuff, Chris. Okay, so you know what's interesting here? Yes, this is very much like Splice in being away from week 1, except you can win 3-1 here as well for E6. But as much as being the first seed's great, we were talking about it. Like the playoff teams right now is terrifying. You already have Luminosity, Splice, and who am I missing? FaZe, all in your second seed. So like first or second, holy hell, it is going to be incredible.
I would argue that Enigma 6 get the best draw of any group or any team in all the groups if they get the second seed, because the rules can't be on the same side of the bracket as Optic Gaming. So the earliest they could face Optic Gaming again would be a winner's bracket final. They would then be able to dodge FaZe.
Well, first or second, that holds true, right?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, so first or second, you would be on the same side.
But we talk about how strong the second seeds have been.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, what do you even want? I can't tell anymore. Either way, Optic going to try to be the first team to go a perfect 6-0 in their group. Folks, we are already here. This is the final match of the Stage 1 regular season. After this, there's a $500,000 playoff. Let's see who takes home the first seed from the green group.
Well, kicking things over to Proto. He's going to be the first man to mid-map. You see a delayed push from Optic Gaming. As you know, from that side, you're usually catching a couple nades in the teeth. But the first kills go the way of Optic. Crim with a team kill, but everybody else cleared out. Optic Gaming early control.
Beautiful decision by Optic to slow play that, wait out the grenades, and then push on through as a team. The only member who actually winds up dying on that push is the team kill from Crim6 down onto, I believe it was Scump with that grenade. Good retake, though, by General and Proto, as now Enigma 6 take the lead.
Yep, they're going to look to take as much time as they can here, but also you have to worry about pushing through. Now, look at the spawns right now. So you have one player in Scump that's kind of set up towards back turbine already, but a couple players spawned for Optic in Rock, so they're gonna have to fight back through. Who snuck through the cracks? That's actually Proto, the #1 on the minimap. He's already got in behind. We'll see if he can make a play here.
And look at this spot he's in. How rare is this to be checked by the side of Optic Gaming? And of course it's Karma, the one who sniffs him out, recognizes that something's not right, we're missing a player, goes and finds him, and that'll also earn him that Scarab to drop on in. Karma, a 6-1 start from the veteran player.
it's a nice job there. I mean, granted, Proto would have had to kill a whole lot more than Karma probably to secure that and the spawns, but a nice sneaky effort does get snuffed out. Now Karma still working on a bit of streaks here. 2 kills in a row. Hot start for him. 1 in behind. He gets tagged up and taken out. Control now to Enigma 6 as they have locked down Turbine. Ruiz pushing out a bit. As the Flood for Optic going to start to come in, they find him in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, the Flood is really just 2 players. Now, Scump dying, it's Crim6 all by himself. General gets the hold, and look at this lead now being built for Enigma 6. It's at 30 seconds, and there's still another 20 to be earned on Turbine. They're actually recognizing that Optic are giving this up, and they're already putting pressure towards Rocks. And look at that spawn that just came in for General. He just spawned up inside that control area. Enigma 6 now have the number advantage here in back Rock. This is a huge rotation for E6.
Well, go to Cade. Go to Cade. He's going to have 2 players pushing in. He's got to just try and stay alive here as his teammates spawning in Rocks to try and come help him. They're trying to push him out of this corner, make sure there's no close spawn that can come through. Let's see where Scump pops. So Scump just died, spawns all the way out near Turbine. Now the Flood coming in. Proto with a 2-piece. Cade backing it up as well, and E6 again bust on through.
Cade and Proto, the duo right now on a combined 9 streak. Here comes the Scarab as well. 80-38, an electric start for Enigma 6, and it comes in with that fantastic rotation. They recognize that Optic gave up those last 20 seconds, and instead of keeping 2 or 3 at Turbine, they flood everybody else across the map. They get the kills they need to, and now they've got their largest lead in the game because of it.
Well, the one good thing for Optic here is you killed both Proto and Cade, 125 off Trinity. So they were very close to getting streaks. I think a 5 streak for both players. Both get cut down before that. So Optic has done a horrible job of holding Turbine and holding Hanger, but they at least slow those streaks down.
And now if you can get Scump to begin to pick things up, Crim6 to get a little bit more involved, you think that they can come back in this game. It's something that we talked about with Scump this weekend. He's had a few times where he's had a slow start to a hardpoint game, but then next thing you know, he's on a 7 streak, and he's beginning to heat up for his team. You see now, 5 and 8, the slide, the kill, Scump now getting involved as Optic look to claw back in.
Yeah, and to speak more to that, I mean, I think he would start out like a 3 and 11 or 3 and 12 type game on a breakout. Next thing you know, he's leading in kills and KD for his team.
Oh,
so
no.
Certainly someone that'll typically start to heat up. What do you see there, bud?
He got a player 1 shot, thought he had the kill, unfortunately tried to switch targets, and it doesn't work out there. 45-second difference. Again, Emery's back on a 5 streak, cut down just before those streaks yet again.
They're able to clear it out, but Enigma 6 set up trying to rack up more time. The final 15 seconds or so would go their way if it weren't for Crim6 making a couple plays, but now they'll be able to rack up the time. Formal comes in over the top. He was tagged up by Proto. And now let's see, as we're about to get back to mid-map, first man here, General.
General already set up, and another thing to note, the slang, the difference, nothing too crazy. Enigma 6, though, where their kills came in, and the big hold from Turbine to the rotation to Hanger is what has earned them this lead. Outside of that, though, very even between these 2 squads in regards to where the kills are coming in at. Nice job by Proto to keep this momentum going. 12 and 6, a minute and a half already in the objective. That's more time than the entirety of Optic Gaming combined.
Yeah, Proto beasting so far, and it's a big part of the big advantage here. On board with General now. Nice shots to clean up 1. Nice shots to clean up 2. The 3rd and 4th players now coming off spawn, and he's going to get taken out by Formal, who quickly answers back. Now, on the side of Optic Gaming, like you said, no one to really highlight so much. Just a bunch of average numbers, and Scump struggling mightily so far.
Every single player dead yet again. They're going to spawn out. Look at the lead. It's nearly a full 60-second hold for Enigma 6 as they've just been pinning Optic Gaming as they flood over and over out of that top hanger hardpoint. They're going to have to now try to push on through to Turbine yet again. Remember, the lead was originally built by Enigma 6 on this hill the first time around.
And now they're going to try and bust in. Karma going to be able to find the entry. Big kill from him. The swarm from Optic here. Scump backing him up. And now they busted through. Enigma 6 going to have to wait for their players to come off spawn to try and take a crack at this.
And yesterday, Optic Gaming on this exact hard point had a couple questionable plays from Karma when he was hitting curve when he didn't need to. Actually spoke to him about it today. He said, Jack, I'm happy you called that out because they were 50-50 gunfights I didn't need to take. When we have control, there's no need to fly out of these lanes, especially if Enigma 6 are spawning close. Here, they're spawning all the way out. That's when you'll now see Optic Gaming begin to push from out.
Yeah, Crim, as you were saying that, Crim did push out curve, and he actually won 2 gunfights all the way by drill. But like you said, it's when you're spawning the entire way across, when you get set up at a nice angle. It's not a 50-50 gunfight. Give some time to your team. By now, it is full streaks from Karma, 18 and 13. 45 seconds in the hard point. He'll tack on the final 8. Let's actually go to player number 8, too. Formal on the backside to Hanger.
And look, he's going to be the first one here to get contacted by the side of Enigma 6. Scump, though, with a 2-piece. Clears out this new hill. Does Formal expect this? Of course he does. It's Formal. He's now 16 and 14. Optic Gaming, who were down by 100, now just 30, and they're still in control of Hangar.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of this is what the first turbine, E6 broke very easily.
Oh, no.
The second time, Optic breaks very easily, and now they swing this right into Hangar, and you should see a lead change here momentarily. Is Krim still that guy pushing out? Look at the number 6 on the minimap. He dies at Drill, but he's still going to spawn safe, doesn't hurt him, and slows down the push.
This is a huge kill for Enigma 6. Scump, 1 engagement win off of that Trinity rocket. Here comes the pressure. Smoke's now being used. It's a desperation attempt. It will help them get through the door, but the rest of the green wall are there unless Cade can do something about it. Formal, though, with the final kill. We'll get this one, and now Maven, look at the score. Folks in the venue who are Optic Gaming fans, they've now come back from a 100-point deficit.
They bring it back. Karma up over the top is going to get cut down. 2 down for either side, but you've got some streaks to work with for Optic Gaming. You've got the advantage in this, and he's going to streak out Drill. Exactly what you'd expect. He'll drop the bombardment on in. It'll push everybody, funnel them all into that observation deck, and now Karma needs to flank around the backside and help his teammates. Or does he? It looks like Scump and Formal winning for now. There it goes. Flank comes through. 1, the second in the corner. Perfect job by Karma, and now the Drill is his.
When you need Karma, he's always there, it seems. 24 and 16, leading his team in time as well. Another great performance from him in his last series of the weekend. Now with that camo payload too, there's so much utility available for Optic Gaming.
But the game is still very, very close. E6 keeping this within 10 points. Cade now trying to push up. There's only 20 seconds remaining on Drill, but he has got in as FDL to work with as well. Just looking at observation deck, backing up those green players on X-Ray. He spotted him through the crack of the box, just peppering bullets in, trying to make a play, but there's one more in window. He should be tagged, but the FTL keeps him alive for a moment. Doesn't matter, though, as Karma is there to clean up, too.
That's, I don't know if I like that FTL right there from Cade. Yeah. With only 4 seconds left in that hard point. Okay.
I don't know what the thought process
that
was.
Gunfight,
Exactly.
but think Cade now not going to have FTL jump for when they may need to go for a break from that curved side of that turbine hill. Let's keep an eye on that as this game develops. Still, though, we have ourselves a tied game between these two powerhouse North American squads.
Karma now, still with camo, still with the Trinity rocket, will get cut down. Formal as well. Let's take a look at the Enigma 6 point of view. I believe General just popped his reactive. Cade there, able to trade it out after he drops. Several players here to challenge, going to pick up the E-Ride to work with as well. He's got Karma over the top. Nice shots there from Cade to pick up 1. He's got a Trinity. 1 more for the bombardment. Can't finish the cleaned up player. 1 more in the back. Can he get fully streaked? There it is. Now you've got tools for either side, and all but a tie game. Enigma 6 now taking a little bit of control here, Jack.
I say that I don't like how Cade used FTL jump. Just at the end of the last hill, he's already 65% of the way there to the next one with that streak. Now utility on both sides. How do Optic Gaming try to go for this?
Karma used camo. Go to Karma. Oh, he got killed. He got killed. He actually got cut down. This might be a whole 3-6. E6 able to take it thus far. The camo doesn't come in, but there's 1 man standing, still trying to hold for Optic Gaming. It's Crim6 inside. He drops, and now E6 has control.
And now look, there's no camo for Optic to push this curved side. They're going to wind up using streaks. Proto's going to try to get away, and he does. Enigma 6 staying alive. They cannot win off this hill, though. They cannot win. Optic, I think they're going to go for 1 final push. Let's see if they can break on through.
Here they come over the top. First 2 kills going their way. Everything getting cleaned up, cutting them down. Proto with the submachine gun making the plays. 2 minutes in the hard point. 3 streak here. Camo available. 24 and 20. This guy is a supreme talent.
And Optic Gaming send 2 players towards that front side of curve. So now they're going to have a 1 player at least late towards this hard point. Enigma 6 set up. They have 3 bodies here. These kills so important if OG want any chance to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Optic needs a perfect hold here. They're able to back him down for the time being, and now you're set up. This has to be flawless, and depending on contest, you're going to have to win the rotation to the next hard point at Drill as well.
Well, here we go. Can Optic Gaming make the impossible happen? They still have 3 players here. 246 to 206 currently the score. Formal just trying to watch towards this bottom hall area. 2 Scarabs coming into play now for Enigma 6. Formal should at least have 1 as they're about to surge right on through. Can
hit the flank
break? Yeah. Doesn't appear so yet. Optic have dropped the Centurion as well.
He has got to hit the flank, tries to.
All dead.
It does tag up 1. 4 down now for E6. You can just win it. It has to be perfect. If there's a single contestant here, Optic Gaming cannot do it, but they're still holding on inside. We'll go to Karma's POV. 3 in a row. Centurion still here to work with. No one can touch this hard point, otherwise they cannot win it. There's the contest. Was that enough? I think that might have been enough to Drill.
It's going to be very, very close.
I think that was enough.
It might still tick over. It's going to come down to 1 second. Do Optic have anybody there?
It was enough. It was just enough.
To 246. It's like they did the exact math to be able to win on that new hill.
Yeah, I said they had to contest for a second. They did like half a second. It just wasn't enough. My God, you need the perfect hold and hanger, and that's what you got.
At this point, how? How?
God, man. I was even looking. I was so intent on the scoreline there in the countdown. I didn't even see who had won to drill. I don't know if they would have had it secured there or if E6 would have been in, but that was a treat for our first game of the final series here of the Green Group.
And you think earlier today, right? The reason we're even in this scenario was the series between Elevate and Optic. The reason there's that extra map is because that head-to-head map breakdown where Elevate brought them to a game 5 that helped Enigma 6. But now throwing away that map for the side of E6 means they must win the next 3 if they want to wind up taking that first place spot, or at least I think forcing that.
No, they would take it. If it's 3-1, they would take the first place spot. But I'll tell you what, before we hop into that, we asked the guys before this who they thought the top players for the weekend would be. Let's take a look.
For my own team, it's probably going to be Watson. I mean, guy's been gassing himself up next levels. Hopefully he can do it in game.
The standout player from our team will probably be Ruiz. That's because he's been stepping it up a lot online and stuff.
The standout player for this weekend, I'd probably say Dave. Dave from our team, he's been playing really well recently, so we expect big things.
I think Crimsic will be a standout player this weekend because I know how much extra time he's been putting in and how serious he's been taking it and how much he's been trying to learn to, you know, get to that next level as a player in this game.
I think a standout player this week will be Zed. A lot of stuff he does in game doesn't go really noticed, but he's constantly slaying.
The standout players this weekend are probably going to be, on Elevate would be Watson. With Optic, any 4 of them can go off. But the one you would have to shut down probably would have to be either Formal or Karma.
Players that be standing out this weekend just goes for the safe option, just say people like Formal or Scump, they're known for just playing flashy and doing the business, I guess.
I'm going to pick General from E6. In the past, he usually has like their best stats. I think he's probably the best player on their team, so I'd expect General to have a big weekend.
And we are back. Shot of the E6 guys now as they're trying to fight back in this series and take that #1 seed. They have been brilliant all weekend. And look at that uplink, man, 100%.
Yeah, and you got to think that that's something to look forward to for them in this series still if they do get to that map 3 with a chance to get first place. But from here on out, it's a must-win. They've got to start with this search and destroy. I believe it will be on Crusher. So what exactly will we see? We know Proto this weekend has brought out the sniper before in that mid lane. And you can already see on your screen Formal, I'm sure, will be there to greet him throughout this map. Optic Gaming, they have a breakdown they like to do on offense, and it comes down to sending Crim by himself and then rotating the rest through B. But look at that win rate and hardpoint up to this point this weekend. Perfect as well.
Yeah, I mean, their stats are pretty similar. I know they're spread across differently, but the win rates, very, very similar. 100% there for hardpoint. You saw that at risk there in that final game. What a finish we had to game 1. And now for Search, if we're going to Crusher, I know one thing you like to look at a lot is Crim, you know, how he kind of solo plays some of these sites. If he's going to group up with the guys, you know, kind of play that A site by himself. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and for Optic Gaming, we've also seen before that they brought out smoke grenades on this map. There's all sorts of stuff that they try to use. Either way, Enigma 6, this is a must win if you want to take home that first place spot in the group. We'll have to see if they get it done. I still think it's possible, maybe. This is absolutely winnable map. They've been lights out and uplink, and we just saw how close they played Optic Gaming in hardpoint. And with Retaliation being map number 4, at times that hasn't looked like Optic Gaming's best map.
No, this is absolutely still doable for E6. God, man, so close to closing out that first game. Just a split second more of contest time, and they would have been able to do it. But yes, you will have Formal here with the sniper. We'll see who's going to be his counter throughout the course of this.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be Proto.
Yeah.
Here comes the first battle. Formal versus Proto. Oh.
Just a little tickle.
Instead of it being 1-0, Formal will give him a half for that.
Yeah. Proto, though, stays alive and able to pick up a kill here. General finds one as well. Now it's 2v4. Optic Gaming trailing. Scump trying to even it up. Proto looking to trade out the kill on Scump and hasn't been able to spot him yet. Just backing up. And now bomb does get planted.
And he's still got vision on him too, so he's calling out to his teammates, hey, watch you, watch you. It's gonna be Emery's who's in charge of that. Scump and Formal for the 2v3 retake of the A site. Oh gosh, Scump with the pre-fire. Thought he was spotted. Formal though does hit at least one headshot to bring this back to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, I believe he just hit a snipe and found a K-bar. I believe they should know where both players are now.
Oh,
they're able to get one. Now it's a 2v1. This is happening. Formal and Scump getting it done. 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to hunt the kill. It looks like he's retreating back. He's right in between both. He's gone. There's time. Optic clutch up in round 1.
The duo get the 2v4. Scump and Formal continue the heroics from that closeout in map 1 to now take the first round, and that's just one that you cannot let slip away if you're Enigma 6.
Well, think about it. It turns into 4 different one-on-one gunfights or shots in the back, obviously, like we saw there, but at no point was there a trade opportunity. If you have 2 guys in one-on-one gunfights that you don't want to face more than anyone, it's probably those 2.
Yeah, and you saw Scump was spotted the entire time by Proto. The fact that they don't wind up pushing the agenda onto him, surprising right there from typically a strong search and destroy team in Enigma 6, but either way, that's just 1 round. Still need to win 5 more as this goes on as we get set for this next one. What do Optic Gaming do? And it looks like, oh, they're going for an all-out A pressure. They want to overwhelm whoever's here from E6.
And they got away with the skin of their teeth. That was actually Cade barely able to get away. It's going to lead to an early plant now.
There's no one watching you.
They're flooding in from you. No one checks it. It's Proto coming in. Proto gets a couple of kills. There's a third in front. The assist is in. It's now Formal, left by his lonesome. He's going to be in a 1 versus 2, Jack.
They were just planting for you, where you could be spotted from there, and they didn't have anybody watching that area. Big blunder by Optic Gaming, and they now suffer the consequences by being left in a 1-on-2.
And now you see, they're hunting together. They're not wanting to have a similar situation to last time where you give them a couple one-on-one gunfights. This is going to be tough. If you had FTL, maybe this is a little bit more winnable. If he can get this bomb planted and find a kill, it might get him there.
Well, the first challenge will come off to his right. Nice job by Enigma 6. They find the hole in Optic Gaming's offensive setup and punish him for it there. I'm going to tell you something, Maven. I don't think that's going to happen again from OG if they try that strategy.
Yeah.
I'm sure next time someone will be watching it.
Well, I was glad you called it out, because right when I looked at the minimap, I'm like, there are 2 yellow arrows just flying in you without abandon. Like, how are they getting in that quickly?
They had someone watching the far flank, they had someone watching bridge, and they had someone watching the back door, but not you of all places.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication there on the Optic side. Opens up a hole for Enigma 6, and they've now tied this up at 1 apiece. If you are just joining us, Optic 1-0 series lead. We had a crazy game 1 hardpoint.
So first round Proto challenged with a K-bar. Unfortunate team kill though from Cade. We'll put this back to a 3-on-3, now a 3v2. Nice trade by Scump. Proto by himself with just a sniper pistol combo.
Do you think there was a hit marker there for Formal that led to the team kill?
Very well could have been.
Probably. All right, 1v2 now for Proto. 60 seconds to work with. Oh, both players just go underneath him. Can he find another gun is the question. He's been confident with his pistol throughout the course of the weekend, though.
He does know that there's at least 1 down inside L wall. Yep, there you go. Does get an E-Rad. Have to reload that one or just let the ammo regenerate. And still with some equipment there.
Oh, he just spotted him. Let's see, how does he take this attack to them? He thought maybe he spotted them wrapping around. He just go and planted it A quick, but he wants to bring it right in behind. This could be so fortunate in timing, or it could be horrendous. First one gets it. Gets away with his life, too. He's turned this into a 1v1. Karma, Proto. He's behind the box, and Karma gets it done.
Beautiful stuff there to clutch that one up. A little bit too close for comfort if you're on the side of Optic Gaming. But again, Karma just gets the great timing there. I think he got a little bit of a call out from his teammate who saw the shadow around that corner to go ahead and snap right back over.
Yeah, he had to with the way he reacted to that.
Yep. Or then against us, Karma, and he's not human.
Yeah, doing Karma things. Okay, into round 4. 1 round advantage now for Optic. On board with Formal off the break. Again, Krim going to be that lone man at A. Looks like he kind of peaked, challenged gunfight. He's going to back on up and group up with his teammates. We'll see how this B hit develops.
Yeah, and Optic Gaming, typically, when this happens, they push right for that site. Looks like now they might try to actually push on through as Crim6 is spotted some on the flank. Cuts down Cade, Krim gets 1. They've spotted the 3rd, and everybody at Optic Gaming gets a kill. Talk about an elimination of E6 on that round.
Did everyone just get obliterated like that 3-second span?
Krim was trailing the 2 players who flanked middle. So what Enigma 6 tried to do there, they spotted Krim, and they know that he pushes from A back through that back alley over towards B. But Krim actually changed up his route that time and sees both of them, trails right behind him, and basically puts bullets through both to clean up those final 2 kills. Nice job by him to really secure that round win for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and you show that 4-man aggressive push from Optic Gaming early, which maybe terrifies them a little bit. They don't want to fly at Krim, call him out as the solo man.
General, I think, is a go.
Oh. Not with that movement, able to pick up the first kill. General has the swarm coming through, shoots a nade basically out of the sky, but finally will get finished by it.
I'm actually really surprised to see Proto try to go save General right there. They've got control of the A site. General's basically done all he could. He got pushed by 4 men of Optic. The fact that he even gets 1 is really enough in that round. Just go help your teammates secure the A site. 2 versus 3, Cade and crew being pushed from all different angles. Big kill on the Crim6 to at least open up this lane.
It's become a 2v2. Now Cade by himself, taking on Scump and Formal. You saw them clutch a 2v4.
He'll get FTL jump on this kill.
They get some nice timing here. Wins the first in mid, 1 left. Scump, Cade. 1 versus 1. Defending the bomb, gets caught in an awkward spot with the nade out, and plenty of time for Scump to defuse.
Throwing the nade in the one-on-one costs him right there. Can't get the FTL jump off in time.
Well, I think he was just trying to check the bomb with it, but unfortunately, it's right when Scump was checking you.
Nice job by Optic Gaming. Another close scenario that could have gone either way that they're able to take. Especially with Scump going right for that trade. Now if you're Enigma 6, you're down 4-1. What do you try to do? Do you still bring out the sniper? And from the side of Optic Gaming, that's a no. Yeah, they're going to get aggressive towards B this round.
Krem will do his usual play towards A. He's been mixing it up, though. Did he not get spotted?
No, he did. He did.
Okay, so he's been
they
called
just
out.
Spotted him again.
Krem finally going to end up dropping. And look at the pinch coming in. If we can go to General, he's coming in behind a few. General just killed 2 of them. There's the final one. General got him behind basically the rest of Optic and cut him down.
So that whole strategy in that round, right, is typically Crim6 peeks at A and falls back. That round, it was a fast flank from Crim6, where basically his goal was to get in the garage as soon as possible. His 3 teammates would then go to push on through and then have a pinch at rocks to wipe out whoever's there from Enigma 6. It's nearly a perfect blind counter as Crim gets spotted rushing through you that time. It's now Enigma 6 will at least stop the bleeding.
Yeah, you bring within a couple of rounds. And they look like they want to be aggressive here towards the A site and into you. You have defense set up from Scump and Formal towards mid-map and this A site. They're beginning to back up. You see on X-ray, you have a couple right around mid. One went underneath bridge. The bomb does get planted out to play defense. Formal, first one to peek, almost able to tag one across the edge, but mostly gets backplayed.
Still with FTL jump 2, end of flechette. He'll use that right away and nearly blow up one of his teammates. But now Optic, they have to go full-on aggression. 30 seconds left. There's 2. They've spotted the final 1. They chase him on down. A quick cleanup for OG. As an awkward plant right there from Enigma 6. They really couldn't even spot the bomb from where they were holding it from as well.
And they just got swarmed.
Yep.
The first one, I'm assuming Karma put a couple bullets in him. Otherwise, perfect shots there from Formal to get the first kill, and then they fly on.
Well, that's something that we actually mentioned with Optic Gaming earlier this weekend on Crusher, where their opponents get a kind of a quick plant inside that warehouse area. And there was one moment specifically where Optic took about 15 seconds to even make a movement in towards there after rotating. So they were left with about 20 seconds on the clock where they went for the retake. And they got the kills they needed, but there wasn't even enough time to hop the bomb.
Being a lot more decisive here.
As they've gone on, they've been more decisive when going for that retake, and it shows right there as they had all the time in the world.
Well, Scump's got reactive. Let's see if maybe he uses it this round to try and close things out with a 6-2 scoreline. Looking over an aggressive wall run. No one is pushed. Now it's going to be Scump's turn to try and hit. They're coming forward off the top. Wall run can't win the first. That's Ruiz going big for his team. Crim6 trades it out, but man advantage still resides with Enigma 6.
Cade's going to be the one on this flank. And yeah, he's ready for whatever's here. Big slide there, though, for Crim6 to get out of dodge. Will live to see another day. Left in a 2v3 still is Optic Gaming.
And he's got Formal right around the corner. Easy pickings there. Crim6 now by himself. Cade goes vertical FTLs. Doesn't win it, though. Crim still alive. Now 1 versus 2. 45 seconds. Other players at the opposite side of the map, but you can see
they know bomb's down.
Where the bomb is. Yeah.
They know exactly where bomb's down at. Crim, 1 kill off not only the Centurion, but the Scarab as well. So if I'm Optic Gaming, I at least want to see Crim get 1 before he does get traded out. What can he do here? 25 seconds left. The clock is ticking.
Yeah, he'll be spotted in just a moment. He's spotted, but he might connect with the grenade. 2 in the back. Oh, perfect shots there. Finish him. Now it's a 1 versus 1. You got to go. 15 seconds remaining. You know where bomb is down. This is going to be all down to timing. He has to stick it.
Trophy tries to save him. He's going to get the bomb planted in time.
Can he get away? Can he get away around the edge? He's still alive. Crim now 1v1. Tagged up. Backs up.
Beautiful play. Oh. Beautiful play by Proto. Crimsix is a player that many times will go ahead and re-challenge right after he gets weakened like that, as he's expecting the player to be sprinting, trying to chase him. As someone tunnel visions the kill, Proto actually reads it like a book as he kind of floats backwards to hold that deeper angle that Crimsix basically just falls right into his sights there. That's a sign of someone who knows how Crim likes to play, especially in Search and Destroy.
Nice win there by Proto, keeping Enigma 6 alive in this one. You still had, the reactive armor for Scump available. We'll see what's available on the E6 side of things as they're trying to claw back in this game too. What tools they have to work with. So you have Proto's camo. Let's stick with him.
Proto, is this the tool that you use in round 9? You do not want to get first blooded. You need him to stay alive to be able to use this in case it's needed. And just like that, there's already a flank coming in general. Somehow gets behind all of Optic Gaming, and now a 4v2 again. Optic beginning to fall apart.
They are. This is becoming tight. Scump now by himself. You won't see reactive used at this point in the game. Bomb gets planted. We'll see if he opts to take a dive off the map or make a play. Gonna kill one. Looks like he's gonna play his life for now.
You've already got the reactive, but I think he's kind of searching for where.
Yeah, I thought he was just gonna
where he can jump
off
of. The issue is on this side, nothing really he can get to. I'm sure he'll go towards that back bulldozer, as that'll be a spot of choice. Or not.
Or a very long flank. Here comes the flank. Can't win it. Ruiz is going to catch him. I thought the whole time he was searching for a place to jump off to.
Yeah. Well, either way, Optic Gaming still in the lead, but Enigma 6 with some payload still to go as well. This is absolutely still winnable.
You want camo for Proto on the other side, reactive for Scump. What else was earned? You still have Centurion for Crim. And I think that covers it for now. We'll see if anything else got earned in that round. You have Centurion on both sides. Okay, so it's basically a Centurion and reactive on one, and a Centurion and camo on the other.
Now, I'm wondering if Enigma 6 try to rush right on up and drop the Centurion down. I think that's what everyone did. Yes, yep. So smart play by them. That'll at least force Optic Gaming to pay attention towards that Centurion. Shoot it, give away their position. Look, now watch the yellow arrows of E6. They'll rotate on over right away and begin to set up for a possible 4v4 reach.
Proto, go to Proto. You just pop camo if we can get to him. Proto there, the camo is able to find a kill. General gets one as well. Scump uses the reactive. Everything coming out right now. Proto in a 2 versus 2. Lines them both up. He can't win it. Karma's still here. It's a 1 versus 1, Jack.
Karma regains his health, which is a big thing here. Did he spot the shadow? He did. Karma's ready. Optic Gaming now 1 map away from finishing a perfect 6-0 in the green group.
And this is, it's reminding you a lot of the series with Elevate, kind of from day 2 or today, just like really, really close maps throughout all of this. A 4-second game 1, a 10th round here in Search and Destroy. But now you're going to the bread and butter of E6's at least. But if you're Optic Gaming, you just secured that #1 seed.
And now if you're OG, not only feeling good about that 1 seed, but you have a potential here to be Enigma 6's first uplink loss of the weekend, which I think that would be kind of the icing on the cake for him, right?
Yeah.
Either way, shout out to Enigma 6. They definitely impressed this weekend, especially in uplink. We now know exactly who will be moving on through and what positions in this group. Congratulations to Optic Gaming and Enigma 6 in the 1-2.
Still a ton to play for. You get that top 2 spot, and that's all that matters, right? You're going to be playing for the $500,000. But guys, before we see if E6 can remain undefeated in uplink, we have a quick break.
our final match of the green group, so it's our final G Fuel key player matchup. Heading into this uplink, it's Optic Gaming on the verge of a 3-0 sweep over Enigma 6. But we have two run and gun up in your face players in Karma and Proto to bring you the breakdown from. Statistically this weekend, uplink has been one of their better game modes. You see Karma right there with the 1.03, but it's the pressure that Proto puts on to clear the lane for his team to put up the incredible scores that Enigma 6 always seem to do. Can Optic Gaming be the first team to beat Enigma 6 in this game mode? Let's find out next. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Optic Gaming is a team where if you start strong versus them, for them it's very hard to bounce back most of the time. If they get the lead, they'll blow you out. But if they don't, it's going to be very hard for them.
We don't really know too much about their play style because we played them at the very beginning of the year. They're pretty much like a blank slate against us. We haven't played them in 3 tournaments, so we have no idea what to expect out of them.
The reason why Optic is such a good team is because they have some of the most individual talented players on that team. And the strategy to beating them is, to play our own game. We rely on our trades.
E6 is tough because they're really fast. You have to be very fast in this game to keep up with the pace of it. Their teamwork's also very good. Their core 3 have been together for a pretty long time. But anytime they're playing a team like that, it's always going to be difficult. And I'm very, very confident in our hardpoint and uplink. As long as we can take a search off of them, I think that we should 3-1 them. I think we just need to come out, play our game, and be calm, and I think we'll be fine.
It doesn't matter who we play against because every series is different as long as we all stay consistent and we all have the same mindset going into the match that every map, every scenario, and every gunfight is important.
I think we're going to win both of our matches against them. If we don't go 6-0, I'll probably be a little bit surprised for this weekend. That's just because I feel like our team, in general, is better than all the other teams.
Hello and welcome back. In our last map, Optic Gaming secured the first seed. Enigma 6 will be the second spot going into the $500,000 playoff just 2 weeks from now. As I'm wandering around.
Where you going, bud?
Sometimes when I talk, dude, I just get going.
You're good. You're back. Okay, let's calm down here.
I don't know.
We'll save that for later on tonight. Either way, though, what a fantastic weekend it's been. Cannot believe we are already on potentially our final map of the regular season here in stage 1.
We have a whole nother one still.
It has flown by to this point, and in the middle of it, we've got ourselves an all-star game at Anaheim with relegation. Now we've got a Frost uplink to look forward to, and there's the Europa Research Center, the beautiful back AC building. Optic Gaming, can they beat Enigma 6 on the map? Or game mode, sorry, that they have yet to lose so far this weekend?
Well, you got to think, last time it was throwback. Optic did a pretty good job slaying, but they got shot in the back constantly. It was a much better, more well-played, paced game from Enigma 6. Dominated them there. Can they do it here? It's Frost. The last time I remember seeing these teams on Frost, God, it's like back to Vegas where that 3-0 sweep happened in pool play. Obviously, a whole lot has changed since then.
Oh, just a little bit has changed in this game since Vegas. Either way, E6 do what they seem to always do in respawn game modes, and that's have a strong break off on the map. As now Emery's will already bring this drone in towards ship, and Cade is in the Optic Gaming spawn in just 20 seconds.
He's in there. They've got to push back. Look at the pre-fire there from Emery's in that corner. Almost picks one off, and this is going to be an easy 1-point toss unless an interception is through. It's not.
That is what Enigma 6 is in uplink. They really just play scrappy, go for the one. Even if they all get wiped off the map, they're more than confident to come off spawn and win the gunfights in middle map to regain possession of the drone, and that's exactly what they do right here.
Yep, 3 dead again for Optic Gaming. Not a lot of room to work with for Enigma 6 as the kills came at mid-map, but they're starting to layer up forward towards Research. Cade gets an entry pick. Crim 6 able to answer back on the outside wall run, but the rest of his teammates dropping around him. Has to get back to the action. Cade around the edge. Cade, another 1-point toss. E6 up 2-0 and looking perfect nothing.
Other players you'll watch in that scenario, you'll sometimes get worried that, again, this is the second time this weekend we've seen an Optic Gaming player bring out an E-Rad with an Elo sight on him, but either way, Crim6 trying to make it work. Karma now with this drone, trying to go for the one, intercepted, as that'll get reset. But back to what I was saying earlier, Maven, that one from Enigma 6 that you just saw earlier, you never worry about if they're gonna throw it or if they're gonna get greedy and go for a dunk. They just get the one, and it adds up as the game goes on.
Yeah, and they're just better at taking advantage of those opportunities. I mean, every time it seems like they have, 3 down, 4 down, We're 2 down in an aggressive spot. They are getting a 1-point toss off. They're beautiful at doing it. They've been doing a fantastic job all weekend. Now, let's see what Scump and Optic can do on the other side. The answer is run right into Cade, who's at least able to clean up one. Karma, though, answers back with 2 big ones. There's a third, snaps around, trying to wheel and deal. Drone in hand. Here we go. There's a slam, tied up at 2-2.
Karma clears it all out. 5 streak now from him, turns it around from the 1-5 start he had. But you got to also think that team kill from Enigma 6 did not help them at all in that scenario, as they're just going to move this drone as far as humanly possible from Karma on the map, but I can't say I disagree with them.
No, it's perfect. They have Karma. You're still in the base. Cool. We're going to go ahead and hit on the opposite side. Karma gets back to the action in time. The streak is now at 6, 100 points off that Trinity rocket. And he's looking to get aggressive up here in Robo Bay.
Oh!
There we go. All right. He gets around. A 7 streak now for Karma. 8th on the edge, and he keeps on going. Give me 9. 4 streak. And Optic rolling. There's another dunk. What the hell was that?
It's Karma. Do you need an explanation? No, the guy just does what he wants. 10 streak now. 4 unanswered points as he started this streak. He's got everything to use. 11. Somebody stop this man.
There we go.
Okay.
Cade,
thanks, Cade.
Cade gets the kill, but it's another dunk for Optic Gaming. And wow, what a terror you just saw from Karma. Everything looks so good for Enigma 6 early, complete control. But you know, while we're going off about Karma, I know he has a huge streak, but Krim's right behind him. I mean, Krim's about to find his 6th in a row. Well, he should have, because that player was weak. He did not. That was actually Cade able to, so he actually killed both the streaking players.
Yes.
Good stuff from Cade.
And either way, the damage has already been done. 6 straight points in about 1 minute and 15 seconds of gameplay. Karma again doesn't stop, back off the spawn, 14-6. As he's gonna be the lead blocker now for his teammate moving forward. The drone, the 1, not gonna get off in time.
It's cut down, team shot there, able to eliminate him before he gets the toss away. 70 seconds remaining on the clock, and yeah, Enigma 6 went from just being on the Optic side of the map the entire beginning of the game to not being able to get past drone spawn for the most part. They've run into the wall of Karma and Crim6 with the SMGs. If they get past them, it seems like every time Formal's in the back here with this K-bar, there's just no gaps right now to get through since Optic got rolling.
And yeah, you can't have the scrappy Enigma 6 gameplay we're used to if they can't get out of their base. It's simple as that. And when the slang goes to that, even in or that much in favor of Optic Gaming, looking at 4 players positive. But even then, even when E6 just get a couple kills in middle, they somehow weasel on through ice to get a 1-point play.
Yeah, think about like how, I don't want to say easy, I don't know how to word this, but like how effortlessly it seemed like Enigma 6 was able to get their points on the board. You had crazy streaks for Karma and company to
What?
He just slides, dives, and jumps up for the dunk. But all right, well, I take it back. I mean, the other one took like a massive slaying effort there. He just kind of ran in.
Optic outslaying by 14 kills as they look to go into the half up by 5 points. Maybe Cade can hit this one. Yes, he will. So Enigma 6, while they did well in the first minute of play, they struggled to shut down the 2-time world champion in Karma. Optic Gaming 5 minutes away from being the only team in the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1 to go 6-0 in their respective group.
Yeah, we saw E United come up a bit short and went to what, a Game 5 round 11 versus Luminosity. Otherwise, whoever, pretty much everyone considers the top 2 teams in the world would have been the only 2 to go 6-0. But right now, Optic, like you said, the only team with a chance. Krim, I mean, everybody had one hell of a first half. You take a look at it for Optic, pretty much everybody involved with the objective, the slang so heavily in their favor. What do you need to turn around for E6 is that the scrappy stuff works. You saw them get some great 1-point shots off when they only had a couple players down. They wrapped the drone on several occasions as well. Is it just purely they have to find more kills?
Optic are destroying when inside ship, when playing with those E-Rads in the close range area. You have Scump, Karma, and Crim6 all just winning their gunfights when they get into them. Optic should never move the drone anywhere. But inside this robo side of the map, it's a smart play from them. They're doing it again here. And just watch the kill feed. It's all E-Rads from Optic Gaming.
The E-Rads doing the damage. The drone now coming through. It's Formal around the backside. There's another dunk and the FTL to get away and play his life. So he's still going to be a thorn in the side of Enigma 6.
And look, that's a great play from him because now they've got to worry about him on this back blue side. Thankfully, General does get the timing there to clean him on up. He'll have to come back up off the respawn, but who is it again on a 2-streak? Karma still staying alive, trying to hold that side door.
And look at that. You have a weak player around the corner, so the Scarab actually can finish the kill. A couple more players pushing. Proto, one of them. Proto able to take down one. And Ruiz there with him as well, but the drone toss does come out, so they clear the base for now. No more points on the board for Enigma 6 as of now.
And when we did our key player matchup, it was between Proto and Karma, and what a difference we've seen so far from these two players on this map. Proto, the least amount of kills on his team, hasn't had his best of games so far this weekend, it's easy to say, while Karma, on the other hand, has had an MVP-like performance.
And I love this. That's another one of those times where it just seems like whenever there is a 1% possibility that Enigma 6 can get a 1-point throw off, they're getting that throw away. And that's the main reason it stayed close, because the Slang, such a huge advantage to Optic Gaming. But all those little things that E6 do, they've kept it close. They're still very much in striking distance.
And if you're wondering, if you're wondering where exactly these streaks will come in from Karma on this side, this is actually the side I'd rather have the streaks for. You push up in towards ship on the bottom left of that minimap, and you use the bombardment on the opposing team's portal, which will then force the players to charge into your pre-aiming guns to get cover inside that ship side. Let's see if Optic Gaming do that as this plays out. You've got Crim now with Overdrive, which can be a great tool to flood on through to get the score.
Scump wants
See, look, they're forcing them inside, which will open up the lane for Scump to push through with the drone. There's the dunk. Streaks on Frost are less about getting kills and more about forcing your opponents into disadvantageous positions.
It's all zoning, man. They did it perfectly there to get another dunk on the board. 7-point advantage with just over 2 to play. Can E6 rally back in this one and keep that 100% win rate in uplink? Right now, it seems the Green Wall has something else to say about it, as they have looked very strong, really since the minute or two into the game where they start taking control.
Yep, and all you have from Enigma 6 is 5 1-point throws, really, is what they've gotten so far this game. None of it has been because of crazy control. You have 4 players from Optic up in that 20-plus kill mark. Cade at 29 leading his team. 3 payloads for Optic, all signs pointing towards this series being done.
Well, Cade was the last one up, doing a good job staying alive towards the Bulldozer, but finally will end up dropping. Now it'll be a fight here for mid-map. Formal's going to use the box to look over the top of his teammate near drone, backing up a couple, finishing off 1 kill, finishing a second before Proto comes through the top.
And one thing to point out with Enigma 6, Clint, is that throughout this weekend, they have not been the most statistically dominant team in uplink. They've just been great at just getting the scores with as minimal kills as possible. When Optic are outslaying you by 22 kills, that is why they've struggled so much to be able to get anywhere in this game. It's because Optic have just commanded map control. And look, Proto, where typically he would maybe try to go for a 1, just has to drop the drone and try to slay out while his teammates come off spawn.
I feel confident in saying most other teams, and the way this game has gone, it'd be a 12-0 scoreline. Like, those 5 points may not even happen. That's a positive to E6, where they're able to find holes. They've done a good job of doing it. Now, Overdrive used for Krim, just trying to flank behind, funnels everybody into Karma, who's able to pick up a few kills. Proto was the last man up for Enigma 6. Not a lot of time on the clock. This one is going to be a 3-0 for Optic Gaming, and that'll be the first team here with that 6-0. What incredible weekend for the Green Group.
Maven, they're the best team in the world for a reason. The statement final series against the second best in this group, as they wind up taking things pretty handedly, especially in the up.
Oh, God.
Gosh, okay. Proto at least ended games, ended things with an exclamation mark, but GG's, Enigma 6, nice job up to this point, but Optic Gaming shut the door.
Well, the difference, too, you can talk about, there were 6 scoring opportunities for both teams. 6 were dunks on one side, 6 were 1-point throws for the other team. So those dunks could definitely make the difference, but grats there to the Optic Gaming side.
Scum, Formal, Karma, and Crim6 just seem to always find a way to look better than the last time we saw them, and that's saying a lot, with them being the recent 2 major LAN championship winners. Enigma 6 definitely getting a secure second place spot this weekend, as they've also looked like a team who've improved as time has gone on this year.
Yeah, and just before this, we had Elevate fight into that 3rd spot, and honestly, over the course of the weekend, Elevate might have been the team that played Optic the toughest. Like, their 2 series, they went to a 5th game. The 3-0 was even really, really tight. But overall, I mean, Enigma 6 looked much, much better. I mean, they handled the European teams with no issues this weekend.
There we have it. We have our 8 teams for the playoffs, where they'll all be played on out. Absolutely crazy.
We have 10 days off. Yes, it's the first time we have more than 3 days before we're back to Columbus.
Yes.
No, but this has been a whole hell of a lot of fun. It's been great to get through stage 1, and now it's the time for the big boys, right? The top 8 teams battling for that $500,000.
Well, I know on the stage we have the king himself, alongside Scump. No, I'm just kidding. It's Puckett with Scump on the main stage.
Thank you, Jack. That's right, Scump. Congratulations. You are the first team to go perfect in group stages, 6-0 on the weekend. And I have to ask you, you guys only dropped 5 games over the course of the 3 days. How is this team just so damn consistent?
I actually think we played pretty mediocre this weekend. I think that if we played this way at playoffs, it wouldn't have went this way. I think that we practiced a lot, though, which was a good thing. We got a lot of work on some of the maps that we were a little bit worried about. So the fact that we came out 6-0 and got a lot of good practice, I'm just really happy with the result.
You guys had a slow start back at Vegas. Since then, it's been first, second, all the way through. You're the favorites coming into the $500,000 playoffs. When you look at the competition, though, who are some of the teams that you're looking out for?
The obvious ones, I mean, every single team at playoffs is pretty stacked. They went through a rigorous 4 weeks here to get through it. So teams that come off the top of my head, United, you know, Envy, FaZe, LG. I mean, everyone's good. So it's tough to pick a couple.
And, of course, you have 2 weeks now to practice. What's in store for the team? What are you guys doing leading up to that big playoff weekend?
Not really too much differently. I think just the amount of time that we're practicing, I don't think we're going to be able to take any days off. We only have about a week and a half until we're back here again. So just playing every single night consistently and getting some good practice against some of the best teams is just what we're going to be looking to do.
I know we're going to have a packed audience here for the playoffs. Tickets are running out here. Anything you want to say to the Green Wall? All the fans have been cheering you guys on.
Thank you guys for coming. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Thank you guys all for supporting us throughout. Thank you guys for supporting us throughout all of our weekends. It means a lot, and we love you guys, so thank you.
Optic Gaming is perfect. We will see them in 2 weeks. For now, though, let's wrap this up with Benson at the desk.
Thank you very much, Chris. Optic Gaming, the perfect week. 6-0, the only team to do so from regular season. Congratulations to them. Of course, qualifying with the #1 seed from the group. However, before we get to the final part of the show where we break everything down, let's talk a little bit about that series particularly. Map #1, I mean, I was having flashbacks, Steve. I'm going to be honest. I was thinking this is exactly the same as what we saw in the first series against E6. They come out so hot, they have a lead, and then it just all goes downhill. What happened?
I don't know if it's composure. I don't know if it's just Optic turning on another level or exactly what happened, but you can see you can't have hard points like that are so lopsided. 135 points on one. We'll talk about it more at the end where Enigma 6 just had to contest for a second there at Hangar, but it doesn't even happen.
I mean, it's brutal, right? From a player's perspective, you're looking at the clock, right? You're looking at how long's left on the hill. You know, all you have to do is contest for 1 second. I mean, you see it perfectly, right? There's 19 seconds left. Optic Gaming at 2:34. You know, I just have to get in that hill for 1 second. And E6 just weren't able to do it.
I just felt like maybe it was some miscommunication. Maybe they just lost composure, like you said. I felt like if they maybe just group up, took the time, be like, hey guys, we need to relax here. Just group up in the front, we'll all slide in. And someone just takes charge and initiative and they do it, I felt like they could be easy contested, so not sure what happened.
Yeah, and then to add to that, one thing that was interesting, the rotation before that, they used smokes to break the hill. They only have to contest for 2 seconds it was, and they had, 30, 40 seconds to figure this out. Why not just pull out smokes the second time, do the exact same thing? You only have to contest for 2. Of course, hindsight 2020, but yeah, it's a tough loss.
And it's just unacceptable. It's not like they had one spawn, they didn't make a split-second decision at the end there.
Right.
They had, 40 seconds to put something together? Someone has to take charge, like App said. It's just unacceptable. Use smokes, use whatever necessary. Maybe if Proto saved that camo for a more opportune situation where he could have contested with that camo in the hill as well. Just so many things could have gone better for them to take it.
Right, of course, Optic Gaming undefeated in hardpoint throughout the weekend, but E6 had 2 pretty heartbreaking L's that they need to go back and probably try and figure out how to fix. Moving forward to map #2, the Search and Destroy. This is where Optic Gaming flourished again. It was a 6-4 victory, but there was one moment where Cade was in that 1 versus 3 situation, and maybe if he'd have won it, it could have gone maybe a little bit differently for E6.
Yeah, so Cade gets a trade, makes it a 1v2, then, good positioning, he pushes up, kills the guy trying to defuse, or not defuse, but just wall running, trying to look for Cade. Then he makes it a 1v1 situation, he is weak, there's about 14 seconds left. I really felt like he should have just left, maybe played the time. At that point, at first there was no one on bomb, so for them to hop the bomb right away would have been pretty risky. or just peek, his back a little bit. If there's someone chasing him, you can easily run away from and just play the clock at that point.
Instead, he gets caught with the stun in hand, obviously trying to stun check the bomb. A little unfortunate timing, but either way, Optic Gaming solidified the map. And something that you noted, TP, was you've been very impressed with how Crim6 has learned to maybe watch the flank a little better than maybe in the past.
I want to give a lot of credit to Crim and Scump over this weekend in Search and Destroy specifically, but early on in the weekend, Chance was giving him a lot of crap basically for not watching flank properly. I think over the weekend, they have been trying out some new strategies that we've seen, but Crim has been doing a much better job of gaining information on that flank, playing that flank, picking up kills, and most importantly, being aggressive on those flankers, making sure they don't have that line of sight on his teammates. So we really want to give him props.
Yeah, and then the first bloods as well. Crim had an absurd amount throughout the weekend, and again, you get those first bloods, it makes those rounds so much easier. And then of course, Optic's a team that even when they don't get those first bloods, I mean, how clutch can you really get? So when you have that first blood coming in for you, for Optic Gaming especially, it makes everything so much easier.
And then of course we go between map number 3, it's Uplink. E6 hadn't been beat all weekend long. They had 100% win ratio on that. Finally, Optic Gaming put an end to it. They break the streak. And what impressed you the most? What was Optic Gaming's key to success there in map 3?
I just felt like they were slaying like usual. They were doing their thing. I just felt like they capitalized a lot on the kills. Like really, took the initiative, got points off it instead of just fighting and then E6 maybe clutching up. Also felt like you saw Karma get like a dunk in a 1v1 situation where he probably should have got a 1 or not even gotten a point and got a couple ones where he probably shouldn't have gotten 1 either.
And you speak about Karma there, Chance, that was a player who just had a phenomenal game 3.
Yeah, there was a moment where he was like hitting the wall run next to the sub and he falls off the map. I think if he doesn't fall off the map, he probably dies. He might pick up a kill, but he had 3 players like rushing towards him. Instead, he falls off, has to spend, I don't know, like 5 or 6 seconds getting back up, and then immediately goes and picks up like 3 or 4 more kills and earns streaks. So weirdly enough, Karma, his movement hurt him and then helped him.
We talked a lot about Optic's Uplink over the weekend, not looking too great, where it's been a kill first, drone second sort of mentality. Well, when you outslay by this much, I don't think anything really matters. They all had the payload abilities before E6 was even marginally close. 2 players on the E6 side going not quite double neg, but pretty darn close. So when the kill category is that lopsided, that's where this score just gets out of hand so quickly. And the biggest thing too, Crim and Karma with those SMGs were just getting those slide kills like crazy up towards that middle cut and over towards ship as well. It made those lanes so much easier.
A beautiful, beautiful closing map for Optic Gaming, 12-5, the final score. So congratulations to them, of course. We said they topped the group. We can now just recap the final results coming in from Group Green. As we said, Optic Gaming unbeaten, 6-0 and 18-5 map count, the only team to do so throughout all of the regular season. Enigma 6 will finish in 2nd place, 4-2. Congratulations to them. Meanwhile, at the bottom side, Team Elevate, they managed to steal 3rd place away from Red Reserve. Both teams finishing at 1-5. Chance, was this what you expected coming in?
To an extent, I definitely expected OG on top going 6-0. I did expect E6 to be at the bottom. Europeans, I thought was a bit of a toss-up. I know they've had issues where they weren't able to scrim properly because all the European teams have been here, and a whole shebang of issues that are going on with them. So pretty much as expected.
Of course, we've been talking a lot about playoffs and how important the playoffs have been. It's going to be coming up in a few weeks' time. It's going to be May 26th to May 28th, $500,000 of prizing. Yep, that's right, $500,000, 500,000 on the line, and it's going to be right here at the MLG Arena. But that is going to be everything from the Stage 1 regular season of the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. Congratulations to Team Envious, Splice, Evil Geniuses, FaZe Clan, E-United, Luminosity Gaming, Optic Gaming, and Enigma 6 for qualifying for playoffs. We'll see you May 26th to find out who will be crowned the Stage 1 champions.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3 kills. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.